Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Blast the Draft, presented by Nodvin Gaming. We're back once again inside of the Indian division, and I'm going to be your host and caster, Necro. John, alongside with me on the panel is going to be CS2. CS2, this is going to be your first time ever casting the Indian division. What are your expectations?
I mean, I was checking their past results, and I also saw a couple of overtime matches out there, and the one that almost went to overtime. So my expectations are extremely high, specifically talking about the teams like True Rippers, God's Reign, Enigma, Marcos. I want to see some amazing matches from them, and also a comeback from 2Es.
Hey, speaking about the teams, let's move on and look at the leaderboards, because a lot of the stuff will be cleared over there. We need to find out which team won how many matches, because so far, True Rippers, they've been undefeated inside of their run. 6-0 is the scoreline. God's Reign with 3-1, Marcus Gaming with 3-3, but in general, True Rippers, they're currently just ripping apart the competition with 9 points in total. They've got the most amount of points secured, of course.
Absolutely. I mean, they went even against Enigma Gaming in a 2-0 fashion win. So that's something you need to watch out for. Because if I'm looking at the past result, yet again, Enigma Gaming was the one who went in 1-1 against God's Reign. And I believe that would be the team who would be facing True Rippers today. So it's going to be a fun match to watch out for. But also, I want to see what the veto is going to look like. I want to see the maps those teams select. But before that, I also would want to talk about the players who are being super shiny.
I mean, speak of the shiny players, of course, both of the teams, they've got some packed lineup. Before now, let's move on and look at the schedule and find out which teams are going to be the one to duke it out against each other. First matchup's going to be True Rippers versus God's Reign to kick off. Then you've also got Marcos Gaming versus 2Ez Gaming, where 2Ez Gaming, they're also still on that struggling phase. Hopefully, they will be able to recover in the future stages. But then you've got Enigma Gaming versus Fired Up Gaming. This is going to be an interesting one as well. Considering Fired Up, they're quite wounded. And we all know, Wounded Lion is one of the most dangerous one. You would not want to mess around with it.
That is indeed true. I mean, they were able to win one of their matches, that too against the members of 2Es. So that's one thing I really want to focus on. Their comeback is something I want to look forward to. But before we talk about that, I also want to look at the flawless run that True Rippers have been having till now. And if I'm not wrong, the only team that basically put a dent, or at least they tried to, was Marcos, the match in which it went to overtime. If I'm not wrong, it was the map of Overpass 16-14.
I mean, the last time when we saw God's Reign face off against the players of Fired Up, it was a 2-0 scoreline. But then you speak of True Rippers, no matter which team they face against, they've always decimated their opponents. You've got some of the best players inside of the entire lineup: McGills, Die Stealer, Rossi, Defaulter, all the players we've been watching them play in the past, and we know what they're capable of as well, especially Die Stealer. This man came in new inside of the roster, is now astonishing everyone in the scene.
Absolutely true. And two people who are basically fragging the most, Ghost and Rossi. It just seems that you cannot stop either of them. Ghost with the AWP as well. He just seems unstoppable whenever he has his hands on that weapon. And the way the synergy of this team works, it's absolutely flawless.
I mean, you've got three players who've got that experience. For example, McGills, Rossi, Defaulter, even of course you can add Ghost in the scenario. But in general, I've seen Rossi. This man, I've seen him perform over and over again so many of the times in the past. But then you cannot underestimate their opponents as well. God's Reign in front of us. Clouda, Crazy Gamer, Fired Up, Cyclone, and Finn. We've seen these guys perform once in the past against Fired Up, and they completely decimated their opponents. But when they faced off against Enigma, the scoreline was 1-1. So nothing can be said inside of this matchup, but I'm expecting a close one.
I would want to see if in case they're allowed to pick Anubis and it's not banned out by True Rippers, because again, that was a map in which they were able to steal it away from Enigma Gaming, and Cyclone and Clouda were able to perform phenomenally with 18 frags each. They were the top fraggers of their team, and you never want to miss Fired Up whenever he's got that AWP in his hands, because again, it just seems that he makes it so easy to use that weapon, which really is not it. And also this team, it works so very well, like a well-oiled machine, and at the same time there are a few set plays that I love to see from them.
In general, one thing is for sure, the players of God's Reign know how to keep their composure, but then you're also speaking about their opponents, which are going to be True Rippers, and they've pretty much mastered the art of composure. It's going to be a tough matchup for the side of God's Reign, but still nothing can be said. Considering True Rippers, they've been dominating the entire show. They're currently also on that hot spot where every single team wants to take them down, and their attention is going to be on top of True Rippers. But now it's time for us to break the ice and look at the map veto. Which maps have been selected and which maps have been being banned out. Ancient is probably going to be the pick considering God's Reign. They love to play on that map, but off the bat, it's going to be Anubis being banned out.
And God's Reign realizing that Vertigo is not the one they really want to throw the fight against True Rippers, taking it away, and Overpass banned out as well. So we're not gonna see that. I really wish to see Overpass because that was a map in which True Rippers went OT. But again, Inferno banned out by God's Reign yet again. The last one, I think so it could be Nuke being taken away. Oh no, it's actually Ancient.
Interesting. True Rippers banning out Ancient. As I mentioned, Ancient is one of the maps that God's Reign is quite comfortable playing on, and this time we're going to see Mirage and Nuke, especially Mirage to kick things off. Once again, everyone's back in the equal grounds, and the decider's going to be Nuke. I'm super stoked to see how God's Reign is going to be performing against the powerhouse of a team that True Rippers is.
I'm quite confused about the pick of Mirage because I'll be brutally honest about the fact that when they faced Enigma Gaming, they played on Mirage and they could not win. They lost 13-8. And seeing how God's Reign are the ones who picked Mirage first, I'm pretty surprised that they decided to go for it. They had pretty different choices as well to try and pick off. But nonetheless, we're going to see the map roll out on that one. Maybe some new strategy that they've cooked up, some kind of set plays that they want to go with, specifically talking about Finn and Crazy Gamer. They were actually shining on the map of Mirage. Maybe they can do it again.
Indeed, I mean, all the players, they seem locked in, loaded. McKills as well, he's a man who showcases a lot of experience and also a lot of emotions on his face during the games. You can clearly tell if he's upset with the teammates, if he's doing quite good inside of the game. You can see a big smile on his face. But here we go, ladies and gentlemen. The first map of the series begins now. As Mirage loads up on the screen, True Rippers will kick things off on CT and God's Reign on T.
The pistol round yet again to set the momentum for all of them out there. We've seen Mirage multiple times. We've seen so many teams play on this one. Even yesterday, when we were watching the Pakistan division matches, it was super fun to watch. But most of the times, we always see teams going in for a quick hit towards B whenever it's the pistol round. And that is where the stack of True Rippers is right now. 3 players already, 1 playing towards the arches. It's going to be difficult to break this setup.
Indeed will be, and it's going to be a quick burst on the site. All the players from the side of T have already made their way on the site, but the USPs, they're just finding the skulls. And out of nowhere, within a blink of an eye, you find God's Reign just decimated and on the floor.
Just as we were talking about, a quick finish coming in, a quick wrap up from the side of True Rippers, a perfect stack from their side, having a good read onto the pistol round, and that is exactly the type of start you would want to go forward with. And again, it's the pistol round. You do not have a lot of utilities to try and go for those flash plays or at least smoke off those choke points. So it was just some dry fights being taken by God's Reign and they were punished for it. But this time, they want to try for a little bit slower approach as they want to explore mid.
Slower approach is understandable considering they've got deagles in their hand. So this time, the main motive is going to be to deal as much damage as possible on the CTs. And True Rippers as well, they're taking quite a slow approach. Good turnaround. Ghost finds one. McKills as well returns back. And now the situation's taken down to a 3v5. At this point, it's just going to be an easy mop-up for the players of True Rippers considering the opponents are on a big eco. But as I mentioned, the main motive for these players was to deal as much damage as possible on the CTs. And so far, it's not been possible.
Not even one bit indeed, because mid is not exactly the place that I would recommend go on exploring when you're on an eco. Another pick coming in for Ghost, and I think so you can wrap around the last player. He's pretty close though, so you can try and get a pick or two. But I love the fact how Ghost is showing the patience. McGill is going to drop down and will be able to finish off, fired up too. Mid is a place where it's pretty long area that you really watch out for. There's sniper's nest you need to take care of, connector, there's someone could be walking up cat from the ladder room, and those are very long angles on which I don't think so pistols are the best weapon to take the fight on. Maybe I would have loved some close approach towards Palace or at least Palace Alley, but nonetheless, they'll be on a full by this time.
I mean, especially once again, off the bat, God's Reign with the aggression towards mid. I mean, they've got the control. And Finn as well, he's managed to squeeze himself inside a connector. Good smoke towards short. He's managed to get super proactive. He's found so much map control at this point, and the players get spotted towards connector. Fired up, still returns back with one, finds the dome. Ghost taken down on the site, but one man's already squeezed in super deep, and he's got a lot of information to play with. Unfortunately, the timing is not in McGill's favor, and the man slips past him. He's still got no clue that there's a man waiting for him inside a nest. Finally spots him out. Finn misses a lot of shots, but it's completely fine. The second man towards main gets a pick onto the player, and now the situation's taken down 4v3, but still Godsreen. They've got the man advantage.
And it's going to just ripple up as well because Cloudy and Finn were able to easily find McGill and Defaulter. Finishing off a very solid approach this time around coming in from their side. A change of pace and also a change of sight. Were able to catch True Rippers off guard and steal a round away from them and directly bringing down their economy to a save potentially. I think so they could try and scrap a few weapons if they really want to force, but no, they're going in for a full save. So this should be another round for God's Reign until and unless, of course, they mess a few things up or maybe run into a stack of Deagles, which I can see 3 of them are on board. Ghost, Rossi, Defaulter, all of them picking up the Deagles and start towards the connector and finds the first one. Nasty shot, but no, he does not post the second angle. Still, he gets a pick.
He's quite low. Finn, one single shot, and he will be taken down. Rossi recovers an AK in his hands, but his position's compromised as well. And now Rossi, he needs to do some heavy lifting. 3 players on the site. Molotovs are just pushing him back over and over again. He just cannot find that edge. And even fired up, now starting to make it from the mid itself. I guess the main call over here for the players of True Rippers is to still just go for a complete save. The man's got a USP in his hands, and Rossi, he picks one. And now he's probably looking for to back away, but it's a 3v3. It is doable. And Rossi will probably still try to give it a shot. Molotov towards connector.
From the people.
And now one man's right in the underpass.
Careful for that. He needs the support from the people in connector who goes for a 2v1 peak and win the fight. Now that's the kind of support he needed, and now they've got the advantage in the 3v2.
Let's peek at the 3v2. Now it's taken down to a 1v3. Rossi's done his job, and the AK this time's not able to find the value, but he's going for the stick. He's still defusing it. Godsreen, they barely managed to squeeze this one, but it was way too close to comfort. It shouldn't have been this way in the first place. The opponent team was on an eco.
Oh my god. Had they decided to stop the defuse and go for a double peak, I think so they might not have had enough time because they had no kit whatsoever. So their only option was to stick it. But what a clutch coming in from Cloudy. Beautiful one indeed. In a 1v3 situation, he was able to pick apart all 3 players of True Rippers, starting with Rossi, who fell first. And even though the previous one was a save round for them, they don't have a very stupendous economy. Ghost has got absolutely $0 in his account. He's buying the heavy weapon, that's the AWP. So should be playing somewhere around in the sniper's nest. Or if he really wants to get cheeky, maybe towards the ACT side. Would be able to probably get a few picks out there if in case God's Reign decide to go to that place. But they should have an idea that the AWP might be in play now. So the smoke go in towards the nest, and also they are trying to take the space towards connector where the Molotov was sent in so that any aggressive push might have been stopped.
And the aggressive push begins now. Rossi once again off the bat just being aggressive. This man's got so much confidence. He's not scared of the opponents at all. But he needs to be stopped. The monstrosity this man's showcasing. It's quite good for the team, but it's not good for Godsreen. They need to wait for him to overextend in certain scenarios, and then just hold the corners down. But still, it's a 4v4. Rossi softened up, so you maybe can count it as 4v3. But if Cyclone keeps on finding picks like that, things will be even more easier. But it's a mow down towards a apartment's gonna be emptied in that one single spray. But Dice Dealer, he stops in mid-track.
Brilliant maneuver coming in, but look at this look.
Oh my god.
Cloudy, he needs to find the pick. Defaulter, his senses are tingling, and he wins the fight. How was he even able to take that head? That is unreal. But look at the HP on both of those players. It's so freaking low. And at the end of the day, you still have one more player to deal with. Finn out in the open. Gets one quickly. No! Ooh, I'm out of words at this point. He should have got that pick.
Oh, 1v2. Not anymore. True Rippers,
That is...
easy conversion on the board. And they've also managed to recover an op. Now maybe they can go for a double op setup if they do want.
That is just unreal. Unreal. Finn was supposed to win that duel. He had the perfect opportunity. He got the first pick. And Cloud A, he eventually managed to try double it up as well. But at the end of the day, the recovery from True Rippers was just even better. You give them an inch, they're going to take a mile. You let them off the hook once, they are going to make sure they never catch that hook again. But the double push coming in from stairs was the one that found them an opening. And now, again, the economy in shambles from God's Reign. And a quick push out in the mid. Defaulter gets one, tries to double it up as well, but moves backwards at the nick of the time.
Oh, the push continues. It's going to be press up. Looking forward to suppress the tease. But God's Reign somewhere down line, they do realize they've got nothing to lose. It's an eco round anyway, so you might as well still just full commit. In mid, at least they're getting a chance to have a complete open aim duel, but they're missing all of the shots, and that's the main concern. And now one more man to go. He's all the way towards the A side. He's going all the way back and on the spawn, picking up the C4. And then I'm not sure what the game plan's going to be. He's still coming back towards B. And soon enough, they're going to meet over here. Crouch is on his way, peeks out, and it's done.
Walter was just a couple of bullets away from being taken down. Could have been some decent economical damage, but alas, that's not how things went. So in the first one, True Rippers, they showed an aggressive push towards A, wherein they double pushed stairs and got a pick, wherein Rossi was able to recover a rifle. Then in the next one, now we saw them pushing out in the mid. What's the next one? Maybe a push towards the B from apartments, because God's Reign, they've decided to again all go towards B and mid. They want to try and take that fight, that angle. But they've left A completely open. Smoke towards the cat. Not going to give them any information. Cloud is also going to play safe. Backwards. They've given up the space entirely in the mid. But little do they know, True Rippers are nowhere near it.
Slow and steady approach. A big change in the pace. But you can see True Rippers, they're now starting to get real comfy inside of the game when it comes to the economical standpoint. They're looking pretty good. They've also got an op on the board. Smokes out as well towards jungle. I'm not exactly sure what the approach is looking like from the side of God's Reign, but whatever they're doing, they've only got a minute left.
Mid to A? Maybe?
Probably. But no, they're moving towards short.
Yeah, they're going in towards B.
And now the short push is going to be an interesting one as well. The Opper's now looking at that spot. And the players have found the timing as well. It's so unfortunate for True Rippers. They've already slipped past the Opper. And McKills is looking for to check the same angle as well. He's probably going to be greeted with a lot of players in the front. But what exactly are the players of God's Reign doing? Still, I'm trying to wrap my head around it.
It's a very slow approach. They want to try and wait for this apartment smoke to fade off, and then they're going to go in for the execute. They could have found a timing, but maybe they're just getting a little too slow, a little too late.
Oh no. I'm not sure if this is going to work out. They've only got 10 seconds, and all the CTs need to do is just hold him off. Just don't let him plant. The man towards bench gets unchecked, and he's already won the round. What did God's Reign think about? They were approaching the site a little too late. They only had 20 seconds left when they decided to slowly and steadily close on up towards the site. And when it was 10 seconds left on the clock, they jumped on the site.
And the fact that McGill was able to do so much damage to the players who were pushing arches eventually led the player playing behind the bench to just one-shot both of them. Even if those shots were not headshots, body shots, that's all they needed. Deagles in the hand. Again, the mid push coming in. This time it's Rossi who gets the first headshot. Crazy Gamer gets taken down. And towards the underpass as well, Defaulter finding another one. Ghost with the AWP. Just a simple eco frags coming in for their side. And True Rippers have now kind of tried to solidify their lead, which they'll be able to do in a very solid manner as the nade finishes off the last player. Ghost gets Cyclone. It's a 6-2. Halfway already reached for True Rippers.
Timeout from the side of God's Reign. They need it. They need to have some words with each other. Because the buy round they had in their hand towards B, they completely wasted it. Because they were just waiting for too long. And now True Rippers, they're starting to run away with a big lead. 4 rounds lead in the hands of True Rippers, and even the economy is looking so good. They can afford to lose 2 rounds back to back, and they will still have decent buys. So something needs to be figured out over here from the side of God's Reign. Look at Rossi. He's got $8,000 on him.
I don't even want to talk about how rich True Rippers are at this point. $7,300 for Ghost himself. They haven't fallen quite a while now. So is Defaulter. But again, a very fast mid approach coming in this time around from God's Reign. And we've seen multiple times how True Rippers, they've given up on mid entirely. They don't care about it at all. They're triple stacking towards A because they might have had a read that maybe God's Reign would want to push towards A side. On the other B, we are seeing Dice Stealer playing it pretty safe towards the archers, giving up the entire cat control. But at the same time, Ghost with the AWP is playing aggressive. Slow push coming in this time around. And again, connector control has been established by God's Reign.
An easy walk towards the site. It's a slow and steady stroll. They're just going to wait for Crazy Gamer to take the first contact, and then the players in the back will start to peek out. That's how the strategy is going to be. You grab, and we snatch. But Cyclone's going to be the first one to take the contact. Crazy Gamer gets him out down. But they've still got the Molotov to try and stop him in his tracks, at least for now. True Rippers, their crossfire's amazing, but also a lot of shots are being missed by God's Reign. They're cracking under the pressure. And it's really getting to him. Clouder, there's an AK right underneath you, but he still does not go for the pick. The op as well now starting to click in. The man towards Sandwich finds the opper. Fired up, taken down, trades back and forth. And now it's a 1v2. With only a Galil in the hand, it's going to be a tough one to pull off. He also needs to retrieve the C4, and that's what he does. And now towards the side, going for the plan. The man's already rotated all the way towards CT, and he will get the kill.
God's Reign running in the stack, having no information whatsoever, not being able to clear those corners perfectly. Whenever you want to go in for an execute from connector and you're not investing a lot of people in palace or at least stairs, now in that situation you've got to flush out all of those defenders who would be holding those close corners, specifically under palace, and also the people playing in ninja, sandwich. Someone might be playing upstairs. You have to flush all of them out, but that's the amount of utility that God's Reign did not use.
Oh, misses that initial jump.
Oh my god.
How does he even get away with that? This is ridiculous. McKills. He gets that kill scooped up like it doesn't mean anything. Oh, fired up. Bye-bye. He looked pretty cute when he made that jump. But then his head just got cut off.
And nothing cute about that though. But again, mid control being established by God's Reign, and they've not been able to get any major win apart from that. They've got the mid control multiple times, yes, but they can't seem to be converting it into any pressure on either of those sides. Or Floripus just don't seem to be having any problem, because again, McGill, his senses tingled at the perfect time, finishing off Crazy Gamer when he was trying to find a timing on the back of it.
What is going on?
And that's
it feels
Cyclone
like
just being picked apart.
It feels like True Rippers, they're playing a co-op game. It doesn't even feel like they're playing Counter-Strike over here. They're playing a co-op game. And they're just easily taking the opponents down. Look at this. McKills, I mean, this man It's just exploring some unknown territories, getting kills left and right. Nothing's bothering him at this point.
He's just popping off, having the time of his life at this point. And it's basically the same thing yet again. Mid completely left open. We've got absolutely no problem. Fired up this time around though. Playing way too aggressive, but that aggression could have been punished. He's down to 42 HP. Just a couple of bullets and he'll be taken apart.
Oh, Dice Dealer.
And True Rippers, yeah.
Oh no!
My God. No.
The stubbornness punished. And now, fired up, he loses his op. Tough luck. AWP out of the way. And now Dice Dealer's just going for the jump spot. Oh, this is going to be a combat that will happen soon enough. Going for the spam through the wall. He finds it. Good read on Finn. Somewhere down line, Dice Dealer. I think so. He spotted Finn being tucked in that wall when he was going for the jump spot. So he knew exactly where he was. And now Clouda and his teammates, they're slowly and steadily moving in towards the A site. Up in the hands of Ghost. And this peek is not going to come through that well. It's taken down quite low. One single shot will seal the deal. One more man towards sight. Great flick from McKills. This man is playing on another dimension.
Roxy had 10,000 creds. Dice Dealer has $9,600 in his wallet. They're so rich at this point. And on the other side, God's Reign going in for another timeout. They really need that one. A perfect read coming in from Dice Dealer. That was a good shot from Crazy Gamer, but this one was even better by Ghost. Again, I mentioned, if you've got an AWP in the hands of Ghost, he is going to perform. And he's going to hit shots like you never expected. But God's Reign, they really need to find something else, because True Rippers are going with a setup wherein they send 2 people towards one side, wherein they will be investing in AWP, and 3 will be stacking the other one. And they've been changing it continuously. Sometimes the 3 stack is towards A, sometimes it's towards the B. And God's Reign are not being able to read onto that.
I'm not gonna lie. At this point, it's just a complete difference. That's all I'm gonna say. It's just a straight up difference. Look at this. It's not even a joke. True Rippers, even they're giving their dry peaks and they're still coming out on top. It's just the mechanical difference between these teams, I guess. Because we're not really seeing that many proper executes on the site. Neither towards mid. Everyone's just going for dry peaks, and still True Rippers are somehow winning their duels. Finally, Clouda catches the Opper. Looks for to escape. He does so as well, but the man's already ready. The crosses are trained and a double peek to seal the deal. I'm telling you, it's just a mechanical difference at this point. The players are taking individual fight, and they're still winning those.
Cyclone, Crazy Gamer, fired up. Fired up has not been fired up. He's been cooled down for so very long at this point. Just 3 kills for himself. That's not exactly the way to start things off. Clouda, just as you mentioned, is the only one who's been having some success on the side of God's Reign. And it's just as you mentioned. They need to start hitting some shots at this point. True Rippers have been running away with some robbery. And mind it, that could have been an 11-1 half had it not been for one round that Clouda clutched, wherein he got a 3v1 and won the round. And the bomb was almost defused as well in that round. God's Reign, their attack just... They need to add a few more things in their attacks. Some set plays and some reading of the map. They haven't been able to do that at all. Now we'll have to wait and see how True Rippers manage on their terrorist side. Maybe God's Reign can pull off what True Rippers pulled on them.
I mean, the second half now begins. And once again, everyone's on the ground zero. But True Rippers, they've still got the mental edge and also a lot of cushion inside of the rounds. They can afford to let go a couple of rounds here and there. It's completely fine for them. While on the opposite side, God's Reign, for them, this pistol round's going to be the dictator of the pace in the upcoming rounds. If they lose this one, the game's gone. If they win this one, the game's still in their hands. And considering decider is Nuke, and it's being decided by equal grounds from both the teams, I'm just going to feel a little bit more bad and sad for the side of God's Reign. True Rippers, once again, they start things off in a great note. They've already got the site control, but from the short, the USP finds a beautiful connection. The C4's planted too, and now Rossi's looking forward to back away towards the site. I like the decision to reunite with your teammates, but these Glocks are really starting to hurt the players. Crazy Gamer's taken down at just a couple of HP. One single bullet with the Glock will seal the deal. And it's all down to Fired Up, the last man. He's been cold down for a long time at this point.
Doesn't seem like he'd be able to do anything. Because again, it's a 3v1 situation. It's got a retake. Yes, you can say Rossi is just 7 HP, but is it really okay to save on a pistol round though? Either ways, they'll be... Nah, no way. No way I'm watching what I'm watching. Necro. Look at Fired Up.
Scout.
In that additional sniper rifle that they're trying to go in for the force, but not a big fan of it. True, because they've still got the better weaponry.
It's not going to make any difference. It's a Scout. And yeah,
exactly.
I mean, off the bat, he's the one just getting picked off. So that Scout investment down the gutter. And now still the situation's taken down to a 4v5. Clearly, True Rippers, they're just dismantling the players of God's Reign. It's a systematic dismantle. We're seeing them approach the sites in quite a disciplined manner. Then they're taking down player after player after player. So it's a systematic way to approach the game.
God's Reign made it read that maybe it's going to be an A push, since in the pistol round everyone pushed towards the B, but their read was off. True Rippers is one step ahead in this chess game. And Defaulter gets one. Yet again, a 3v5 situation. My god, they're just hunting the members of God's Reign at this point. Rossi with a nasty jump shot. And now they'll be just trying to find the last couple of players. And they're just checking every single corner. Maybe one this time around. Yes, Cyclone gets one. He'll be able to get the weaponry upgrade. Again, he's going to be humbled down. No, wait a second. Couple of picks coming in for God's Reign, but does not make a difference at all. Because it's a 12-2. Seems like they've already given up on this one.
12-2, as you mentioned. And yeah, you might as well give up. Only one round away from winning. There's no point in making the comeback as well, because, yeah, it's just going to... Oh, what was that shot? Hold on. Rossi.
That was actually a good one. That's what I mentioned.
It was a good one. I mean, considering it was an eco, yeah, the disrespect's going to be there, because you know you've got the weaponry advantage. But still, you know, it's not something you see that often. A jumping Mac 10 to the skull to crack it open, you'd love to see it. But now, once again... I'm expecting a bit of disrespect from the players of True Rippers this time. All they need is one round, and they've been decimating the competition like it means nothing to them. True. And for now, they're just pushing up through short. Cloud finds the opener. This can be the game changer, but no. McGill instantly equalizes the trade. And now Fired Up as well returns back on Rossi, a 3v4 in the favor of God's Reign. Finally, a ray of hope inside of the rounds, but if they keep on dropping the bodies like this, it's not going to mean anything.
Down to a 2v3 situation. Gil has been humbled up. Gonna see a push coming in from Arches as well from Fired Up, but Crazy Gamer needs to make a play at this point. He's got a Galil in the hand. It's a good weapon, and Fired Up is the one to start things off though from Arches. He can try and find a timing on the back foot. Crazy Gamer hit the first towards the bench. He does not win that fight. Fired Up needs to work quickly, Necro.
Well, he did try.
He was
but he also
He
got
did
quickly
try.
taken down by True Rippers. The entire game was quite quick, and you can just tell by the smiles on their faces, they think that this game was super easy. Solid stuff from the boys True Rippers. As I mentioned, it's a powerhouse, and it's tough to take down a team that's been undefeated so far in the competition. McGills and his teammates, including Rossi and Dice Dealer, they were just dismantling the opponents, and even Defaulter in the backlines was doing a fantastic job.
At the end of the day, I'm still quite confused why they would try and pick Mirage right away. Maybe because the
Yeah.
other choices were not as good as Mirage, but at the end of the day, they took down a beating from Enigma, and now they also took down the beating from True Rippers. And it clearly shows that their Mirage is just not as prepared as we all expected it to be, or as they thought it's going to be. Because True Rippers had a perfect read onto their gameplay, were just able to stack up the correct side, and even if that was not the case, their rotations were so on point, and they already knew where God's Reign would try to lurk up from. Now, if your opponent has such a great read on you, you need to develop a counter strategy, and that is something that we did not see.
Once again, can you really say, though, they were not prepared for Mirage, considering Mirage is one of the OGest maps out there? Everyone has to be prepared on the map of Mirage, without a doubt. They should be ready to face any type of circumstance, any type of situation they're put into. But still, True Rippers, they just rip apart the competition like it means nothing to them. And there's a reason why I said it. It's just a clear mechanical difference, and I feel like that's what it was. The players of True Rippers, they were just better when it comes to the mechanics of the game, and that's how they just clearly won. You can see so many of the fights were just happening dry, without using any utilities.
Because quite a lot of the utils by God's Reign was being used down in mid, and True Rippers just let that space empty. They had no problem giving up entire mid to God's Reign. They're like, alright, you want to take cat? Take it. You want to take mid underpass? Take it. It's absolutely fine. You even want to go in Sniper's Nest? Go. It's absolutely fun. We'll still have McGill watching the CT, so if you want to go lurk up there, welcome with a bullet to the head. That's what they did. McGill was feeling himself. 18 and 8, Defaulter 19 and 4.
As I mentioned, McGill's at that point, he was just completely disrespecting the opponents, but then even Defaulter from the backlines got 19 kills with only 4 deaths and the ADR of 117. So in general, Defaulter's score was a little bit better, but considering McGill's was the man who was going up front and getting a lot of kills, that's why his ADR is going to be much more better. But then even Cloud from the opposition was trying his best to get things under control, but it was just next to impossible when you've got players like McGill's, Dice Dealer, and Defaulter just popping off.
Clouda tried his level best at this game, but yes, just as you mentioned, there are 3 people in the opponents who are basically stepping up for their team, who are popping off, and you needed your teammates to do that as well. You can argue that in the last 2 or 3 rounds, Fired Up definitely showed some embers of firing himself up. He was hitting a few of those shots, but it was just way too late at that point for the map of Mirage. Maybe Nuke could be a little different. You may never know. I still feel it's a terrorist-centric map. You can try and find some extra rounds onto that, because you can take that space away with those bunch of utilities that you throw up. Sometimes the counter-terrorists, they need to play aggressive in order to deny you quite a bit of space. But we'll just have to wait and see how that eventually pans out.
Exactly. Ladies and gentlemen, there's so much more to come, considering the Decider map and Nuke is still yet to be played. But don't go anywhere. It's going to be right after this break. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, after that short break, and now it's time to head on to Nuke, which is going to be the decider map inside of the series. And of course, considering True Rippers, they've decimated their opponent's God's Reen, one thing is for sure, now God's Reen's going to start to doubt themselves even more.
I mean, even their fans did not expect something like that to happen, because seeing the team, the way they've been performing, the amount of experience all these players have, yes, a better performance was expected off of them, but you can just say True Rippers were even more prepared than God's Reign at that point. So maybe, again, since they've got a lot of experience, they will be able to bounce back on the map of Nuke, and we're going to see some things different. Maybe their attacking side would be a little better. Them on the terrorist side would be able to plant some extra C4s out there, or maybe get those site controls. But one thing is for sure, they need to try and take away as much map space away from the members of True Rippers as possible, specifically talking about the sites, and they need to go for some set plays.
I mean, setting up yourself for a play inside Nuke, it's not going to be that tough, especially yesterday as well. We saw some of the good plays on the map of Nuke as well. Even day before yesterday, when we were watching Nuke, we saw some good strategies and some good defaults. As I mentioned, it's not going to be that tough, but still in general, teams do tend to struggle quite a lot on this map. I'm not exactly sure what it is, especially if you're on the T side. You're going to see that team struggle 101%. I'm speaking about the Indian division. But here we go, ladies and gentlemen. As Nuke loads up on the screen, God's Reen, they start off with CT, and True Rippers kick off with T.
Going in directly. The question is, are they going to try and take the space on the outside, or they're just going to move in? And we've basically got the answer. All of them just quickly rushing in directly from hut, and we're going to see a lot of action.
Off the bat, it's just going to be kills flying across the board. And this time, it's going to be True Rippers once again, kicking things off on a great note. Rossi's just around the corner, breaks the Vent's door. Now they think that there's probably someone towards Vent. But unfortunately for them, they're surrounded inside of the smoke. Crazy Gamer finds the first, but then he instantly gets picked off. And now Clouda is probably going to try to follow the footsteps. The footsteps are heard, he gets peeked on, and that's it.
True Rippers just starting things off in the way they left in the previous map. Do not want to take away their legs off the pedal, accelerating in such a solid fashion. I really thought maybe God's Reign would be able to take them down, but the hit game just so very fast and quick, and they've got such a solid economy. A couple of AK-47s into the mix with full house utils, a couple of Galils. What else do you need when your opponent is just going for a save? And now they want to try and change the attention. Towards the outside they go. Perfectly smoked off every angle. And now they threaten a push towards Secret.
And especially True Rippers, them getting the first round on the board. They already had the confidence, and now it's just going to be the icing on top of the cake. While the opponents, they're on a complete ground zero. Just USBs on the board. Let's see how the approach is going to look like. One thing is for sure, either they're going to be stacking a site, which they're already doing so. And if the players are True Rippers, they manage to avoid that stack, it's all going to be good in the hood. And so far, that's what the case seems like. True Rippers, they're moving in from the outskirts. First thing found with the USP, but the conversion's not going to be there. True Rippers now looking forward to explore the unexplored territories, and they still find Crazy, but Crazy's able to return back with one. Ooh. All the 4 players now looking forward to push the ramps, and the push already comes through. But for True Rippers, all they need is one single open spray on these players, and every single person will be mowed down.
Slowly trying to take control of the Vents. Don't want to take close action fights, and long is where they want to fight on. Goes, doubles it up, will be taken down finally. They made sure that the boom goes towards the B side. C4 now being planted in. Cyclone jumping out of Vents, will be moving in. Can he try and find a pick? That's the question. 1v3, 1v2, doable. AK-47 in the hands.
Maybe he can go for the save if he wants. And as we mentioned, it is quite doable. In my opinion, this eco round's quite good for them. It's successful. They also managed to retrieve an AK. That's even better. So God's Reen, a good round on them, but they still do lose out on it. But Summertown Lion, True Rippers, they're going to be affected with this one a little bit. Their economy is not going to be as good as they hoped.
Good eco, yes. I would definitely agree. Only a Galil and an SMG being carried forward in the next one. They'll have to reinvest on a lot of that weaponry, and both the AK, the heavy investments have been lost up. Godsbrain having a good read, understanding that True Rippers would want to play it slow, stacking up members, trying to take those 4v1s, 4v2s, 3v1s. Ghost as well. If he would have won that one more additional fight, I think so, it would not have been such a good round for God's Reign. But at the end of the day, still, True Rippers, it's a slight disadvantage of weaponry, but a lot of map control being taken. Look at Fired Up, playing all the way back in Garage.
Blows up the door. Now knows that there's someone on top of hut. These valuable key intels, if you keep on stacking them up slowly and steadily, you would know exactly where the opponents are positioned. And that's what True Rippers are trying to do, at least in the initial phase of the game. Look at that off angle towards Garage he's holding. It's quite a good one. And that's why Fired Up managed to catch him a kills. But now it's a 3v4. Dice Dealer's quite softened up. He's quite low. Good flash to make the entry. But he still does not get any kill in return.
Oh my God.
Fired Up still keeps on moving up. Quite in a fired up manner. He gets Ghost. But that's all he's going to find on the site. Dice Dealer's quite softened up still. There's a chance for this comeback. There's a chance for this entire retake to happen. But still, the players of True Rippers, they're quite adamant and stubborn in holding down the site. And they also do so flawlessly.
What a brilliant post plant coming in from them, and also winning all of their crucial duels. They were given 1v1s and they showed that they can win all of them. Indeed, a perfect play coming in. Slowly, systematically taking control of the site, and it's on the back of that early intel that you mentioned. Making sure that there's every other angle cleared, checking all the spaces. They've clearly shown that they can play a very fast, pacey hit as well, quick round, and also they can slow things down as much as they want. And even after that, they're going to find a lot of value. They've gone a couple of times towards A, just once towards the B, and that too was the one in which God's Reign were on an eco and they were trying to just go in for those 4-man, 5-man push, trying to overwhelm the members of True Rippers, but they always keep their cool. So maybe God's Reign this time can change a few things. Maybe they can step upon the gas and try and take a lot of space. But True Rippers, they still seem to be going in so very aggressively. And what a first pick. Not the prettiest spray, but gets the job done.
Now when he's running and gunning with the MAC-10, and that's all that matters, he still gets the kill picked up. And then Defaulter as well. He returns back onto Cyclone. As expected, an easy mop up. True Rippers, they've managed to rip through the defense and breach into the site like it meant nothing. And now 4v2, where Finn's only got his hands on the 5.7, and especially when fired up, he's only got the AWP in the hands. He will need a save. He's got no other option.
Not as if True Rippers decide not to hunt from him. Death Dealer seems to be having some other plans. He's got an idea that last player might be going in for a save. Oh my God. No way they're going in for a 4-man push. That op is just gonna get one. Free op indeed.
Oh no. They should have played together in my opinion. Finn and his teammate fired up. Maybe there could have been a bit more chance to save that op. Maybe fired up could have baited Finn and then go for the peak with the op, so still at least the save was possible. But I understand the approach. I understand what Finn was trying to do. The only reason why he was holding Garage down was because he wanted to get some exit frags, which unfortunately just could not come true.
True Rippers, it seems so very flawless whenever they're on the D side. And it's only because of the fact that they are utilizing all of their utils. Look at that molly, making sure that there's no quick push. Oh my God, crazy gamer. He's gonna be burned down. No, he jumps at the secret to save his life. And also throws out a util to kind of stall the push, and at the same time, We're gonna see another fight being taken. Oh my god, where are you looking? Wait, a cover of fire coming in from Cyclone, but he was only good for one. Could not cover him up for even longer than that, and now he's got to jump down in hell. Cannot
Heaven
stay
left
put on Heaven.
unchecked. And the man does a lot of damage. Defaulter as well. He's managed to squeeze in so deep, but Cyclone's crosser placement's on point. And he shuts down Defaulter. For the first time, you see the players of God's Ring on the verge of winning a buy round. And it's really going to help them in the future one as well. Ghost pulls out the Deagle. Now he's going to go for some close and personal combats, but the man through vents catches him slacking. Crazy Gamer returns back, and Rossi, unfortunately, hits all the shots on the silo, and he gets taken down as well.
Finally a change and set up by God's Reign, and they were able to get one round. But oh my god, that was still pretty expensive. And True Rippers, just after they lose one round, take a timeout on the back of it. I mean, come on, let God's Reign off the hook for a few seconds at least. Let them take a couple of rounds for themselves. That is dirty. Strategic dirty.
And speak of the strategy, I mean, over here for a moment I thought that he just turned around and slapped him in the face, but then I realized there was a man present towards Heaven, which got left unchecked. Still 1-4 is the scoreline. True Rippers, they're still in a big lead. And considering God's Ring, they just got the first round on the board. Nothing can be said just behalf of that. Towards outside's going to be the massive approach. The man with the MAC-10 leading the charge. Moving in towards Secret and causing a lot of distraction is the way to go for the players of True Rippers. There's still a bit of gap in that smoke. The Opera can still find the activation that he needs.
Oh, they have an idea. What a jump coming in, and they all are gonna rush down directly towards ramp. They've got no idea what they've made the cross. Rossi gets the first one, and they're gonna just overwhelm, fired up.
Beautiful. McKills wraps in all the way from the outside, then towards the ladder.
Oh my god.
And he shuts the man down. Even Dice Stealer, a beautiful shot towards Clouda. What can you do when it's such a systematic approach inside of the game? Such a disciplined one as well, where one player falls down and then the rest just keep on stacking up on top of each other like a stack of dead bodies.
And I've got a free side for them. Making so much noise towards the ramp, giving a fake that everyone wants to execute the B side from ramp and then going in planting directly up over their heads in A. What a play coming in from True Rippers. And I love the fact how just after the timeout they changed the pace. They were going in towards outside. They were trying to take control of Squeaky, maybe even towards the vents, towards the main. They were showing so much attention there that the defensive setup of God's Reign changed. They sent up one player Heaven to make sure that they're going to watch the push that's coming in from outside towards the main and the rotation of vents. And True Rippers just decided, all right, you know what, this time we're going to go directly towards the other part. We'll take control of the ramps and we're going to fake B. We'll plant at A.
And especially Cyclone now getting the full buys as well in their hands. God's Ring, even though they got ripped apart in the previous round, they still do have decent money to buy, which is a good news. But the bad news is, if they lose out on this round, the next round they will have no money. And True Rippers is the one to pull the timeout. I'm not exactly sure why that was, but it is what it is.
Changing their strategies, I believe. That, you know what, guys, we went in for a very aggressive ramp push. Let's change things again. Playing with the minds of God's Reign is what True Rippers are masters at. And the masters are now showing their masterclass. Plus, they've also got the AWP in the hands, so Fired Up needs to get some value out of it. Cyclone, he needs to just run away at this point. cannot keep the control of ramp, but the push coming in directly from hell can definitely help out on this push.
Oh, Rossi, haircut to get the opening. And now as the floodgates are opened, it's going to be burst on the site. A complete flooded site will be in the hands of godsReen soon. But can they recover it back?
Ooh.
The real question still relies. Maybe they can. They have done so. But the players are slowly and steadily sneaking themselves towards ramp. And maybe Cyclone can't find the timing as well. But unfortunately, he gets timing himself. He backs away at the wrong time. The players have already squeezed inside of the site. And that's not a and that's a really bad news for the side of godsReen, but a good news for True Rippers.
Oh my god! The way they had the idea where the player might have retreated, 3 people just pre-aiming and firing at that spot. It's just True Rippers now showing their mechanical skills. What they executed in the previous map was not a fluke. They are in a different class. godsReen would need to pull something out of the ordinary in order to try and get some of the rounds back, which just seems almost next to impossible because they're going in for another save. And True Rippers, they've decided to go for a hunt. The entire party will probably be colliding at the exact same spot. That's going to be the T-spawn. And True Rippers again showing a very pacey hit towards ramp, and this just slowed things down so very well. Oh, ouch.
Yeah. And also McGills get caught in the end. But once again, it's really not going to affect the players of True Rippers because they've got a lot of money and also a lot of rounds to spare. And if this keeps on going on like this, then I'm for sure that godsReen, their mental even in the upcoming games is not going to be that great. So something needs to be done ASAP.
A few rounds is all they need. This time playing aggressive out in the open towards the red. Maybe he's going to get chipped down, or maybe Fired Up is going to find a lot of value. EWP in the hand. He's going to find the first pick. Ghost wins it out. The smoke working out in his favor. And they've got the entire control of the outside. Now a player needs to be sent towards down B side because Secret is entirely open. Though there's still Crazy Gamer looking up from heaven. But Dice Dealer taking control of the entire rooftop. Long range shots being fired. Crazy Gamer finds a pick.
Solid stuff. Once again, ladder rooms being exploited hardcore. And Cloud and Cyclone, the duo, replies back in a great way. Heaven control taken away, but Cloud is going to be the one to hand it over to his team once again. A 1v3 seems possible. A defaulter following the same footsteps as his teammates. But hopefully he doesn't get picked off the same way as well. Hands are busy. Could have been caught in a really bad way. Good nade as well to dish out a lot of damage. Another nade to follow it up. It's just going to deal so much damage on the player. But then defaulter, you still need to watch out from the flank. The man's going to peek out from the front. Somewhere downline, defaulter. He's got a rough idea on what can exactly happen on the board. But he's got the timing. And the timing's quite good as well. God. He squeezed in all the way towards the back, towards Hurt. And Finn's got no clue that the man's right on top. Now he does. He hears the man dropping down. Defaulter still goes for the plant. Does not have a lot of time left anymore. And all Finn needs to do is just waste it.
A brilliant maneuver from Finn. All he needed to do was just keep his own life, and he did that perfectly. Very well mentioned, Necro. And this time the trade's going in favor of godsReen. Even though it was a 4v5 in favor of True Rippers early on. Crazy Gamer, that was a nice pick, but Dice Dealer quickly getting the advantage back. But the shots that came afterwards, those were the ones that were important. In this one, Clouda comparatively being kept quiet, but Crazy Gamer and Cyclone are the ones who are kind of showing off their skills, but they want the rest of the players to step up as well. Only and only then would they be able to get this one back. True Rippers was still able to squeeze in some buy, Up over towards Silo is where he's going to play. Crazy Gamer finds a pixel off the place, but will retreat back. Wants to keep his own life.
Godsreen, they're probably at the breaking point at this point. Oh, I just said a lot of points in that one. But still, the point I want to make is the breaking point is going to be an important point. Before now. McGill's. Oh, he does not have a lot of HP. 17 only to back him up. Fired up, is also quite softened up. Once again, the ladder room's just being exploited. And no one's able to find a cure to this. Cyclone maybe can find the man in the front, but unfortunately he's got an op in the hands. Cyclone's position's compromised. He can hear all the footsteps approaching the site, but he still can't take any precautionary measures.
Oh! That was such a nice shot coming in from Finn, but he does not realize the reposition from McGill's, but the cover fire was there from Cyclone. Defaulter quickly gonna get the weaponry upgrade as well. They're finding a perfect timing on that flank and HUD. He's got to grab the C4 now. Should be hitting the drops. Oh my goodness, that was such a great Molotov, and that's just stack of 2 people. The defuse, is it gonna come on time? That's the question. Yeah, they've probably got a lot. Also had the defusal kit in the hand, so not a lot of problem. A good comeback. Good embers being shown from the side of Godsreign this time around.
I'm not gonna lie. Some of the players of Godsreign, they've got a solid setup. They've also got soundproofing in the room. Man, I love to see it. I wish I had a room like that. And Cyclone's got a monitor cam. It's not a face cam anymore.
Well, just the way they want to roll things at. Aggressive push towards outside yet again. Trying to gain some space. Also at the same time, they're trying to work their way towards Squeaky. Looking directly down. We've got some default setup coming in. All the smokes are just going to block those visions. The Molotov is going to stop anyone from pushing forward in towards Hut. Clouda is going in, trying to play in a one-on-one angle.
He still wins it? No way! With all the disadvantage, the gun disadvantage, the timing disadvantage, he did not even have his crosshair on that same spot. He still wins it. Oh, yeah, towards ramp, it's a complete brawl going on, but all I see is fired up, missing a lot of shots, so I'm not even going to talk about it.
He hit one at least. Oh my goodness, but this timing from Clouda. The door's gonna be opened up yet again. He will finally be humbled down from Ghost. Still pretty healthy. They've got the weaponry upgrade as well for them, and Fired Up has got the AWP in hand. Not the best weaponry. Try and go for a retake. Still got to get the C4 down and planted. Going for a fake tap first. McGill was watching the window, but now gonna go for a reposition. What a beautiful molly. Fired Up was just waiting for the peak.
A 2v1. McGill's all by himself, left in a clutch situation, left with an opera to deal with. All the odds stacked against him. A little bit of a bait smoke. Beautifully done. Godsreen, nice one. I just love that little thought process from them. Goes for the tap. The teammate throws in the smoke, so he gives his position away. And considering he gave his position away, it's completely sensible for that one single man left over to look at the position that he knows the enemy's going to be. And then as soon as he looks over there and takes a couple of shots at the start, instantly the man towards Silo peeks out and seals the deal. Beautifully done.
Absolutely true. Finding a timing on the back of it, just leaving the diffuser. But now, what True Rippers are going to do? 6 and 4 is the situation. Not being able to get a lot of rounds, but again, looking in towards main vent. Control was almost established only for Clouder to win that fight.
McGill's out of the picture. And the destruction once again is being caused by the players of Godsreen. In the game of Nuke, definitely they're given a tough fight. But as soon as the smoke fades away, Rossi returns back with one. You cannot keep on giving them these type of returns inside of the game, and especially Rossi, when he's feeling himself, he's just stacking him up on top of each other, and now the A site looks like a graveyard. There's not even a single place where you're not going to see the dead bodies of the enemies. And Rossi, with the last minute rotate towards B, it's going to be an easy plant.
What a play. Just a hero play coming out there. And Cyclone, he's got to go in for a retake in a 2v1 situation, and he's got no idea where the players are. They could have repositioned anywhere. He's got to check all the angles. Will slowly move ahead. Sees the position of one. Second should also be noted. Out towards those doors. The flash goes out. He needs to jump downwards. He does that and loses the duel to Ghost. Had to check towards Squeaky as well. Could not do that on time. And again, True Rippers coming out on top. As soon as I mentioned what they might be able to do, Rossi stepped up like a Chad out there.
Not just a Chad, a Giga Chad. It's not something a normal human being can do. It's only someone. It's only that certain someone that has went on top of a hill or mountain, sat down right in between in a cold place and meditated. And that's what he's done. He's an absolute Giga Chad. Oh, wow. Easy free.
Ouch. Ouch. I think someone like Jirain. But we're going to talk about that later. Rossi again, stepping up. Defaulter as well, winning his own fight against Fired Up. And Ghost, hitting everything. You can't just walk in like that. True Rippers holding their angles, winning out all their crucial duels as well. Some eco frags for their side, but still important ones. And help some dollars in their wallet. Ghost is going to lose some of it. And Crazy Gamer quickly gets the AK. He can try and make another play though.
Yeah. You gotta give it to God's Ring though. They've definitely stepped up when it comes to the mechanical aspect. They're connecting a lot of their shots to the dome. There we go. Opener. He's got no clue the second man's on the same spot as well. Nicely done. Well, double up towards that spot. And True Rippers, once again, 8-4 half. They're in a big lead. And this will probably keep on moving on, considering now they're going to move on towards the CT side, which True Rippers will possibly dominate quite a lot.
Possibly, but I still feel Nuke being terrorist-centric should be an opportunity for the side of God's Reign to try and make those plays and come out on top. Again, they can try and mix a lot of those things up. We didn't really see True Rippers explore the area of secret a lot, maybe just once in all of their rounds. Mostly they kind of went in towards the upper Squeaky, taking the ramp control, trying to play on the outside, moving in from main, taking vents control, or even in the ladder room. They showed a lot of presence in the ladder room. God's Reign can try and take a page off of their book depending on the setup that True Rippers are going to go forward with in the early fights, because they also took the time out.
You know, I just got reminded of some of the old days when me and my friends used to play 1.6, used to go to a cafe, and we used to boot up Pool Day. It was a map. And then we used to just play it right next to each other. It was like a fun little tournament we used to have. But for now, this entire round, it's fallen apart in both the sides. You never know who's going to be the one to come out on top, because exchanges are happening on both the sides quite at the equal time. Once again, the trade happens, and it's a 2v2. You just never know who's going to come out on top. Anything can happen at any time, and especially Rossi's on the side itself. He's got the USB in his hands. He's just waiting for someone to open the door. As soon as that happens, he chips out a lot of damage, but the players are now starting to back away towards B. Or towards A.
They want to go directly up in heaven. Trying to go for that plant as well, because again, that's a good shot being connected. Clouda takes the head of Dice Dealer as soon as he was trying to be God. Rossi has got to check every single angle. No way you can move on to Tetris like that. Picked apart. Now
oh my god.
What?
This man, he's got some insane mechanics. Rossi, those 2 taps were just nasty. Catches the first man in midair, and then the second man just barrel stuffs him.
I was laughing after that thing. It was possibly a panic tap, and you're just moving. You don't expect a player to be there, and you like, damn. Okay, that's not what I expected, but all right, I'll take it.
Yeah.
It was such a
And if you
nasty
didn't
pick
know,
indeed coming in.
Shaishnu, the producer that we have for this show, even he used to play CS professionally for the Indian region. Yeah.
That's news to me.
Yeah, I wish he could grace the stream with his presence as well. I'm pretty sure he's in the back line, sitting in the production room, just listening to us talk. We haven't heard him.
Thank you, I believe. Yeah. I was hoping you would say, yeah, thank you, or something like that. There we
Wow,
go.
he wasn't listening to us.
Yeah,
And I was asking, is there something wrong, guys?
Oh my god. Necro just praising our producer, being a ex-CS pro. We'll definitely take a few tips out there, and God's Reign. That's exactly what they're doing as well. Taking a few tips from left and right, and also we saw Fired Up. Actually getting fired up in the chat was talking about a few instructions and letting them know what they need to do, because yes, you can argue this one round, it needs to be won whatsoever. They were able to plant the C4. That's where they've got some creds to buy in the Galils and AK. And a Deagle in the hands of Cyclone can definitely be doable, but they need to hit their shots.
As you mentioned, a Deagle in the hands of Cyclone. But how much value can you really find? Considering the opponents, they've got their hands on some automatic weapons. And even God's Reign, they've got 3 Galils and 1 AK. Which is, of course, an interesting investment. Let's see how much value we can actually find up around the block.
God.
First found, second one as well. Ghost! That's a nasty flick. He's done his job. He's already got a 2-piece. Even Rossi returns back with 1. Oh, man. Decimation within a matter of seconds. And Cyclone's got his hands on that op. He's just waiting for someone to peek out. The peek happens. And Cyclone rips him off.
Cyclone slowly becoming the tornado that he needed to be. Good shot that came in from the op, and a nice smoke as well. It's just going to go in for a quick plant. It'll probably play outside of the double doors. It's the stairs. Finn just clearing the window. Oh my goodness, Rossi, that timing was everything. Can he double it up? No is the answer. Finn is the one who doubles it up and wins out the round for his team. That was a good round coming in from their side. Difficult, close, yes. But bringing it back from a deficit, absolutely phenomenal.
5-9 being the scoreline. And True Rippers, considering they lost the previous round. Economy in shambles. Deagle's on the board though. But True Rippers have... Oh no! He unscopes at the wrong timing, but it's okay. As long as he gets the kill, it's all good in the hood. And now, as the man advantage is still with them, but there are still 2 Deagles on the board and 157, and those 2 Deagles can find conversion at any time. You cannot let loose.
Win was stopped by the Molly. Should be able to push forward now. God's Reign established the entire outside control. They've got the full control of this lower level, and with Ghost taken care of, they can go in for a smart plant. But at the end of the day, Ice Dealer was able to get 1, but nothing more than that defaulter. The last man standing with the Deagle in hand, a 1v4, too much to ask for. When are they gonna actually plant the C4? That's the question. Still waiting?
One v4, loading up. but he's completely on the opposite side. What is he doing?
Probably
planted.
wants to go from secret.
I guess, or maybe just save the deagle and hope for the best in the upcoming round, which is understandable, considering he does have an armor. So I do understand. He's still saving a lot of money. He doesn't have the helmet though. He doesn't have the full armor. He just has the body kit.
Exactly.
Which is not that good of a save, but still something that you're saving up. So I guess something's better than nothing. And Defaulter knew that if he does try to go for the clutch, he's going to get killed anyways, because he's only got 19 HP.
Yeah, he had 100, but because of the bomb's detonation, he was dropped down to 19. So it was a risky position to try and save. But is he going to get a lot of creds for a full buy? That's going to be the big question. God's Drain, though, finally trying to get the momentum in their favor. And this map could be the one that we expected would be a closer one. True Rippers, again, not having the economy, so have to force down another save round for themselves, as God's Drain will be going in for their default play, taking control of the outside, and now moving in as well. Be going in towards the control room, trying to take control of the ramps, clearing every single corner piece by piece, while also waiting for any push coming in from Squeaky.
Oh. You've got 4 ghosts and 1 deagle on the board. Interesting. And everyone needs to play together. I'm not even exactly sure what they can try to do to come out on top. I mean, they stacked up the opposite side, which was the A side, if I'm not wrong. But still, there's one more player in the front lines, and Crazy Gamer. He's exploring some unexplored territories.
Oh.
Good discipline! And the trigger discipline's finally going to break out. What was Dice Dealer doing? He was having a great time inside of the way. Must be feeling quite cold in there as well. So, yeah.
No one checking that angle, no one watching that space, and that's exactly where God's Drain found the loophole in that defensive setup. Got those 2 picks, and also one more on the other part of the map. All they're waiting is this push from Ghost. Position revealed now. Linked up so very low, and Finn does not want to go in for that fight. He's gonna let that frag do the job. Yep, pushing him forward, gets that pick, does not even lose that rifle.
AK still can be retrievable if McGills does find that kill. But here's a lot of footsteps approaching him, and it's not going to matter. McGills taken down and dusted. Godspeed, they're making this game anew quite competitive.
They surely did, but lost a couple of AKs in the process because of the bomb being detonated, and the people were pretty much dinged up. But this one play, my god, Crazy Gamer. The understanding. He was able to triple it up as well, and at the end of the day, they were able to find the last 2 lurkers out. A good way to move from God's Drain now, slowing the pace down, understanding how True Rippers are playing on their CT side, realizing every single part which could be pushed up, and then going in for those plays. The loopholes are something that they are trying to find, and they are getting the value out of.
Oh. Keeps on tapping away. The man's quest softened up. They're just waiting for that single peek. Good flash, though.
Beautiful
nice teamwork.
flash.
And yeah, True Rippers once again. For a moment, it felt like they were losing the control over the game, but then they just gained it back within a matter of seconds. But then the same thing can be said for God's Drain too. They're also getting a lot of picks on the board. 2 more men to go from the side of God's Drain, fired up in Clouda. But then you've got 3 players alive from True Rippers. And True Rippers, the slow and steady approach from God's Drain is always catching them off guard. But inside of this round, they've done a great job countering it.
Fired up with the AWP in his hands. Has not had as much success as we all hoped for, but still doing a pretty decent job. Looking to gain control of main, and Vents will be moving on side. Information has been given. Ghost will just wait to reunite with his team. He's softened up and towards Squeaky. What a timing by Rossi yet again.
Wouldn't do anything at that point. His hands were quite busy.
What?
And then the FAMAS once again just keeps his striking up, fired up. He finds Rossi. And fired up himself, it's quite low. One single bullet will actually get him done. But he still finds that connection. Quick flick. But as long as True Rippers they're going to get the round, that's all that matters to them.
Nice dealer, playing it smart. Not going in for the fight at all. Realizing that winning the round is the main objective. Not letting the bomb to go down. Exactly what you need. And Rossi was just able to find enough time by getting that pick and also not falling down. He made sure to do so much damage to the members of God's Reign. He's the one who's being the massive nuisance out there. The Molotov to push any fast push from the outside. And also now Dice Stealer. He knows better. Not pushing forward.
Oh, grenade. It fades away in the nick of time. Once again, quickly finds that kill too. And Cyclone getting that kill, he's quite satisfied. Just needs to back away, and that's what he does. Flashes from both the sides. Cyclone, he's already found his team, the entry, and also the big advantage they needed inside of the game. And now, it's a 3v5. Stacked up in the favor of God's Reign, but they still haven't found the side entry. What they're looking for is the entry on towards the site. And once they find that, everything will be good. There's still a man just tucked inside of the site. And I highly doubt it's going to let him just squeeze in there like that. McKills is the man with the MP9. A long-range duel can easily dismantle McKills, but there's a push through ramps. And this can't be easily countered. There's two players holding that push. And as soon as the first man gets spotted, they just can't do anything.
The third one was just up over the ladder. McGill, the only one on side, finds one. He's got to swap the weaponry, gets the AK in his hand. Realizes someone might be pushed up rafters. Sees the person, but cannot take the shot. Finn wins out that duel. That's a brilliant performance coming in from God's Reign. 8 and 10, slowly creeping up. I mentioned how maybe on the attack rounds, they would be able to bring it back from the brink. And they are being able to do that.
Pretty much. McKill's now with his hands on that deagle. And also P250 and 3 ghosts. Let's see. Considering Ghost is also positioned in quite an interesting spot, I want to see what he can do. McKill's being found instantly. But now, for the players of True Rippers, Unity is going to be the key to success. But Defaulter as well gets shot down by Fired Up. Dice Dealer now moving in towards the same footsteps. But the Op is just able to find the connection all the time. And now it's all down to Ghost and Rossi. The 2 USP in the hands. I highly doubt anything's going to happen at this point. Rossi falls down. And now Ghost is alive with the USP, which is getting wrapped up from the back.
Good move from God's Reign, and honestly, the way Fired Up was just so ready for the person to peek out in heaven. That's something that basically got even me off guard. I did not expect that to happen, but Fired Up now realizing where he always needs to focus on. Swaps up the AWP, gives it to Crazy Gamer. Picks up the AK in his hand now. Maybe wants to do something different. They've been going in for a few slow hits. Maybe this time they want to change the pace. And that does seem to be happening, because up towards ramp and the control room, Dice Dealer quickly throws out a molly to stop any kind of push. And now that smoke is also going to do the exact same thing.
They wanted to change the pace, but they just couldn't. Because of the Molotov, they got stopped in the tracks. Ramps is not going to be that easy to explore. But still, God's Reign, they're just one round away from equalizing the scoreline. True Rippers, they're getting quite a solid reply inside of this game of Nuke. And so far, they've been getting shut down over and over again.
Round being slowed down yet again. God's Reign, they've got to go in for the executes. Going in with those Lineups now clearing out those close corners near Vent and go in for a flood from Heart and were able to win out their main duels as well. But Miguel still having that control from Vents, moved in from main. Can he find a pick? That's the question.
Oh, this op's going to be crucial from Ghost. Oh, spots out the first man. Hopper's position compromised. One man grabs the attention, and the second man just snatches the kill. And that's what I call snatch and grab. Still the man on top of the heavens alive. He's got the op in the hand, but now he switches up to the M1. And they will seal the deal together. 11 rounds on the board. True Rippers, once again, they get that cushion inside of the game.
But is it really a cushion though? That's the question. They've got the AWP, they've got the AK, yes, good weaponries. But their dollars look a little bit shaky. Maybe they can go in for some buys. Giving up on a couple of utilities out there, but that was a very solid play coming in. The retake even better. God's Rain, they've got to be working on to the post-plant scenarios wherein even if True Rippers, they're down the numbers, you know the potential is just so much that they can take it all back up. Now, both the teams want to aggress towards the outside a little bit. Posting a couple of members out there. Crazy Gamer, he can try and find a pick if possible. If he finds the timing on the back of it, he's behind red.
Uh-oh.
Ouch.
That's what happens when you step in an unknown territory. The Opper will strike you down. Ooh. A little piece of that skull spotted. But he's just not able to convert that into a kill in time. Fired up. This could have been really bad for him. And he needs to stay alive. If God's Dream, they want to find any type of success in this round, but the hands are too busy. Once again, why does Fired Up keep on making a mistake like this when he knows that he's just getting pressured down by a player in the front? He moves out in the open, goes for the Molotov, and of course will be taken down. But on the south, Cloud on Cyclone, they've almost managed to empty it out. Eating them from inside out, and now True Rippers, the sight control's completely stolen away from them. But a good nade is going to dish out some more damage.
Oh, they messed up. The Utils now has got to concede that space because of the Molotov. Finn realizing that there might be a push from the control room, a couple of shots being fired, warning sent out. Oh my goodness, what a timing for that be. Finn and the op shot not connect. Goes, finds the second timing. Gets that one down as well. But Finn in the off angle. The one that Rossi was able to clear with the pistol. But Ghost not realizing that they're going to play in that again. God's Rain coming back. 10 and 11. The comeback is real.
I mean, Finn... that was some beautiful stuff from him in the previous round. But now, unfortunately for True... oh, no. He just tagged up his own teammate. 81 HP. Unfortunate stuff. He was trying to break the glass, but then he just hit him in the head. That sounds like an us moment. But Cyclone, ouch. He looks away at the bad nick of time. And almost the peak could have been there as well. The push could have been there from Hut. There's still one more man in the back line who's looking out for that push. Ooh. 3 players in the front. The man with the USP's catching a lot of hurt. Even Rossi from the back with the P250. He's trying his best to pressure the players, but he just can't get a lot done. But he still recovers an AK. And for True Rippers, that's going to be a good sign.
Is it though? It's a 4v2 situation. Surely he can't repeat what he was able to previously.
Save.
Yep. He'll be able to save. That is true. Already had enough dollars in the account. But the question is, when will God's Rain decide to go on for a hunt? Their T side has been looking so very good. They're being able to add so many mixes of all the different types of executes they're going forward with. You can talk about some aggression towards the outside. They've done that. Some aggression from Squeaky. They have been able to do that. They're mixing their slow rounds with a perfect timing to get the peak and picks. This is the reason. But my goodness, Rossi, he gets one. Can he find more? That's the question. Cyclone was taken off. Oh my goodness. Dies from the detonation. Unfortunate stuff for him. Wanted to save the AK, was not allowed to do that by the bomb itself.
Well, it seems like this one's gonna go OT. There's definitely
I
a
think
chance.
so. My bet, Godsrin are gonna win.
You think Gods are gonna win? I think True Rippers are gonna win this one as well. But I just got a little bit of a gut feeling that this might just go OT because True Rippers, they're getting a little bit too cocky. And it's really being punished. They need to play in the disciplined manner once again. And they need to let the players of Godsrin have their own time and just let them walk in their crosshairs. Hold some passive angles, but don't let them explore too much. While True Rippers, they're just going for some dry peaks because they've got the confidence. They know they've won the first map as well. So, of course, the cockiness is going to be there. But you can't be that overconfident. There's a thin line between confidence and overconfidence. And when you step that, that's when your demise starts.
Even previously, their closest game was with Marcos on Overpass, which was 16-14 overtime. Maybe this could be the second overtime that we're going to witness. Who knows? But at the end of the day, I still have a gut feeling that because of the momentum that Godsrin have been carrying, and seeing how True Rippers, yes, they won a few rounds, but a few of them were on the back of a couple of hero plays. Godsrin have been working out just like a perfect well-oiled unit. No Molotov coming in hot this time around. Oh my god, he throws it way too deep, and that's a frag. There's a lot of damage to Cyclone. Gives a fake idea that it might be a push, which has basically been stopped. And again, the default molly outside the hut to stop anyone. Exploding in the vents too, but the site is still under lockdown.
Pretty much. Even Cyclone's being scratched up. Good shot from Finn. Godsrin, they're just able to find picks like that. And it looks quite unreal for a moment. And then Rossi towards the site. As long as you've got the site on the lockdown, that's all that's going to matter. But if the players do decide to wrap around, it's going to be even bigger of a problem. A lot of shots missed from both the sites. And Cyclone's now chipped up even more. True Rippers, they cannot afford to let any more bodies go. They need as much players as possible on the site to hold it down. And Rossi and his teammate now looking forward to make the push towards Hut. But Ghost's flank from the outskirts is going to be super important. Moving in towards Secret, Ghost is probably going to be able to catch at least one player. And even if he does, it's going to be a big kill for True Rippers. It's going to be the equalizer, but Fired Up is looking at that same spot.
He was just so ready that True Rippers will come out exploring. And he was ready to serve it on a silver platter. Nice shot on the head, but Rossi quickly goes for a 1-for-1 and Crazy Gamer, no way! He should have been allowed to get that kill. My god!
Last man, Die Stealer. Over discipline. First found, second one as well. Beautiful stuff. Needs to reload. And he will get the fresh magazine. A 1v2. It's doable. Both the players are scratched up. He turns around. But he goes for the switch on the weapon and gets caught off guard.
Wanted to go for the AWP to try and find one pick. That was the result of his demise. This one play, my goodness, he should have been able to win that one. We've seen so many moments of trigger discipline in this game though, by the way.
We did. It's been 2 so far.
Yeah, that's still
and
massive.
now, considering Godsrin, they're on the match point. One more round needed for them to secure. And also, True Ripper's flawless streak inside the tournament will be broken. And Godsrin slowly and steadily moving in towards the same direction. Good peek! But what was that shot? It was Clouda from the back who's got his back. But then, now still slowly and steadily, the players are going to start to move towards ramp. And the B side's going to be in Takens.
Or maybe it's just a fake that they want to sell to try and weaken the A side hold. only to go in and execute towards the A side because the buy is just super broken from True Rippers. If not this round, then I don't know which one. Ghost goes out exploring now, wants to re-clear the area of ramp. Will be giving the information, and on the back of it can stay put in heaven. Check the outside angle, and that's also covered towards sweep key. We're gonna see, yes, oh my goodness, shotgun in the hand, but Crazy Gamer has the better shot.
Nicely done. Shotguns deactivated. That could have been the main weapon they were relying on. And now these SMGs and FAMAS, they're not going to be able to do a lot of damage. Even Cyclone picks up one. And it seems like the flawless streak the players of True Rippers had inside of the tournament, it will be broken. Last man will be shut down as well. God's Reign, they win one map against True Rippers, and it's quite a big one as well, considering True Rippers, they faced defeat for the first time inside of the tournament, and it's probably going to be shattering their egos.
13-11, and God's Reign bring it back from an 8-4 half, which they were not able to play on good, and it was the city that they were playing on. And I just had a hunch maybe they'd be able to bring on their best play when they'll be moving on the T side, and the way they were able to slow the pace down. True Rippers have got their strengths in that fired up play when they go on aggressive and they're able to quickly answer back when the opponent is trying to play fast. God's Reign had the read onto that and just were playing so very slow throughout the map that it worked out well for them.
Yeah, exactly. As you mentioned, the change in the pace was quite drastic. In the map of Mirage, we saw quite a lot of fast-paced approach, and then inside of the map of Nuke, we saw much more of a slower-paced approach inside of the game. While True Rippers, they were trying to bring the same stuff that they brought in the map of Mirage, and they just got a little bit too predictable. And once again, as I mentioned, True Rippers, they were just a little bit too confident. And because of that, they were just going for a lot of these dry peaks, they were going for these aim duels, and that just gave the players of God's Reign a big advantage because God's Reign was always sticking together and they played like a nice unit. Inside of the replays too, you can see this over and over again where the ladder room was being abused when God's Reign was on the CT side, but then when the switch up came, God's Reign, they played it quite phenomenally well.
Indeed, True, realizing their potential, knowing that you don't always have to go in for those fast hits on Nuke because CTs are ready for a fast hit. They throw out those mollies and frags to stop that. So God's Reign just waited to bait out the first set of utility and then went for their execute. And it could be on either side, be it A or B, depending on where they were finding the pick and where the rotations were being drawn onto. Even in the last round, they did exactly that. Got the first pick over towards ramp, threatening a push towards the B side and then slowing the pace down, waiting for the set of utilities to be used up or the smokes to fade away, and then ending up at A side, clearing every corner. A picture perfect play from them.
Crazy Gamer, indeed a crazy performance from this man with 21 kills and 16 deaths and with the ADR of 99. But then you've also found Cyclone with 20 kills and 90 ADR. Then you've also got Fired Up with 16 kills, 15 deaths. In general, God's Reign from them, I would say, was a well-distributed performance from every single player. Fired Up, unfortunately, was lacking a little bit. But then you look at True Ripper's side, at Defaulter and McGills. They were just not able to activate themselves. But still, the MVP of this entire series is going to be Defaulter with the KD ratio of 1.29 and the ADR of 183 and with the average kills per map of 13.5.
All on the back of Mirage, the way he was able to outperform everyone on that map, even though his performance was not up to the mark on Nuke, just felt that it's not his comfort zone, he was still able to become the MVP of the series, and that's the level True Rippers hold. But yes, very correctly mentioned that this one map is definitely going to be a slap on their face and on their ego. The way they were just going in for a few of those dry peaks, getting a little too overzealous, trying to pick off God's Reign, which eventually led them to lose a few rounds. And that's the point where God's Reign were able to just pick the momentum up and they never let go of it.
I mean, look at the best players comparison that you see. 157 ADR, 163 average kills per map. Of course, Cloud is going to be the one to take the charge in that. In general, Cloud's stats are a little bit more better compared to Ghost, but how can you forget this was the first ever loss that True Rippers have faced. Now you're finally going to see that one when it comes to that losing side of the bracket. And True Rippers, they're not going to feel as good considering they had a flawless run. In my opinion, if a team's having a flawless run till the grand finals, and when they move inside of the grand finals, it's not that good of a news. You know, you need to have that one sacrificial game.
This could definitely serve as that sacrificial game for True Rippers. 7-1, 7 wins, 1 loss, round difference of 38. There's no other team who's even close to them in terms of that. 10 points. God's Reign following them up, but way too far away, 4-2, with a round difference of 4 and 5 points in their name. They still are 1 match behind them, so maybe could definitely change a few things up out there. Marcos, Fired Up, Enigma, 2E's Gaming. All of them can try and change a few things, but for 2E's, they need to win their upcoming match. If not, then I don't know if they'd be able to make it to the top 3.
You've been speaking about 2Easy Gaming, and yes, ladies and gentlemen, the upcoming match is going to be between Marcos Gaming and 2Easy, but after the short break. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Considering the previous series ended up in quite an interesting note where Godsreen, they took down True Rippers on the map of Nuke, which was completely not expected. An astonishing end to the first series was, but now the second series is going to be even more interesting. Let's move on and look at the schedule. It's going to be Marcos Gaming versus 2EZ Gaming, a team that's been performing not that great inside of the competition so far. 2EZ has been struggling quite a lot, but then speak about Marcos Gaming, they've been having a decent run so far in the games. Bavi as the IGL, Ember as the entry, Raven being the upper, Elvis as the lurk, and then B2 as well as the entry. B2 has been performing up to the mark so far. He's one of those players that is feeling himself inside of the roster.
Veto is definitely the guy who's stepping up, but the one I want to focus on would be Raven, who's the opera of the team again, because the plays that he has been able to make, the amount of presence he was able to show on the map of Overpass, specifically talking about the game when Marcos played against True Rippers, which went to overtime. He was able to shine so much, and if he is the one who would be stepping up for Marcos today, I think so it's going to be too difficult for 2EZ to stop them out, because looking at the map pool, even I think so if they're playing on Ancient or Overpass, Marcos are just going to play like it's their playground.
I mean, as soon as you see inside of the highlights as well, every single player from the side of Marcos Gaming has been doing a phenomenal job. But then you need to speak of the opponents as well. It's going to be 2EZ as BB1 the entry, and then you've also got Recall Master as the upper. iFrags as well has been doing a great job inside of the team. Sinchan being the IGL and P7 as the support. One thing is for sure, Shinchan's shoulders are going to be hurting today because he will need to carry a lot. His calls are going to be of the essence. One single mistake from the side of Shinchan can cost him the entire game. And we have seen that happen a lot of the times in the past. But as I mentioned, you gotta have one star player inside every single roster that's been performing up to the occasion, and it has to be iFrags.
iFrags is definitely the guy we'd be looking up to, but on the other side, what I personally feel is that 2EZ would try to play on the map of Nuke, because that was a map on which BB1 was able to feel himself like anything. The man dropped 25 kills onto his opponent, and it was seeming like he's the one who owns that map. And Shinchan, just the guy that you also mentioned, the IGL of the team, he gives out some great calls on that map. Yes, just a few rounds here and there, and they might have been able to take it home, but at the end of the day, I personally feel BB1 needs to definitely step up.
Time to break the ice and look at the map feed and find out which maps are going to be panned off the pattern, which will be the one that will be picked. It's going to be Inferno by Marcos Gaming. An interesting ban coming out. Marcos Gaming, I guess they do not really want to face the opponents on the default grounds, but then Vertigo being taken out by the side of 2EZ instantly, not even wasting any time. Marcos Gaming with the Nuke return. Anupa's being panned out as well by 2EZ. All the good maps have been already taken away. I'm just waiting for Ancient to be panned out as well. That's probably going to happen, and yes, it did.
Oh, come on. Mirage and Overpass. Overpass is a map that, alright, I'll be looking forward to, because I love the way how teams going for the execute, specifically going in for some splits from Monster as well as towards the side of Sivers. But on the other side, Mirage, again, we've seen this map multiple times now. I want to see some Anubis being brought into the mix, some Vertigo, but I'm surprised at the ban of Inferno, being brutally honest about it, because yes, Marcos might not feel that comfortable, but at the end of the day, I feel that is the map where 2EZ would want to avoid contact as much as possible.
Without a doubt. I mean, you've got the players of Marcos Gaming on the screen, and every single player, they're having a great time, while 2EZ, inside of this tournament, they have been struggling quite a lot. But this time, maybe they would want to switch a couple of things up and astonish Marcos Gaming. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. The map of Overpass is now on the screen as Marcos Gaming, they start off with CT and 2EZ with the terrorist side.
Moving in right away. We'll just have to see where they want to start their execute from, and it just seems they'll be trying to take control of the playground. Moving up ahead. Yes, they've seen a couple of players out there. Mid is where they would try to focus down their attention on. I'm surprised they did not go directly towards the B rush, but are going towards the A directly from the long. Now that's something new.
USPs just tapping away. Still 3 players towards long, and they've already gave their presence away. Clocks in the hand can definitely be quite damaging. And you can clearly see as well, Shinchan was doing a great job, but then the Berettas being pulled out, they do a lot of damage as well in return. Glocks once again up close and personal are going to be the deadly force, but Berettas as well, they're meant for the close range itself. The knife could have came through, but Elvis, he just denies it at the last moment. One more man to go in the name of Ember. Can he do anything at this point? The possibilities of that happening are quite low.
Ember has got to do a lot of heavy lifting, and he might not be able to do any of that. My goodness, where's the second pick? It took years to show, but at the end of the day, still, first round goes in for the side of 2Es. Now, we normally do not see teams going in directly for the push towards A side. We normally see them play a little bit slow, maybe take control of the fountain, then mid, and go towards con, lower con, and go from water, maybe after leaving a couple of players on towards monster, and go for a B split execute. But that's not how this all went. Everyone just went in from E long, trying to take control of that part, and then went in for that plant. A beautiful maneuver, definitely caught Marcos off guard.
Indeed, BB1, a quick push, and already they've found the entry. Such a quick burst on the site. The second man in water falls down as well. What can you even do at this point? Nothing. Just accept your fate and get taken away. It is indeed going to be a mop, considering the players are too easy. They've got their hands on a couple of better weapons. But as soon as Marcos Gaming as well, they get their hands on some good weapons too, things are going to be in a different way.
Definitely needs to be. Because the way things are going on right now, this is definitely not helping out the members of Marcos Gaming at all. Specifically talking about how Elvis, he just walked up blinded. Absolutely blinded. Now that is something that we don't usually see happen, but it needs to be fixed up if in case that continues down the road.
No way.
Oh, that's a nice shot.
Solid shot, actually. At least they managed to take one single gun away. There's also a 5.7 available towards bathrooms, but he's alive. So that's a good news. Marcos Gaming, still yet to find a round on the board. While 2Ez, they've already kicked things off on a great note. MP9, Scout being saved, and also an F7, or also an 5.7 being saved. So let's see how this one's going to be playing out. Another eco from the side of Marcos Gaming. They're really booking it. Probably in the upcoming round, they're going to pull out an op and hope for the best. The Scout gets caught. A good nade, though. It's going to chip out a lot of damage onto Ifrax. Shinchan as well is taken down quite low. 3 players towards water. They're trying their best to mow down the lawn, but the AKs are just replying back even stronger. The spam's going to find Ember. Even P7 finds P2. And now it's all down to Pavi inside of the water lines.
The best position to hold yourself on. Oh my god, that damage from the Molotov. He wanted to burn him alive at that point, and as soon as he tried to move away, was picked apart. That is the type of 2Es gaming I was hoping to see. We were waiting to see, and finally we are seeing such a good coordination from their side. Went in for an A execute very fast in their pistol round, and then they've been going in for a couple of B hits. This time around, maybe want to try going for the exact same thing. Through the monster is where they go. Molotovs being thrown out. Rinchan also going in for some lineups as well. Probably would want to go in through the connector. Sandbag's control has also been established though. Checking the boost to try and go for the spam.
Yeah, he
P7.
did. P7 got shot from somewhere and is taken down to 97 HP. I just heard that little bit of a dink sound and I was like, wait, what just exactly happened? But okay. He's still quite okay. He's good. And now Marcos Gaming, considering this is their buy round, they've also got the op in the hands of Raven. This is going to be an interesting one to see. 2 players holding down Monster, making sure no one's going to be able to pull up. And then you've got Elvis looking towards short, but he's not exactly doing so. Ifrax is not going to be entering inside of the B site just yet. Couple of Molotovs out to clear out the close cuppies. And now slow and steady approach should be the way to go. Shinchan's the man who's already taken the peaks. Interesting, the entry fraggers are in the back. But slow and steady approach towards the A site. And this is where the real bodies will start to hit the deck. Raven's op is doing a lot of damage to the opponents. One more man towards bathrooms, and he will be shut down in the future. And he does. What a flick that was.
Absolutely mind-blowing. Not expecting them to pull off such a round for themselves, but hey, it's just Raven showing off his skills at this point. And that slow round where 2E's just kind of tried to fake B, they were making a lot of noise towards that, were just not able to draw the rotation away from mid, because look at the amount of space that Marcos are taking. They've moved up all towards Fountain. And B2 is also controlling the part of connector. And Raven has now been posted up on that angle, so no one's gonna make a cross. They dare not. I love the fact how Marcos are so evenly spread out. They've left out long though, so that's a weak hole in their defense. Oh my goodness, what a timing. BB1.
Solid stuff. 3v5, and Ember catches the first. And that's it. Towards the site, it's going to be a mop. You just can't do anything. 3v3, the site control's not yet established. Too easy, now starting to fumble. And they've still got some good weaponries on the board. At least this time they took out the Opper. So that's really good news. The M1's going to be able to catch the first man in the front. Recall Master taken down. Beautiful stuff. Towards the short. Now they're probably going to try to approach the P site. And they've explored a lot of the land. Still need to step in. Still need to go for the plan. The first man gets caught while he's trying to cross on his way. On the side itself. Another man behind pillar. Even his position's compromised. Goes for the pig tap. Noah's actually going for the plan itself.
Good move yet again. Marcos were easily able to lock down that entire A push perfectly. Working out in unison. Some fortunate timing coming in from 2Vs, but no backup or follow-up on the back of the space that they were able to take towards A. And then they had to go towards the side where they had no information about whatsoever. So it was inevitable for them to fall. Maybe this round, a few Glocks in the hand, should be able to get a pick or two if in case they all move together. But B2 has found the first one. He's seen the person and he's all moved backwards, baiting them perfectly in the crosshair of Bobby and Ember.
No way. He missed a lot of shots, but at least Ember's the one just anchoring it down. He's like an impenetrable wall. It's next to impossible to walk through him. Good stuff. While Too Easy Gaming, as soon as the players of Marcos Gaming, they got their hands on the better weaponry, they're just starting to fumble down. Too easy. Rough luck.
Tough luck indeed, but finally they'll be having the weapons on board as well. In the first round, they were showing some good executes, but now it seems they've kind of run out of the strategies, because look at the entire control of connector is also now being established. Shinchan moving up, but has been stopped from taking control of the monster entirely. Only just outside of the monster, but the cross has basically been made. If Squeaky gets opened up, they can basically pinch up the players who are playing in towards the water.
Connector control not established yet by the T's. And now it's starting to get a real deal for them. Raven with a 2K. He's able to do a lot of damage. Even Elvis towards Monster. He lines up the bodies. Now the players are quite softened up. P7 with 16 and iFrax with 17.
God.
And even he gets eaten alive. Marcos Gaming, they're just able to get these rounds back to back. They're just able to disrespect the opponents and easily establish their dominance.
Good play indeed. That nade finished off the last two players. Ember Just too precise on the back of it. 2E's Gaming, they're letting go of the control of entire connectors so many times now. They've not been going towards mid. Haven't been taking that space at all. And the more they try to do it, the less likely it would be for Marcos to go on any kind of rotation for any fake hits that are coming in, because they know that they've got that mid control. They know the information that is necessary for them. So they just do not fall fake to any of those rotates. I think so at this point, again, maybe 2Es would have to look forward to capitalize the space on mid or push anyone from toilets backwards, the way how aggressively Marcos are trying to push that space. Maybe try and fight for that space using a few flashes out there.
Good Molotov. Here's the footsteps approaching. And misses the first initial shot. And then gets burnt down by the Molotov. And also gets put to sleep by ifrags. And now Bobby towards the site. He's heard all that commotion. Even B2 looking forward to wrap around. All the way from the back. This lure can be important. Considering the opponents, they just don't really have the better weaponry inside of this scenario. Still, that one single AK in the hands of ifrags can prove massive. He's also got the armor to play around with, so that's a good news.
Ember almost found the timing, but look at the look from B2. My goodness! No one was checking long. He was able to find a perfect timing on the back of it. They're taking so much map space now. They know where the execute is, where the last few players are. And look at Elvis playing so far back. The weapon that they had is also lost. Deagle in the hands. Now he sees the one. And he also forces the fight. Long range is all that he needs. Plant should go down. Molotov comes into place. Yes, bomb has been planted, but a few spams through smoke. P7 still 100 HP. The Kevlar that he has. Eagle, how much can you do? Inside the smoke, he's just being picked apart, bursted down, and will be taken down as well.
Easy pickings for MG once again. While the opponents, they're just not able to find any middle ground. Too easy. The first 3 rounds, everything was looking quite good for them, but then later on, man, the players of Marcos Gaming, they're just asserting dominance, and too easy. They're not able to find a single round.
As you mentioned, I love this pinch that actually came in towards connector though. Realized what was happening and were able to just flush out that one player, but did not anticipate the aggressive push from B2 directly from long. He was able to basically find the loophole in that attacking setup and was able to take them down. Perfect play indeed. Marcos, if they don't have the connector control, they've got the long control. Now, how much space would you be able to watch? That is the question. Oh my god, that nade. Had the player moved out of Squeaky, he would have been taken down instantly.
Yeah. The timing on that was phenomenal. They should have still waited for someone to at least open the door. For now, though, considering you do still see the broken buys in the hands, this is going to be an interesting one. Raven's the man with only just a 5-7 in the hand. And he's also got a lot of money stacked up. I'm not exactly sure what happened there, but let's see. The execute's going to be on the way, but Raven still finds one through the smoke. No way. He's able to get away with murder like a thief in the night. But now Shinchan 2 is starting to make his way slowly and steadily from the back lines. The man's lurking around, but on the site, it's going to be a complete cleanup. And Raven wraps around too. And Shinchan gets tapped in the head.
Not checking those close corners. Raven is now smiling as well, and why should he not? Marcos Gaming are the ones who are just steamrolling on the members of 2Es. The first 3 rounds for 2Es, yes, but after that, they haven't been able to take even a single one. Marcos on a roll right now for 6. 2Es have got creds to buy up for this one, but they've got no money after this. Their economy will be in shambles if they lose this one as well. And we might eventually be looking at an 8-4, that too in the best case scenario.
Good Molotov. Good timing on that. T's being forced back. A lot of time being burnt as well. And now the smoke's going to be there to top it off as well, like an icing on top of the cake, making sure the T's won't get any extra bit of info. Still, iFrags gets caught out. Good smoke. Instant players will need a retrieve in the back, but through Monster, it's a big breach. Elvis, he needs to take care of the back lines as well, but he still managed to squeeze in too short. But P7's there, and he catches him in midair. Too easy out of nowhere for them. There's still a glimmer of hope in this round. It's a 2v3, but the players are quite low. P7's low. Even Xingchan's only got 66 HP. They need to play this one super safe, and team play should be the dream play.
I've got the AWP in the hand of Recoil Master, so that's one thing. And the more guns standing, crosses, aiming, the better. Should be able to keep a hold. The question is, would Marcos be able to get this retake done? Oh my goodness, they win the first one, but Recoil Master blinded gets the pick with the AWP in hand. Ember now has to force his way, catches one out of with utility in the hand, but he does not even have enough time. Yeah, he's just trying to find that pick onto him, and he will be taken down by the bomb explosion. And so was Ember. Heavy investment on the AWP lost.
Raven now pulls out the op. They've still got a lot of money though. Look at Ember, $9,400. Elvis, $5,000. And then you've also got B2 with 4 and Raven with 7. In general, Marcos Gaming is still pretty rich, because they've won a lot of rounds back to back. I think so, almost 5 rounds. So yeah, makes sense. And once again, a quick push towards Monster. A lot of flashes on the way. The combination, I like it, but no one's actually controlling short. And that's going to be an issue. There's a man shrouded inside of the smoke towards short. And as soon as he pulls out, he will probably get a couple of kills. He did, but he only got one, unfortunately. And now, it's a 2v3. But even the Opera gets caught. Recoil Master through the smoke finds Raven. Now it's all down to B2. Out of nowhere, too easy. They've taken matters in their own hands, and they're able to somehow come out on top in these rounds.
Good move indeed. Oh my goodness, that Recoil Master was mastering the recoil, but could not take that aim on towards the head of P2. Still survives with 15 HP and is just running away to try and save the rifle that he has. Good move, good understanding. Yes, agreed. But on the other side, a good adjustment from 2Vs. I really thought that the push that was coming in from Marcos, from Squeaky, if they had the timing perfectly, they would be able to pinch 2Vs just in the side without giving them a lot of space, because they were getting a way too claustrophobic. However, 2Vs just won out straight up in their gun duels and were able to find the space for themselves.
Elvis unfortunately was blinded, or else he could have gotten that second man as well. With the MAC-10, that too moving, he got that kill. Too easy. Now they're able to reply back in a great note.
The players, that's all you need. But again, AWP in the hands of Reven. They're going in for the reinvestment, and look at the amount of space he's having. Too easy. Need to do something about this, and they'll be taken down. The flash was just half a second late. Reven was able to take the first one out of the picture. He'll be just moving backwards, trying to play for survival. They've got the numbers.
Oh. With only Recoil Master taken down, Marcos Gaming, they've only got 1 round's lead. Probably looking forward to make a 7-5 half. They've also got the man advantage, so that's a good thing. Even the op in the hands of Raven's probably going to find a couple of more shots, and it does. A 3v5 scenario. Looks next to impossible to be converted. But you never know. These 3 players can also be a big pin in the foot for Marcos Gaming. But this op on the A site, A site's on a complete lockdown. Good Molotov. P7 being forced back once again. The utility utilization from Marcos Gaming is looking on point, at least for now. They've got some good timings on those Molotovs and nades. Another Molotov towards short. The push is being delayed for a bit more. Bobby's got no clue. There's a man squeezed in, quite close. He hears the gunshots. Now he knows there's a man up close and personal. He finds the first, almost does, but he gets taken down himself. Ember, he gets him down instantly. The trades are there on the board, and just like that, Marcos Gaming, they come to a conclusion with a 7-5 half.
Ember, after that first round, he's been popping off like anything. And you look at Raven as well. Having some fun time. He had the AWP in his hands, was just able to find out some important flushes. And also did not overextend. Now there's the thing. Marcos are not overextending the fights that do not need to be overextended. And that is the reason why they are in the lead. Too easy, yes, on the CT side, Overpass, you can go in for some quick rotations, but you also have to take the space away from your opponents. You've got to know where they're trying to go in for those pushes, and Too easy are just trying to do that. I've got the control of the lower con entirely, as well as are now towards Squeaky. They've got the full mid, almost under lockdown, but they've left long open, and that is where Marcos are looking to move.
Yeah. Glocks in the hand. B2K in the hand of P7. Good haircut. First one taken. Second one, unfortunately, not able to line up. And this time it's going to be MG to come out on top in that duel. 1-for-1 trade. Two players in the front. He still finds a connection. B2. I'm telling you, Glocks are underrated in the pistol round. He can just run and shoot. And you saw the level of accuracy you can get even that far away. It's crazy. Oh.
Shinchan also landing one head.
Yeah, he just says hi.
How much more? Yeah. Hello there. Got you lacking. There's the thing. He's basically got a timing on the walkway though. He could be able to kind of stop the plant. Has given a lot of foots away though. His position noted. He's ending up in a crossfire. No way for him to isolate the duels, and Elvis finds the skull. Good round again from Marcos. They realized that mid might have been pushed up, so they all grouped up and then re-cleared the space. And honestly, even though Too Easy were the ones who found the first pick, the player should have just retreated when he was down towards toilets. He needed to run backwards, or at least should have waited for his team to come in for the engagement before he himself tried to take upon 3 people. And he did see full cavalry coming up in front of him. That was a massive mistake, which eventually resulted in a round loss. But on the other side, Marcos Gaming now. Look at the control that they have. Directly towards B long outside Monster. They've got the A long control. Towards Connector. The spray down is perfect.
Yeah, this round's going to be easy pickings. It's an eco round, so you can't really say much. But the upcoming round for Too Easy is a must-needed one. If they don't, the round count will be 10-5. And that in itself, when you see a double digit on the scoreboard, somewhere down the line, it just plays around with your psyche. And your confidence just drops down low. So you need to stop that double digit happening on the scoreboard. The wheels are also starting to click in, but at least up close and personal, P7 wins that duel. Even if they're able to take 2 more guns away inside of this round, it will be considered a successful eco. But instead, it's Raven. Through the smoke, he finds BB1.
Frags. Can he find the lucky head? No. He'll be able to bring him down to 3 HP. But Raven, just having the Galil in the hand, would be able to carry it for the next one. Marcos Gaming again rolling like anything. And even though they lost 1 weaponry, they are nowhere inferior to Too Easy in terms of those utilities. 3 AKs, 2 Galils on board. On the other side, all 4 M4s. I don't think so. Marcos would be, again, having any kind of disadvantage. Plus the way that they're taking that map space. They're giving up on the mid only to re-clear it later. Too easy should probably have the read. They're not stopping the A-long push whatsoever. So maybe they can try and push A-long themselves and threaten a pinch, make a pincer maneuver, try and catch the members of MG. But MG have just decided to probably rotate down towards the monster now.
And that's what they're doing too. Ember towards connector. Approach is there.
Boost.
But it's all about the execution. Spam's on the point as well, just a little bit more to the right. And maybe you can find that kill. Flashes out for his teammate. The flash was good, but unfortunately, the flash doesn't exactly connect to the place where they want it to. Bobby still gets taken down anyways, and P7, with an instant trade, he gets taken down itself. But what matters is the intel that they got.
True, but I still feel P7 just pushed up way too much. He got the first pick, but wait a second, Shinchan, he could find a timing, and yes, he did. Ember's been taken down. A good move. Again, slowly creeped up from long, was able to find the timing of the player was playing in toilets, was able to take him down. Knife frags. 1 for 1.
If he kept on spraying that, he could have found a 2K easily. And now going for the plan as well. It's going to be 3 players just flooding onto the sites. The Khalil's doing a lot of damage. Will also retrieve an AK in the hand, and all he needs to do is connect that one single shot to the dome. And the player's now slowly and steadily starting to walk. A good smoke, gonna distract Shinchan a bit more. Wraps around the pillar, found the connection, and he clutches it with only 6 HP.
Should not have been allowed to do that, but what a clutch. What an insane clutch. Now here, when P7 got the first pick, he moved up ahead, more front towards water. That's where I feel he kind of overextended. Even iFrags was not ready for the second fight. He was ready for one, but did not expect the second player out. Basically was caught, but a good 1-for-1 trade that was for Marcos whatsoever.
Look at the amount of utilities being tossed. This push is anticipated. But still, P7 gets away with a murder. Ember, that too, the entry man's now taken out. What is going on?
What?
P7, a 2K in return. And now they've also managed to retrieve the guns in their hands. This is not good at all for Marcos Gaming. They're starting to get eco'd. The bodies are falling down like flies. And now Bobby in a 1v5 left to clutch it out. 4 AKs on the board for too easy. With only 93 HP. HP's good. But the problem is, how can he deal with the situation that he's being put up in? Finds the first, but an instant trade.
They all knew where he was coming from. They were looking at the same choke point from 3 different angles. He isolated the first one, but I would not call it a complete isolation because the second player was just ready to trade. A good round indeed. P7 this time. His aggressive push, his ego peak paying off. Now that's the kind of calculated risk that anyone would appreciate. He needed to make a play, they were on the eco, and he got 2 amazing headshots.
They've got 3 AKs on the board. It just feels really weird to see. It feels like the CTs are the one buying AKs in the shop, and then the Ts, yeah, they're just left with a couple of pistols. If MG is able to convert this eco into a win, it's going to be the mental breaker for Too Easy. And that's it. Right then and there, Too Easy are probably going to lose the game. Without a doubt. But if this eco is lost, once again, it will be a new ray of hope for Too Easy to make a comeback. And the op towards connector is going to be able to find a lot of info, considering there's no one off the bat to push up close and personal, but this spray could have been good. Tech9 once again starts to hurt quite a lot, but another spray comes in from BB1, and it catches both the players.
Oh! It's a crispy shot of the Glock.
You just love to hear the dink sound. It's so satisfying.
I know, right?
This is what I miss. Yeah, this is what I miss in the new video games. Those satisfying headshot sounds.
ASMR?
Yeah. It's just music to my ears. But P7, Bobby shut down. Up in the hands of Recall Master. His name is Recall Master, but is he really controlling Recall with an op? And he's also the primary opper for the team. That's even a big question mark. Think about it.
That's a good question. Sure to ask an answer from him, but
oh my god, the whip.
Shin-chan, my goodness. Okay. All right. He did it. He was able to bring it back. We can let him off the hook for a few seconds out there. Yes, he did whip those early shots, but just was ready for that double peak. And the timing on that double peak was a little bit off. Shin-chan capitalizing on the back of it. But these shots that connected from Raven, absolutely phenomenal. Mentioned about the ray of hope for Too Easy, and they're finally starting to see it.
Oh. Towards Garden. Two players playing quite aggressive. 10-7 the scoreline being. That means Marcos Gaming, they've got a lot to worry about. 3 more rounds. The scoreline will be tied up. All the advantage and the cushion they had will start to fade away. And it's something they cannot afford to have. And BB1's probably going to go for this spam. He finds a lot of connections too. Not a lot of damage. It's okay.
Yeah, it could have been lethal had he connected a couple of bullets right onto the head. But as the utils now are being dumped in, this is entirely a fake. Are they looking to go and end up towards A, or they're just waiting to grab some rotators and catch them off guard? That is exactly what could happen over towards the connector if you see it. Ember finds the pick, the necessary and crucial one as well, but the trade comes in. BB1, oh my goodness, monster!
It's a whole army of Marcos Gaming just marching inside of the site. And even Raven from the short empties it out. 2 players on the side with not a lot of HP, while the opposition, they've got much more uncompetitors. But Raven, he still finds that haircut on Recall Master and shuts down the op. P7, he can be the clutch maker. Goes for the plant once again, and P7 will be caught off guard. Beautiful stuff from Marcos Gaming. 1 more round away from the match point.
What a timing! From Raven, a perfect. As soon as the bomb plant tap was there, that flick was actually pretty good from Ember. He knew that the CT would try to push it. P7 would try to get the timing, and he found a timing on the back of it, just 1 step ahead. Good thinking by Marcos Gaming and a good cover fire. But on the other side, yes, just as I was talking about, they sent in the first wave of utilities towards B to catch a rotator coming in from A, and down in the connector, Ember was able to win out his own crucial duel, and on the back of it, they followed it up, but oh my god.
Oh, I don't like this.
Beat.
It's pushed up way too close. And even towards the side, the entry's already found. Marcos Gaming, how are they just able to walk inside of the site like that while no one's watching the entries? It's something you do not really see happen often. But P7's flank should be able to find something. There's a man in the front. If P7 does find the timing, things can be good. But he's just anchoring that spot down. It's really tough to flush him out of that spot.
Oh!
And yeah, Bobby just waits so patiently for that lurk. And he finds the connection. Shin-chan spotted. He gets a 2K almost. Not anymore.
Javi won that clutch. The corner was not checked. You always need to check your corners, and that's exactly what Too Easy missed. And that eventually costed them the round. They all were pushing up. Even towards A long, you saw a couple of people being pushed up. They also made that push from short towards the toilets, controlling the mid. The lurk timing, yes, understandable. It was good, but at the same time, you need someone to at least watch towards B to let you know about the execute. MP9s all across the board. On the other side, you've got the AKs, AWP into the mix. I see absolutely no way for Too Easy to actually take this round until and unless, of course, MG overextend or they are kind of caught in a pinch.
And now,
Slowly.
especially
Mhm.
when you see Marcos Gaming with on the match point, this is going to be an interesting one. Because Marcos Gaming, all they need is one more round in the back and everything's going to be good. While you see everyone just buying the MP9s in the side of Too Easy, because they've got no other option anyways. They're low on cash, they're low on everything, low on morale as well. So yeah, they got to book it. They just got to get whatever they can, and they just got to keep on moving forward.
Holding the push, Marcos Gaming outside the monster. They can try and find a timing on the back of it. P7, he will not see until and unless a couple of players make the cross, and that's what's happening. He's just got the utility in hand. Oh my god, and they know where he is. The flush is just going to be there. Ember, perfect with those shots, and they actually triple it up.
Once again on the side, the man's trapped, and BB1 just shuts down Ember. With the MP9s, it's really getting tough to clutch it out, but still they're clicking quite a lot. And a little bit of a TK going on in the feed. Elvis, unfortunately, kills his own teammate, and now the situation's taken down to a 1v1. Hopefully they're not going to be regretting this TK later on, because Bobby, he's walked into the site. And he's also slowly and steadily checking out every single corner towards Graffiti as well. And now needs to recover the C4. Still, BB1 has not switched the gun just yet. He knows the last man's on the site, but Bobby's on the rotate. He's got 20 seconds in hand, and he can rotate all the way to the opposite side and just go for the plant.
A good, smart move indeed. A free plant for him, and he's got all the area, all the real estate, and he can play in so many corners. I do not think so BB1 would be able to clutch it out, let alone anticipating how upfront Bobby is playing. He swaps up the weaponry, gets the AK in the hand, but he's got to be ready for this push. Moving in up the stairs. So very close, Bobby. He could find the timing, and he does. It's going to be Marcos Gaming winning out the map of Overpass. What a play coming in from their side.
Marcos Gaming, good patience showcased. But later on, for a moment, it felt like Marcos Gaming definitely could lose a lot. Especially when Too Easy started to gain that momentum once again and gain that confidence inside of the game. But then Marcos Gaming, they just clinch their fists against the opponents and their nicks, and they just get this game secured. Game 1's going to be taken away by the side of Marcos Gaming, but the upcoming map is going to be an important one too. Considering Marcos Gaming, they are one of the true warriors, or they are one of the good competitors inside of the scene. Too Easy, they definitely showcased a lot of struggles because they have moved in from the open qualifiers itself. It is understandable.
That is indeed true, but at the same time, yes, they've qualified from the open qualifiers, but they really need to step up on their game. They showed how well they can try and control the pace. In the first 3 rounds, they were getting into the heads of Marcos Gaming out there. They had that opportunity, but it just seemed that after the first 3 executes, they had absolutely no idea as to how to counter the strategy that Marcos Gaming developed. So adaptability is something that they need to work on.
I mean, let's relive the moment with the highlights and see exactly how the action kicked off. I mean, off the bat, we saw a lot of the things just happen back and forth, especially 3 rounds back-to-back being taken away from Too Easy was giving them a lot of ray of hope. But then later on, as soon as Marcos Gaming, they got their hands on the better weapons, Marcos Gaming was hitting them hard back-to-back. They won 5 rounds in the row, but then unfortunately for Too Easy, later on, they started to sort of fumble down even more. Marcos Gaming, for a moment in the mid-pack of the game, Marcos Gaming was also doing the same thing where they were losing that momentum.
True. They were. We saw Too Easy slowly pick up the pace and were able to grab a few rounds for themselves. But again, they just ran out of gas in the tank. That is what it felt like. They were sometimes not ready for the second fight, but there were always some hopes being shown up, specifically talking about that round.
Yeah.
In which they had not good weaponries. They were all on the eco, and they were able to pull that one off as well.
That eco round was impressive. With just Deagle's been able to find the connections, it was quite satisfying, and Pavi in the end with a one-on-one clutch, of course, to come out on top. And unfortunately, TK did happen in that last round, but it's okay. Sometimes misfortune or misinformation do get relayed. But for now, we've got the scoreboard, and Elvis with the top frag from the side of Marco's game with 15 kills and 11 deaths, and the ADR of 101, and BB1 from the opposite side of 2Easy, which 13 kills and 17 deaths and 72 ADR. Once again, 2Easy Gaming, as you mentioned, they've got a lot to improve on, considering so far they're not doing as great in the overall standings.
That is true. And of course, the next map, it's going to be Mirage, one of the map that almost all the teams are very comfortable on, having no problem on adjusting. But we're going to have a look at this head-to-head as well. Marcos Gaming, Elvis on the other side, BB1, both the top fraggers of their own team. Elvis with the KD ratio of 1.36, ADR of 101, and he's got 15 kills on this map. Now, there were a couple of players who had 19 kills, but still, his ADR was just way too high. It clearly showed how much damage he was outputting in every single round out there, and he had a ding on almost all the players out there.
Exactly. Ladies and gentlemen, as you guys know, the upcoming map of Mirage is going to be on the way, but after the short break. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, because after the first map of Overpass, now it's time to move on towards Mirage. We've seen a lot of Mirage recently, but this Mirage, I'm hoping for something different. Too Easy, a team that came in all the way from the open qualifiers. They're of course showing a lot of signs of struggle, but all it takes is one single map to lift your confidence up, and maybe this Mirage can be the way to go. Marcos Gaming, on the other hand, they have been dominating the players of Too Easy, but anything can happen, because it's the future, we never know.
We've already witnessed one of the upsets out there, right? God's Reign taking away one map from two Rippers who were seemingly undefeated and were, feeling like they're invincible. Maybe we can witness the second one as well, because Too Easy Gaming, of course, they've got a lot of potential. They were able to come up from the open qualifiers. They definitely deserve a spot standing up with all these Goliaths. But I still feel they need to take that final step towards the finish line. They really need to jump over that last hurdle, and that is their mental barrier itself.
Here we go. It's time to move on towards Mirage. While Too Easy and Marcos Gaming, the brawl continues. Too Easy towards CT and Marcos Gaming towards T. And oh no, the first tech pause of the day. Producer, please do something about it.
Who jinxed it, man? Who jinxed it? We were having such a great evening. We were enjoying seeing good starts, good finishes to the games, even during the matches. But here we go.
Well, seems like it's going to be 4v4 day once again.
I don't think so. I guess we're going to have the fifth player back quickly. Let's hope so, unless I would have jinxed it myself. Let's hope the producer does not scold me as well for saying that out loud. But
oh, he's back.
He's back.
His camp feed was there. Yeah, finally, yes.
Yes.
Pog.
Yes. GG's. Lucky day.
The game's not even started yet.
It still will be a GG.
Oh.
In either sense.
You got a point, though. You got a point, for sure. A man who can predict the future. He knows that the game's going to be GG. Maybe he should have been Maybe you should have been a fortune teller. That's what you call him, right?
That's my pastime hobby.
Really? Part-time hobby?
It is. It is.
Can you tell mine?
Oh, one thing that I can predict is that you can do some amazing hype casting in this game.
No, I'm not talking about this game itself. I'm talking about like my whole future. If it's something bad, don't say it in front of chat, because they're probably going to make a lot of fun of me. So yeah, don't do it.
A lot.
Yeah.
A lot of it.
You know what? Let's avoid it. But yeah, for now, focusing on the game that's in front of us. Too Easy. Already their faces, they're not looking that well. It feels like their mental has definitely dropped down quite a lot, because before the first game started, they were looking quite happy, but now the smiles have faded away from their faces.
They would need a good convincing win for their morale to get back up on the feet. I really like the backgrounds that are all coming in though. All of them playing in together at the end of the day. But yes, this map, Mirage, basically a home ground to almost everyone out there. Having a field day, maybe what they would want to, but getting the read on the opponent is going to be their key to victory. And yes, they are pretty sad at this point, but on the other side, even Marcos Gaming are not looking too comfortable. You can see all the serious faces because they realize the threat from Too Easy is absolutely real, and if they let loose on the leash even for a single second, they are going to have it in their faces.
And not just that, imagine if you get defeated by a team that's came in from the open qualifiers and that's not doing good so far, and that's not won a single map so far in general. It's going to be quite disturbing, right? Even the egos will be shattered massively, and considering Marcos Gaming is one of the top orgs in India as well, it's not going to be good. So yeah, understandable why Marcos Gaming does not want to lose to Too Easy.
That's the main thing. I've got a reputation to uphold. But at the same time, I mean, in the previous one, every time we saw some embers of life coming in the members of Too Easy, Marcos were quick on that adjustment. Now this is the main thing that always comes into play, the experience of all of these players. They do realize what's happening, and they quickly wrap their heads around and develop a counter strat on the go. The better a team is able to do that, the stronger it basically seems. True Rippers are the masters of it, and also of the mechanical gameplay. But on the other side, God's Reign, it took them one map only to realize what was wrong in their play and were able to quickly set things up in motion and stole away a map from them. And that's exactly what Enigma and Marcos are also able to do. We've got to see that from the side of Too Easy in this time around, as we'll be jumping into the game now.
Finally, the game begins. The wait's over, and we kick things off with a pistol round as usual. Marcos Gaming on the T and Too Easy on the CT. All the 5 players just looking forward to move inside of the B site. Once again, it seems like a quick approach, but then everyone starts walking. But even from the side of Too Easy, no one's really overcommitting to anything. They're playing it quite safe. Towards the apartment's going to be a heavy hit from the side of Marcos Gaming. A couple of flash utility smokes out as well. Even the window's going to be smoked out. Beautiful stuff in that regard. And just like that, the site gets emptied out. The entire site's in their hands, and it's also going to fall into place. But Recall Master, all the way through market, he shuts down 2 players overextending.
They wanted to double peek and clear that area, and he just welcomed both of them with some amazing headshots. And Elvis finally able to shut him down as well. But are they going to anticipate this lurk coming in from the apartments? Though, no, some shots being fired, and BB1 wins out in that trade. Now the situation brought down to a 2v2. Make it a 1v2. Glock in their hand. Ember, can he pull something off?
From the back with the P2K. Whips a lot of shots. This is not good, but he still somehow wins the duel. Oh no! But as long as Marcos Gaming to win the round, that's all that's gonna matter. A little embarrassing, but it's okay. As long as you win the round, that's all that matters. And you can clearly see on Bobby's face too, he just cannot believe what he saw. That's why he just closes his eyes and he thinks for a second what he just did.
He's just thinking, why does it not happen with me? Why am I the one who's getting one-tapped? But at the same time though, yes, indeed a good round coming in. It was almost a situation which 2Es were able to pull off, but Marcos Gaming again moving up towards mid and a perfect spray down. More down from B2 was quickly able to shut down the entire push of 2Easy.
Yeah. Beautiful stuff. And Marcos Gaming, all the players on the site. Elvis this time shuts down P7. Once again, it's an eco round considering we know Marcos Gaming, they've got the better weaponry. Of course, they're going to be the one to come out on top. And just like that, a clean sweep.
I would still say the idea from 2Easy was pretty good. Moving up in the mid, trying to have the numbers in their favor and then take the fight. They just did not anticipate the spray down that would come from B2. And he's feeling it this one. 4-1. We've seen Marcos Gaming having some fun time on the map of Ancient. But on Mirage, they seem to be even better. Again, mid is where they control, but what a shot from Recoil Master. A gap in the smoke was all he needed and quickly repositions himself towards the connector.
Impressive stuff. Towards mid, there's a lot of players and Shinchan gets overwhelmed. Recoil Master trying his best to hold things off towards connector, but he just catches a lot of hurt. The man towards ladder room, but he gets dealt with. Elvis falls down. Recoil Master with the op. He's making a lot of work happen. A 3v4. We're 2Easy. What just happened? What? Raven just dropped down on the head of iFrags. Oh no. That's why you always check what's underneath you.
Tripping onto his death. It's a good molly coming in. iFrags will be pushed backwards. On the other side, Bobby will be trying to take that space up towards the arches. Now that's the fight which will be most crucial in this area. Still watching that angle up close. Patience is going to be the key from iFrags. When he's going to peek out, he's just waiting for his teammate to quickly peek into the apartment.
Yeah.
But everything's smoked off.
Patience is the key. And still both the players, they've got a crossfire setup. Look at this. Anyone who decides to step out of that window will be dealt with easily. And now, the man looking forward to be a little bit more aggressive. Bobby spots him out. His position's compromised towards B. And considering there's only 2 players alive, even Emperor wraps around from the back. He's getting a lot of the stuff done. But eventually, Bobby gets picked off by P7. Emperor in a 1v2 scenario. Both the players towards the apartment side. One man's towards the site. In the smoke, Emperor, he still wins that duel. It's quite an essential one, too. And 2EZ Gaming, they have won the round, considering time just ran out.
Just a little bit too long. I'd be lying if I say that they were only taking their time. It seemed like they were having a stroll in the garden. But the amount of time they were able to spend. Yes, you've got to wait for your teammate to go for the wraparound, but at the same time, Marcos Gaming need to have an idea about the timing. They can't just hope that 2EZ would be overextending every single time, because that's not what's going to happen. But oh my goodness, that bunch of utility recoil master being pushed backwards. And they lost the AWP, so that's a heavy investment.
Interesting. MP9s, M1, FAMAS, 4 AKs, and 1 Deagle in the hands of Marcos. And a man's pushed up quite deep in towards apartments. There's a chance he can catch at least someone off guard. And speak about catching players off guard, even BB1 will be taken down soon enough. He squeezed himself in all the way to the spawn. Raven catches the first man. At least it's going to be a quick trade on the board. A 4v4 to go. And Raven, what a crazy shot that was. BB1 gets a 2k still. Now the situation's boiled down to a 2v2. 2 MP9s in the hands of St. Shan and iFrags. While Emperor and B2, they've both got an AK in their hands. And it's going to be a quick approach from the CT towards the site, not even wasting any time. Emperor is in the closed lines. MP9 might just shut him down, and that's what exactly happens. The second man's going to wrap all the way from the back, from the CT itself. And Shigshan, he's going for that defuse. He's sticking it. Gets caught through CT. And now it's a 1v1, but iFrax is going to be the one to find the haircut.
No defuse kit though, but I think so he's got more than sufficient time to go for that defuse. But yes, was way too close for any kind of comfort. Again, every single round is just going to that last 1v1. For a couple of times we saw everyone running out of time, but jeez, the slow pace that's always being put in this entire map, and not just from one side but from both the sides. Trying to take that space, moving around, and it's like someone is getting off, being caught in those positions. That's both of them. Because you may never know where the hit is going to come from which corner. That's the amount of loopholes that we are seeing.
5v5, Tech 9s and Deegs in the hands. Unfortunately, the Raven, he's broke. This time, even Marco's Gaming's economy is quite broken. It's in shambles. And if shots like these keep on hitting up, it's a big problem for Marcos. 2 players towards main, and what a great shot that was. Bowie. Finally, Marcos Gaming being able to do something done here. And now, both the players once again just standing up there, not giving away that A-main control just yet. P7 waiting for at least someone to just flood out of that A-main, but that's not going to be the case. Everyone's just playing with a lot of patience.
I love the patience that's being shown. And on towards the other side, 2EZ are just not pushing. They're staying put. They realize they need to take long fights, but my goodness, Bhavi is just feeling himself on the Deagle this time. But P7 in sandwich, tucked up, gets one, gets traded as well.
Oh, the man gets spotted towards connector. Shinchan's position's compromised. One man moving in all the way from the back, from CT itself. And iFrags, even he's giving his position away. One towards connector, one towards CT. The man towards CT gets caught. AK retrieved in the hands. And even the bomb's being planted. Shinchan, now slow and steady approach towards the side. It's going to be the way to go. He smokes off the bomb. And fake tap comes on the way. He's actually going to go for the stick. This is crazy. He might just find the defuse, but no. At the last nick of time, he gets shut down.
Almost. Just as I mentioned, these rounds are just way too close for any kind of comfort. And Marco's gaming, it was their save round. And if this is the kind of way we're going to see on the back of the shots that were hit by Bhavi, you can just give those deagles in his hand and he'd be able to even bring a round back from the brink. No AWP investment. Maybe in the next round we're going to see that. Not quite sure if they wanted that Molly to land the underpass. Maybe it was supposed to go inside. Oh my goodness, Shin-chan!
Great shot towards Raven. These eco rounds as well sometimes do hurt quite a lot. And how was iFrax able to find one with just a USP in his hands? Pavi, in the previous round, this man was connecting some insane shots, and this time, he just gets shut down with the USP. That's going to be heavy hitting for him. And now it's a 3v5. M1 has been recovered by iFrags, even towards short. There's an AK. So I'm not even exactly sure what can be done here.
Recoil Master in the nest. Waiting. The hit is going towards B. That's where the bomb is making its way. But iFrags in an off angle. It's a one and done. Waiting for the peak timing. Utilities gets thrown. He knows there are at least two people out here. Still waiting. Still being careful. And what a perfect discipline coming in. But Ember is the one who's still making things difficult. It's down to 1v2.
A 1v2. Here's the approach through short. Unfortunately, he turns his back, and the timing's in the hand of Recoil Master. But he switches to the nade. An opportunity, a chance to clutch it out. He needs to retrieve the C4. That's what he exactly does. Goes for the plant, and this gives the opportunity to the opponent to close on up a bit more, but he still somehow wins it. How? Emperor, with the HP disadvantage, he still comes on top.
This guy, Ember, spreading like a wildfire. That was a 1v4 which he won. Absolutely phenomenal display of mechanics. Taking the fights on the fronts where he knew he could win. Got the first one on BB1, found the second, was ready for the third. The fourth one, yes, Recoil Master had the perfect opportunity, even switched up the frag. Tried to burst him down, which got him down to such a low HP. 26 if I'm not wrong. One bullet anywhere could have done the trick. But Ember just peeking as soon as he planted the bomb. And that too from the angle which was not expected by Recoil Master. Again, these brain games. So good.
2-4 being the scoreline. Up in the hands of Recoil Master, unfortunately gets shrouded in the smoke. Not exactly the op, but the scout. For now, BB1 is pushed up close and personal towards Palace. He's only able to get away with one. But still, that one's going to be a crucial one, considering they do not really have that good of buys compared to the players of MG, where they are on a full stack buy. While too easy, a little bit broken buys in their hands. Famas, good shot. Nate's going to find the closure. P7, beautiful stuff. On the site, able to anchor it down, but even the Molotov forces him out. A haircut from Ember. He rips off his skull. And now Recoil Master all the way towards CT with the scout. He finds the connection, but not the closure.
Maybe iFrag. Wasn't for some spam. Does not quite connect the shot. B2 is quite low in the HP. Wanted to play in the off angle. Ember knows a little bit too better. And after the previous round, this man is now feeling it. He needs to be shut down. Otherwise, I'll be pretty worried for 2EZ. Their defensive setup still now, we're looking pretty decent. They're pushing at a few points where they need to, and also playing in pretty safe on the other parts of the map. But now, they need to change a few things because Ember is just being an unstoppable force. And 2EZ are down back to their save. Deagles in the hand. BB1, B7. Definitely try and make a play, but B2 takes care of P7 out there. Seems like we're talking in codes.
The player's low. An eco round. It should be winnable. Oh no, Raven. He thought that he's being the sneaky man towards connector, but doesn't think that there's a man holding the smoke as well. Side entry is possible, and considering it's an eco round as well, it should be easily doable. 3 players, from which all the 3 of them have AKs. One man's all the way rotated towards CT, and even he gets dismantled. Now, high frags with the AK. He can definitely try to clutch it out. It's 1v3. It is pullable. But let's see.
Oh my god. Ember, the only man in the entire lobby who's on double-digit kills. Literally the only guy. The closest to him is the man B2 on 9. And then you've got P7 and Recoil Master along with Shinchan on 8. This guy is just solo handling too easy at this point. Marcos Gaming are also making quite a lot of mistakes, not checking their close corners, taking too much time. But on the other side, it's good flash coming in. Recoil Master now posted up. P1 though, playing so very aggressive. But Raven is the one who finds the first pick. On Cat, Shinchan taken down. 4v5. Advantage, Marcos Gaming. Oh, what a drop shot, Ember. It just wins every duel.
Rough luck. Barrel stuffed in the mouth and instantly fires a shot. And now it's a 5v3. And the 3 players remaining from Too Easy, all they can do is just back away. But they still do get caught while they try to fade away. Now only 2 players left alive. Even they need to save their weaponry. Recall Master with his hands on the op. Maybe he can find the what? Elvis.
Ow.
That was a great flick onto the skull of that player. And now P7 towards main. He's probably going to be able to get 1 or 2. That's it. Not more. Okay.
Said it a second too early. Love the fact how even now Ember is the only one with the double digits. P2 could not find even a single pick.
Yeah, the only reason why I said that is because in that angle, whoever's sitting on top of that entire ledge will have the advantage over whoever is moving in from the A-man itself. But he's still got taken down like that.
It's just now the case of confidence, which Too Easy have lost entirely. They're not having any kind of read on what Marcos are trying to do. That's those slow rounds, they've basically gotten into their heads, and now they're just trying to find the pick left and right. Even in the eco round, there was an opportunity for them to actually win that out. They had the read as well that the hit is going towards the A. But still the player playing towards connector, they had the AK in their hand and they fought aggressively. Instead, he could have just moved backwards towards the jungle, played defensively, cleared those angles. But on the other side now, Bhavi. What a perfect peak timing coming on the back of his teammates' contact.
Molotov towards under Palace. It's completely clear. Now they probably need to still look on forward and clear the connector side, which is not cleared yet. But Recall Master once again can't find the surprising effect inside of that position. Raven will probably go for the checkup. He does so, finds the headshot. And that's it. This round as well, been secured by Marcos Gaming. It's a complete stroll on this entire map. Marcos Gaming, they're just asserting dominance. And they're looking like the alphas, or the Giga Chad, whatever you'd like to call them.
Then the alphas, Ember is the Giga Chad.
You know what? Who's the real Giga Chad?
The producer.
It's the viewers.
Ooh. I'm gonna agree with you. 100% agree with you on that one.
Who does it?
Marcos. BB1 playing way too aggressive. Over ahead of the smoke in connector. Quickly backs off. Marcos Gaming have established the mid control. But on the other side, AWP in the hands of 5 frags. Try and wait for the timing for the peak. Just the angle is way too tight for him to hold.
Yeah, that's why I'm not a big fan of pixel angles. Unless you know that the player's just going to be walking in, then only it's understandable to hold a pixel peek, but still, too risky. BB1 with the nade, been able to follow up. While iFrags and BB1, they themselves are quite low. Look at B2. Oh, he's managed to squeeze in so deep. BB1's position's compromised, and B2 is just waiting for him to walk out of that smoke. The smoke fades away. BB1 found on the site. A site's now almost completely exposed. B2 is moving up close and personal, quite aggressive, but unfortunately he gets caught from two sides. And now it's a 3v2 scenario. P7 tucks himself under Palace, does not get expected in that position, and will find a 2K.
Finally. After so many rounds now, Too Easy were able to grab one for themselves. AWP can also be picked up. In the hands of Recoil Master, he'll be probably going towards mid, where he loves to play in the sniper's nest. But if they really want to change a few things out there, maybe they can try and post him up towards the A, because he's been spotted on B a couple of times, and that's not where Marco's Gaming lean on. Everyone is going towards the Palace alley. Stairs have been mollied off, and Raven has gotten off by himself, but P7 is the one who finds the opener with the M4.
Oh, he disrespects the Molotov, and he just walks out like that. He's not scared of anything. Not even the Molotovs, not even the utilities on his way. The only thing he can see in front of him is that round win. Good nade. It's going to collect the kill. B2, solid stuff. Another flash and a peek with it to combine, but unfortunately the player in the front just does not get flashed. iFrags and Recall Master, the two remaining player, but the B execute's going to be on the way. Not exactly the execute, but Pavi just trying to play a little bit of mind games here and there. It's going to find a clean stroll towards B site, and the plant will be there as well.
Still got to clear the market area.
No, he's going to rotate all the way back from the CT. That's a fake. He's trying to draw out some attention, but no, he misses up. He messes up so bad. He's going to get the plant down. Recall Master think that he's probably going to make the push happen, but as soon as the plant's heard, both the CTs are going to rush in to the site.
He's got to watch the angle. He does not know where the second player is. So he's still got to play it safe. But on the other side, Bhavi playing behind the van. Both of them moving up from market, now towards Benz. The contact has been made. His position unveiled, jumps up, and he could try to get one, but he messed up again. He got the second opportunity.
4 bullets. And what? He just goes for the stick. Oh my god, iFrags.
Oh my god.
You gotta have nerves of steel to pull something like that. 8-4 half, ladies and gentlemen, from the first one. And considering Marcos Gaming, they did not really expect that stick. Yeah, it's definitely gonna sting them.
Stinging them is just going to be an understatement. Bhavi had 2 different opportunities to make this a 1v1. He did it, but it was just way too late at the end of the day. So this definitely is going to hurt him. On the other side now, I still would feel it's a pretty solid ending for Too Easy, given the way how they were losing round after round, ending up on a 4-8 situation. We have seen God's Reign coming back against True Rippers. Definitely Too Easy also have got the exact same potential. The question is, will Marcos Gaming allow them for that? Pistol round, P7 gets the opener.
Once again, I mean, on the side, it's a quick flood. Trades did happen back and forth, but Bhavi is here to collect a couple of more. Marcos Gaming, I cannot believe they are on the verge of losing this entire round, but a quick hit towards B actually worked out for Too Easy. A great way to start things off on the second half. That means even the upcoming round's going to be in their hands. Too Easy for them. It's going to be date with destiny because the upcoming round's going to make them 6-8 on the scoreline.
I'm still quite confused how and why were Marcos not able to win out in that situation, because it was the stag side. They had 4 players there. One playing archers, a couple of them playing on site itself. But the way how Too Easy was just able to clear all of those corners, Marcos were not playing in for the trades.
Sneaky man. He's
Shin
sneaked in.
Chan,
Yeah.
long
Shin
range
Chan's got
fight.
no clue.
Not the best weaponry.
He's got no clue the man's close, though. And yeah, I think so he's going to get taken down right here. He does. 3 players peeking out at the same time. How can you even take them all down with just a MAC-10? With not a lot of bullets left in the magazine. But Bavi, when he gets his hands onto that weapon, and now it's a big problem. Oh, that need.
Recoil Master's got a pretty solid angle up in the palace, but he's got to be worried about the player lurking behind him.
Oh, on the right. Look at this. On the right. Oh,
Exactly.
wow. Still catching.
How and why? And why is Recoil Master not able to finish him off? He's going to
What?
get spot! B2!
That MAC-10 was the only hope they had. And unfortunately, they lost the MAC-10 and also the hope. And now the rest 2 players just going for a save towards the spawn itself. They're not going to be caught. Not enough time for ifrax to actually wrap around. So, a decent save considering they managed to save 1 Galil in their court. And now maybe with the buys as well, they will have a bit more decent economy.
Good riddance. Still quite surprised how was B2 able to win that fight. Should not have been able to, but at the end of the day, just a better aim coming in from him. That's all. Too easy now going in for a very deep ball setup. 1-2-2, wherein a player going in from the underpass should have an idea that there's someone playing up above Cat, which has basically been smoked off, so no one's going to be able to push up. They want to try and pinch a player who might have been playing on connector. Still have to be worried. Oh, just a pixel above. That's all. A good molly to push the player in the underpass back. But look at this posting of B7. He's going to be cleared.
Oh.
1 for 1.
Yeah, even Ember able to return. And now it's a 3v4. Man advantage once again in the hands of Marcos Gaming. And these 3 players on the T side, they're quite scattered up. They don't exactly know where to go. But eventually 2 players, they decide to reunite. And now this is going to be an interesting one. Executes on the way. Good Molotov. It's going to force out the player who's sitting towards the truck area. And now backed all the way towards the site. All he can do is wait for the drop down through the window. And that's what he's exactly doing. Towards Nest. Spots out the player. Shinchan is going to be the one to come out on top. Second one will follow it up instantly. And Raven shuts down Shinchan. These trades happening back and forth. It's really hurting the players are too easy. But now it's down to a 1v2. A fake tap on the bomb. And Recall Master, still just too anxious, still too paranoid. He thinks that someone's going to peek out at the moment he pulls out the C4. And that's what happens.
Every time. Good timing for Ember though. Definitely realizing that the first one was fake. His internal clock ticking perfectly. Went in for that peak. B7 was ready for the first fight but not for the second, and even in this situation, Raven able to clear Shinchan. It was very important. Otherwise, Shinchan would have been that anchor who could have provided enough time for the members of Too Easy to go in for that plan. Sniffing him out at a perfect time. Oh, there was a gap in the smoke, but pretty close.
The flash, if it was not there in time, it could have been detrimental. Now it's going to be a complete mow down from the site. 3 players taken down by Bavi himself. A solo man run down. And now 2 players towards site, from which ifrax is already pushed up towards the CT. Is not going to be able to get a lot done. Op recovered as well.
Man, the legend himself standing up his ground. He was under Palace position is normally, I feel, a one and done position wherein you can get one, but the second and third player will definitely be able to trade you. But his spray transfer was just so brilliant because everyone from Too Easy pushed up through the connector and went towards the jungle. No one checked towards side. And he had the perfect opportunity to mow down a couple of them. And that too when he was flashed up. That is just some smart game sense coming in from him.
Indeed. And Marcos Gaming, their defaults in this one are looking a little bit weird. But hey, what can I say? They're the one to come out on top inside of the round, so I'm not really going to be commenting a lot. But considering 10-6 is the scoreline so far, Marcos Gaming with 4 rounds lead. Now the players are too easy. They're going to start to get a little bit more desperate, and we might see some more drive peaks, and we might see a little bit of more unorthodox plays soon enough. And that's what's going to be on the way as well. Good Molotov. It's going to delay the push for such a long time, but he still looks forward to disrespect the Molotov. Another one follows up, and there's a chance he might just die, and yes, he does.
A brilliant util dump coming in, and that's just a couple of players lost for absolutely no real estate, no map control, and a pinch in mid, where player is in arches, and connector is being watched by Raven with the AWP. You don't want to peek into that. Not a lot of util in hand either, just a flash to work with. It's better for too easy to probably save this one. Actually dump up one, and that's Ember playing in sandwich, getting an important frag. Elvis picks a lot of the place, notices the position, wants his teammates assistance, and with that they will be able to move up to 11.
11-6. And Marcos Gaming, yeah, probably for them from now on it's going to be a smooth sailing. Honestly, considering economy is a big concern as well for Too Easy. There's a chance they're probably gonna go for the ecos, unless if they do decide to buy, the only thing they can actually buy with this economy are Mac 10s and maybe an armor, but not more than that. And that's what seems like the game plan is. PB1 is the only man with the Mac 10 in his hands, while we see a Deagle being pulled out by P7.
I cannot go in for a save, and it's not even recommended at this point, because that would basically mean putting Marcos Gaming up to match point. That's not exactly the way you want to go on to, because then you'll have absolutely no leeway. I guess that's what the call is. A long range battle. Ember spots a lot of players out there. Not even a single bullet connecting on either side. Ember, yes, he was taken down a little bit low, but that's all. And Raven peeking on the back of flash by Bhavi, and Ember following it up as well. This is just a massacre out in mid.
It indeed is. Bhavi, single-handedly, he's put the entire side on a big lockdown. You just cannot even look forward to step inside of the site. It's next to impossible. Match point for the side of Marcos Gaming. And now they're also looking quite good. Happy indeed. Up on the board in the hands of Raven. Once again, it's going to be their main key win condition. While on the opposite side for Too Easy, even they've gotten up in the hands of Recall Master. Bobby with a quick nade towards main, somewhere down line. He speculates that push. But ifrags. Once again, the man to lead the charge. A quick push towards mid. This is something they do not really see coming. And Xingqian gets caught out in the open. IG are lost inside of this round. It's such a big blunder for them.
It indeed is. A couple of smokes with the lineup now being thrown out to block off any CT who's there. But look at everyone just dinged up so much. And the peak is just brilliant by Bhavi. He was even blinded, but the trades still go in favor of Too Easy. Ember up on stairs. Can potentially try to find the timing.
Oh my god.
Oh.
Fades away at the right time, and he still finds the timing. The player's low, pull out the pistol, but he still loses. The crosser was on him. Unfortunately, the strafes weren't on point. And that's why Too Easy, they delay the inevitable, at least for one more round.
That was so up close and personal. I almost thought that Marcos would be able to end things. Had the weaponry advantage at the last fight, but man oh man. Too Easy. Determined not to go down without a fight. They also saved the AWP. Raven was able to buy one more for himself. Nade's just gonna chip them a little bit, but Raven's playing so aggressive. Recoil Master, what a shot was that? Oh my god, the timing on the back of it.
Oh man, Spam through the smoke once again, finding some good value. Flash and peek towards mid. But this time, BB1's going to be the one to lose out his life. And Chin Chen finds a pick onto Elvis. A 2v3. Now make that a 1v3. It's all down to Ember. And he's also the entry fragger for their team. But this time, considering he's in CT, Ember will need to play this one with more caution. Especially patience should be the key as well. There's a man towards Nest, which he can probably catch soon. But unfortunately, he loses that duel.
P7 was just very ready. He knew where Ember might peek from. They've had a read where Marcos always loved to rotate, and that's one of the reasons why they are being able to quickly get those fights in their own favor. After those early few picks, they get a read onto the position of Marcos Gaming, and then they are able to bring the round back. But they still have a lot of work to do. 4 more rounds. And mid is again exactly the space they want to try and take. The smoke threatening a couple of players moving behind the boxes. To smoke off Sniper's Nest. But the entire mid has already been given up. 3 players stacking towards the B site itself.
Indeed. MP9, 5-7. And even the man towards mid. Considering it's an eco round, I've got a gut feeling that Marcos Gaming are probably going to win this one. On why? P7 being able to squeeze himself so deep in connector. And soon enough is going to be looking forward to explore jungle as well. And as soon as he gets that jungle control, it will be tough to return back for the side of Marcos Gaming in this round. Jump Spot's going to spot out one player in the front lines. And now they exactly know where the hit's going to be as well. The second they spot the player, he just deploys the smoke on the site. The MP9 with the trigger discipline, he gets the first, almost could get the second one as well. But 2 5-7s now just left on the board. The clutch seems next to impossible. iFrags and Recall Master, they're quite softened up. All it's going to take a couple of bullets from the 5-7 to get the deal being sealed. But still, Pavi, there's a man just waiting for him. The crosshair placement's on the point. Recall Master looks away at the nick of time. This might just be a bad timing for him. But Pavi's got no intentions of actually challenging the fight itself.
He has got a Kevlar. Not quite expecting him to go in for a save yet, but maybe get a couple of weaponries off of their hands. Yes, that's what he'll be able to do. But he needs to run away as well. Oh my god! What a shot! But does he expect the third player? Does not matter. Gets picked apart by the explosion. And that second shot, it was so nasty. The wall bang headshot. And that too almost a flick. Good riddance.
Four AKs, 1 op. Too easy for them. Some are down line. Now the rounds are looking too easy. Disrespecting Molotov, they move out. But then Emperor, he catches them both, just returning on towards the site. Too many players peeking out at the same time, gets overwhelmed. But Chin Chan still continues that over-aggression towards CT, eventually gets caught. A 2v3 in the makings, while BB1's taken down only a sliver of HP, 34 in the back. This one looks tough to pull off, and Bobby, he makes a rookie mistake to peek out that way. Op in the hands, misses the first shot. Raven realizes it's better to back away and save the op.
He will be taken down by the bomb explosion at that location. I'm almost 100% certain of it. But he still cannot make the cross because P7 is just watching. Smoke goes out, a perfect smoke indeed, but oh my god, P7 wants that op off of his hands and he'll be finding the timing. You can watch up front, but you've got to watch underneath as well. And that is the massive economical damage to Marcos Gaming and also to their confidence. Disrespecting the Molotov, quickly moving at such a pacey speed. Marcos was just not able to adapt to it.
This confidence they're gaining,
Mm-hmm.
it's quite incredible. And now Marcos Gaming, they've got no other choice left over than to go for this timeout. They need to have a little bit of word with each other on exactly how to convert the upcoming round. This one has to be an eco. You do not really want to overspend. That's why you see Deagles and once again 5-7s on the board. Stacking a site should be a good gamble. And then even if the other site's being executed, you can always try to go for the retake. 2 Deagles, 2 5-7s, or 3 5-7s. And probably a stack incoming. And yes, that's what's happening. All the players towards A. Does not really spot the player crossing on towards Sandwich. So that's a really good news for him. And now Shinchan once again making a desperate approach on the site. This time gets caught.
Fourth trades coming in, 1v2, last chance for Too Easy. P7, he needs to be the hero of the story, but he will be taken down by the villain. Raven winning it out, getting a nasty headshot, and it's again an eco round that comes in for Marcos Gaming. Get them the win. This was a round that I was expecting Too Easy to win out, but alas, they went a little too easy.
Somewhere down line, Marcos Gaming knows this map should not have went this close. And that's why you clearly see the disappointment on the IGL's face, which is Bobby. He instantly just, puts his hand on his forehead and is like, no, not like this. We should not have gone this far inside of the series. It should have been ours in the first place quite quickly enough. But unfortunately, Marcos Gaming, we saw quite a lot of those screw-ups coming in, and then later on, even Too Easy were just disrespecting a lot of the utilities in the way, and they're just peeking out of the smokes and stuff quite in a good way. The team play from the side of Marcos Gaming definitely did seem quite lacking, I'm not going to lie, because in the first half, Marcos Gaming, they were showcasing some good double peaks, some decent execution, but then later on, inside the CT side, they were just not able to get a lot done. We were not really seeing a lot of those crossfires, and even if they were, with the crossfires ready, those were easily broken.
Few of those rounds were just so very slow that you would not even anticipate them to be. I mean, we're going to have a look at the highlights as well to see exactly that. Yes, there were quite a few rounds in which everyone went in such a pacey way that they were able to catch their opponents off guard. But apart from that, it was just so slow when at least 2 or 3 people were lurking.
I mean, look at this entire highlight. You can clearly see with how the players of Marcos Gaming were playing on their T side. They were playing like a well-knit unit. You would always see a lot of frags follow up instantly, even if the first man falls down. The follow-up was usually there. The team play, the communication was on the point. But as soon as when the CT side came through, the rotations were a little bit questionable. They were not exactly on the point. And even speaking about the crossfires, even the crossfires were a little bit too iffy. And that's why Marcos Gaming were clearly struggling quite a lot on their CT side. But maybe it's something they can definitely work upon in the future lines. And True Rippers, if Marcos Gaming face against them, it's not going to be a good face-off.
It's going to be a difficult one. That is something I'm going to 100% agree on. But I'm also going to accept the fact that, yes, the Marcos Gaming that we saw were playing against True Rippers previously. It's not the same Marcos Gaming that we saw today. Yes, they made a lot of rookie mistakes. There were so many situations wherein they were so upfront without any utilities to support them, and they were not checking their corners. But that's the thing, right? For Too Easy, in order to try and get a few extra rounds, that's the thing they always need to capitalize on, and they were doing that, honestly, pretty decently.
Well, I mean, the scoreboard's in front of us, and Emperor is going to be the one to lead the charge with 27 kills and only 12 deaths and 115 ADR, with P7 on the opposite side with 19 kills and 16 deaths and 93 ADR. In general, every single player from the side of Too Easy was performing up to the occasion. Unfortunately, Shinchan on the map of Mirage, he was falling short a bit, but he was still trying his best. And Shinchan being the IGL, he also needed to make the main callouts and all that stuff, so it's understandable. He had a lot on his plate. He was not really able to do that great, but Too Easy, once again, a 2-0 series. This is not going to be looking that great for them. Maybe in the future, Too Easy can definitely try and do something, but the time's running out, and you don't have a lot more games left in your hands.
Absolutely true. And MVP is going to be none other than the man Ember himself. On the other side, it's going to be BB1, but it's just, I would still say, looking at the comparison, Ember is basically in his own class at this point. 2.19 KD ratio with an average damage is 198. That's just out out of the world because he is basically getting a pick in every round, but on top of it, he's also doing a lot of chip damage to the opponent. An average kills per map 23. On the other side, you've got DB1 with average kills per map 13, ADR of 146, KD ratio 0.74. That's something that they need to work upon. But at the end of the day, this was a learning moment for them, so they will be able to step up, and that's what I'm expecting from them.
I mean, that's what happens when you've got an experienced entry fragger on your board. While Ember was just able to dominate completely, the opponents were also falling short a bit in their own hands. Xingshan in the map of Overpass, he was doing quite a great job, but unfortunately, when the transition happened over towards Mirage, Xingshan sort of fell short, but it's completely okay. Ladies and gentlemen, as we know, the upcoming matchup as well is going to be an interesting one, considering it's going to be between Enigma and Fired Up. I'm really excited to see how Fired Up are going to step things up this time, because last time when Fired Up faced off against their opponents, which were God's Reen, they fell short quite a bit. They lost the series 2-0. So there's a chance Fired Up can once again lose out against Enigma in a 2-0 score, because Enigma Gaming, they're also quite the good opponent.
Enigma have been showcasing some insane levels as well, even when they played up in the previous one. I would say, yes, they could not win against True Rippers, but they were doing a pretty decent job at that. So I'm looking forward to this matchup.
Exactly. The matchup will be there, though, ladies and gentlemen, after this short break. After a great meltdown from Marcos Gaming towards Too Easy, now it's time to shift our focus on the upcoming matchup between Enigma Gaming and Fired Up. It's going to be an interesting matchup, but as usual, in my opinion, Enigma Gaming will always have the heaviest side over here, considering they have got some of the experienced players in the lineup. As we move on forward and look at the schedule, Enigma Gaming and Fired Up, this will be the last match of the day. And Shaishnu, what are your expectations on this one?
Looking forward to this one map as well, but I'm looking forward to see maybe possibly an Ancient in the map pool, because Enigma loves to play on that map. In their two of their games, they have shown how well they play it, and this is the lineup that we're talking about: Benzene, Hattigod, Spawn, Ghost, Catastrophe. This literally is a very catastrophic lineup, I'll be brutally honest, because the way that this team coordinates has clearly shown the potential of them, because they have gone 1-1 against the team God's Reign, who basically went 1-1 against True Rippers. That shows you the amount of confidence you can put in them.
Exactly. Well, that's the lineup of Enigma Gaming, and considering they're going up against Fired Up, even they have got some incredible series underneath their belt. They have also managed to 2-0 the likes of Too Easy, which a team we saw play in the previous series. Unfortunately for Too Easy, they're having their own struggles. But a map of Anubis is something we haven't really seen being played that often. Enigma Gaming is someone that likes to play on that map. But once again, my expectations when it comes to the map pool are probably going to be Mirage off the bat.
Come on, not again. We've seen Mirage so many times now, and already the previous 2 days. But nonetheless, it's possible because all of these teams love to play on that map, and even Fired Up, because previously when they played against Marcos Gaming, they played on Ancient and Mirage, and this is the exact lineup that went almost toe-to-toe against them. Robin, Nikes, Champ, Elytra, Lynx. I'm looking forward to see how they perform today.
Link, especially being the entry fragger, we've seen this guy perform last time as well. Yeah, sometimes we do see a little bit of buffers even from his side, but hopefully the same thing's not going to be there. Nikes, though, one of the most consistent performers from Fired Up. I want to see how this time, is he going to be able to carry on the momentum that he's got inside of the game, or maybe this time it's going to be fizzled out against the players of Marcos Gaming, or against the players of Enigma Gaming, my bad. And considering we know what Enigma Gaming is capable of, and as I mentioned, they've also got the experienced bunch of player, this is going to be a little bit tougher for Fired Up Gaming.
It is possible that we might possibly see some other terrorist-centric map, because we've seen Champ perform phenomenally well. So it might be possible that all our predictions are going to go down in drain, and we'll see some entirely different kind of composition for them in terms of that map that they pick. But I'll be looking forward to see what's going to be the veto. At the same time, if you're talking about the players that we really need to watch out for, I've made a list of them for quite a few, because a couple of them is going to be Champ and also Lord Grim, so maybe we're going to see them perform.
I want to see an Anubis being pulled out. It's been a while since I've watched Anubis on the way, so it will be, and of course, big grace to my eyes, I'm not gonna lie, but okay. Well, Fired Up instantly going for that Anubis ban, because they know Enigma Gaming, they're quite comfortable on the map of Anubis, and they would love to face Fired Up Gaming on the map of Anubis, so it's better to just go for the comfort bans, and that's what they're gonna go. Finally. Mirage is well being banned out, so I guess finally we're not gonna see Mirage anymore. But the two maps being played are going to be Ancient, and also it's going to be Inferno.
Inferno. Alright, I kind of like it. Fired Up is the team who went 13-2 against Too Easy on the map of Inferno, and Lynx and Nikes were the ones who were popping off like anything. So I'm looking to see what kind of play would Enigma pull off on that one, but the one that we also want to focus on is going to be the map of Ancient, because both the teams have shown that they like to play on that map, but at the same time, Enigma is a team that I think might have that slight advantage.
As I've been mentioning over and over again, Enigma is a name to be feared, and even it's one of the big orcs inside of the Indian region, so it's understandable. And they're also the invited team, while they're facing off against a team that is qualified in from the in-game qualifiers. So yeah, the jitters are definitely going to be there. And we know how jitters matter as well inside of the game. In the first couple of rounds, the jitters are always going to be there when you're going to be facing an experienced team. But then later on, once the dust starts to settle, that's when you can sort of get back in the groove and just feel a little bit more better. But speaking about Enigma Gaming, of course for them, there's going to be no jitter. For Fired Up Gaming, they need to buckle up a little bit more better when it comes to the overall standings.
I mean, the one who actually wins this specific best of two would be probably getting in that top three. And this victory is going to be super important for both of these teams out there because, again, the group matches will be coming to a close in a while, and you need to win every single map that you're being thrown onto. And Ancient, talking about Inferno, both of them, a map I feel are completely different from each other. Inferno is so very CT centric, wherein I still feel as Ts, you need to take a lot of map space away from CTs. You need to go in for some aggressive plays, and only then would you be able to have that advantage. But on Ancient, it's kind of different story, wherein yes, we see some CT aggression, but at the same time, you've got other areas as a T that you can explore.
I would say it's a pretty balanced map in my opinion. Ancient is a pretty balanced map,
True.
considering even exploring mid's not going to be that difficult for you. Going towards Donut as well can be the open way to go. Then even Sunroom can be easily explored if you want to go towards the ramp side. So you've always got those variations that you can try to bring up. And we've seen so many of the times players just squeezing themselves in the top mid, moving in all the way towards the CT spawn and surprising the CTs in itself. So mid is going to be the key essence, and if the CTs lose the control over mid, one thing is for sure, there's always going to be a flank on the back, and you will always be stabbed. And we have seen so many times as well, towards the A side, things go quite bad out of nowhere. For a moment, you think that, okay, maybe the CTs can be the one to come out on top, and then there's one cheeky angle where a player's sitting down, and he just somehow pulls off a complete ninja, or is able to at least shut down a couple of more players on the site.
That is absolutely true. Very well talked about the flankers as well, because again, the players that you need to watch out for the side of Fired Up, we've already mentioned about them. Lynx and Nikkei's, Champ, Lord Grim, all of them. There are some amazing players out there. But also on the side of Enigma, you've got Catastrophe, you've got Hattigod, who they've shown some amazing play, but that was back on the map of Anubis when they were up against God Rain. But at the same time, on the map of Mirage, we saw Benzene and Catastrophe shining up. So if there's another map that could potentially be in some way a little bit similar for the map of Ancient, that could be Mirage. So I'm expecting Benzene and Catastrophe to show some amazing play on this one as well.
Enough talks, now it's time to step inside Ancient. Fired Up Gaming starting all the way from CT, and Enigma Gaming starting from T. And off the bat, Enigma Gaming looking forward to be a little bit more proactive towards the mid side. Definitely facing off against the USP in that far away. The USP, without a doubt, will have the advantage. But Catastrophe instantly just pushing in towards the A. Gets a 2K, not exactly. Benzene in the back is there to provide the cover. And an instant plant on the site's not going to be stopped anymore. Spawn as well towards Donut is trying his best to shut down the man in the front. But the duel is getting a little bit too awkward and out of hands. A 3v3 situation in which Benzene once again replies back in a great fashion, and Robin gets shut down, but still Benzene all by himself on the side with only 4 bullets on the magazine. It's looking a little bit too tough for him to pull off.
Definitely looks a pretty difficult job to pull off, but some shots. Champ connects the ones on Benzene. Down to a 2v2 situation. They've got to make a play quickly, but Ghost shuts down both of them and makes sure that Enigma Gaming are the ones who will win out the first one. In the pistol, you normally do not expect the teams to quickly rush towards the A, and this is exactly what Enigma played out against. They thought that maybe their opponents might be trying to read onto their gameplay. Maybe they would be stacking up towards the B, and they decided to go A quickly, got the bomb down. And I love the fact how they even pushed towards the Temple and CT, making sure that Fired Up do not have a lot of space to work with. The fight towards the donut was crucial, but at the end of the day, all's good that ends well.
I mean, especially that previous round. Catastrophe on the site with Benzene backing him up. It was quite a nice one. Even towards Donut, a lot of scrappy moments did happen.
True.
But hey, as long as you're able to win the fight, as long as you're able to win the round, that's all that matters. And now, as we know, it's going to be an eco round for the side of Fired Up Gaming, while on the opposite side, it's going to be an anti-eco. Galil's on the board for Enigma Gaming. I'm expecting a quick mow down, but at least 1 or 2 picks, and maybe if you get away with a gun save, that's even better. Icing on top of the cake.
Definitely possible, but we are basically met with the match pause in the meantime, so getting a breather for all the players out there and for us in the meantime. Variable mentioned all 5 Galils on the board. I was hoping to see an AK being pulled out, but they just do not have those enough money in the bank. On the other side, a full on save. This should possibly be a situation of a 2-0, but you know always that there's this one team that kind of pulls off all the eco rounds in their favor, or at least does so much economical damage on the opponent that they do not have any cushioning. And that is something that we kind of always try to focus on. That even if you're on an eco round, you really want to try and get on the nerves of your opponent by taking as many rifles away as possible. And most of the times on eco, we see all the players sticking together, trying to go for a gamble stack. If it works out, then that's the best possible situation.
Well, I mean, if you look at Lynx and Nikkei's, they've got their hands on the MP9. A surprise awaiting for Enigma Gaming. Yeah, Enigma Gaming are definitely going to be astonished with this force. But there's only 3 players actually going with the force itself. Oh no, everyone's actually invested all their money. Even 5-7 in the hands of Robin, and you see a Deagle in the hands of Lord Grim. So that's a great way to start things off. And all the players just stacked up towards B, but the hit's going to be on A. They've avoided the trap, and now even they've explored the donut. Soon enough, they'll also get their hands onto the entire side as well. Molotov out quickly enough, but Catastrophe, he gets caught. And Lynx is the one to stop that entrance. But the A side's already been exploited.
But look at towards the B side. That's where the bomb is now going. It was all a fake. They did not invest C4. And they're going to have a free side for themselves. They realize the gamble stack and position of Fawn. He gets one and he also doubles it up. Perfect move coming in from their side. And Hattie now kind of wants to try and force that fight. Long range is what he wants and he will get that. Brilliant round from the side of Enigma Gaming. Realizing that it's going to be a gamble stack and also some quick rotates. So went in for those double fakes.
And look at Lord Grim. With only 33 HP, he's got no other option left than to go for the save. As I mentioned, if you do get away with a couple of save, of course it's going to be the icing on top of the cake. But Enigma Gaming, for them, all that matters is the round win. And they also had 3 players up in live, so I would say that's quite a great anti-eco round.
I'm going to agree with you on that point. Getting a couple of rifles off of the hands of Enigma and also stealing one away. Really was good, but finally on the back of those 2 hits towards the A, everyone's stacking A and B is entirely empty. Enigma are playing checkers.
Interesting.
While Fired Up are playing chess. Yeah, they still have not went directly in the side though. Want some information, and at the same time, Fired Up senses are tingling.
Yeah, it's been 3 rounds. And the economy is still in shambles for Fired Up Gaming. That force they decided to bring on the board, it did not really work out that well, but now this time it's going to be the B site for taken. There's only one man all the way in the back lines, quite deep, with just a deagle in his hands, but soon enough, even he's going to get snuffed out. Catastrophe is just waiting for that rotation to happen. He's already pushed up quite deep as well. He might just find 2 players, but no, he gets denied with just 1. A 4v4 scenario spawns quite softened up as well inside of the site. The bomb's ticking away, and the CTs, they need to hurry up. Even they've got 2 weaponries in their hands with a Galil on the board for them. And Lord Grim is able to return back with 1. A 3v4 scenario, but the players on the side of Fired Up Gaming, they're quite softened up. He's going for the stick, and Benzine, he finds those 2 crucial picks. And just like that, Enigma Gaming, they still somehow managed to win it and pull it back in their court.
Brilliant pincer coming in from Benzine and Ghost. He found the timing in the cave. Quickly went in forward as soon as he heard the tap. And Ghost peeked in at the same time. Strafe transfer was also pretty solid, and Fired Up Gaming are now going in for their timeout. A crucial one. Because this is their buy. And they need to win this one. Because if Enigma Gaming are also able to get their hands on this round, they will be going in the next one broke, which eventually means 5 rounds to Enigma Gaming and a very solid momentum, and they need a break in that.
Pretty much.
They have not been having any kind of good read onto what Enigma Gaming is doing, so maybe this time they want to try and explore towards mid.
And all the 5 players towards CT. I mean, everyone's looking pretty good. Good weapons in the hands as well. Op out from Robin. He's probably going to try to hold down mid if I'm not wrong. But this time, once again, Enigma Gaming. There's just differentiating between the sites. You're seeing that variance all the time. For 3 rounds back-to-back, including this one in, they've been hitting the A site. But then they bring the variety, they go to the B site. And now this time, once again, they're going towards the A. They're always fiddling around with the minds of Fired Up Gaming. And Fired Up Gaming somewhere down line, just not able to understand what exactly is going on. Not able to comprehend how to counter this entire stuff that's in front of them. But Robin with the op is indeed the playmaker for them. He finds a 3K. Single-handedly just anchoring the site down. Stopping anyone that decides to step inside of the site. But Ghost, what a quick shot that was. Good reaction time. Ghost, he's going to have another man peek the same angle soon enough. Even through Donut, there's another player looking forward to explore the territory. Getting spammed through the box. He's caught a lot of hurt. Ghost all by himself in a clutch scenario towards the side. He's now starting to get surrounded by the players, and Lynx shuts him down.
What a crazy stand by Robin. First and second one, yes, understandable. They were good, dry peaks. But the third one, my man was blinded. And he just found a perfect timing on the back of that shot. Absolutely phenomenal. You don't need any more players towards the A side, and Robin is going to make plays like that. But now, down to the eco, Enigma Gaming, all the lead that they were trying to build up. Ghost with the AWP in his own hand. Lynx pushing so far forward with the utils in hand. That nade's going to do so much damage.
Oh. Yeah, Ghost is literally just taken down at 50 HP. Good shot. Great fight from Ghost. What?
Oh!
A 3K. Up close and personal. Ghost, some incredible reaction time on those shots. And now, quickly, they just maneuver their way on the site. Ghost indeed a massive playmaker in that scenario. He was also supposed to be the win condition, and he wins it for his team.
Forsaken maneuvers coming in. Robin, you can do a 3K. Ghost says I can do one better. This is the type of top players that I love to witness every single time, who basically own their enemies. But again, Spawn finds another one. The case has been taken down. Robin, the only one remaining. His position is not snuffed out yet, but everyone on the side of Enigma is just going to respect it. Will try to go in for the save. Maybe not. Want to try and explore towards the long a little bit. I guess he'll be able to save it without any problems. Jeez, these shots.
Yeah, look at them. And that too, he only had 50 HP. All it could have took was 2 bullets. But he still somehow comes out on top. All the possibilities, all the dreams they had to win that round were shattered at that instance. And for Enigma Gaming, oh man, it's a date with destiny.
Sniper's net smoked off. Some exploration towards the mid from Enigma this time, while leaving a few players towards doors. They're going to push the player who's playing in the nest back. In the case, will not be able to have any information. So the donut push is now being threatened. I love this move, but at the same time, look at the clear coming in from the sunroof by Fired Up Gaming. But Spawn finds the pick, as in the case wanted to re-clear mid.
Benzine? One thing is for sure now, they're starting to get quite desperate towards the B side. They want to move in towards certain sunroom. There's a man holding the close angle. But Lynx in the back line, he does a fantastic job. Finds a pick on Hattie. Nate sails in, and the man's barely alive. Spawn forgets to check the angle, and he gets punished for it. Rookie mistakes will not let be slipped. And Robin, a quick flick on a Catastrophe. Even he gets put to sleep. And now Champ slowly and steadily starting to make it up close and personal. Benzine this time is going to be the one to reply back. Benzine, he took the op away from Ghost. And now he's the one pulling off some insane flicks. It's going to be a 1v2. And too much on the plate for Robin to swallow.
That was a no scope. That's what Benzene was able to do. I mean, what else could you ask for in this game? You've seen everything. Some insane flicks, some blinded op, some 3Ks on low HP. Man, oh man, all these rounds, they kind of get so up close. It's so very slow. Robin saving the weapon yet again. Maybe it's time for him to try and change his position. Maybe try playing mid towards red, or maybe could play towards B ramps. Might be able to find some extra bit of success. But again, since I'm thinking that, maybe Enigma also knows what their opponents would be thinking. So they might decide and go towards the A side.
I mean, look at these shots. Ghost as well, able to collect that kill with just an 8 and this shot right here. Oh! To the dome.
Jeez.
The blood just splatters on the wall as the skull explodes.
It was not just a haircut. It was a hole in the skull.
It was a skull cut.
Right between the eyeballs. It was a skull cut. Is that even a thing?
No. But we just
Apparently
made it a
is.
thing.
Yes.
Everyone listening in the chat, now you guys know what a skull cut is.
When you get no scoped, headshotted with an AWP. That's when you get a skull cut. And there's
Oh.
also a network cut.
Oh no. Just doesn't make me feel good when I see some type of tech issues, you know? As a human being.
I mean, one of the most consistent things that have been happening are the tech issues here and there.
With
It's
the
so
players.
unfortunate to see. Exactly.
Oh man. They need Catastrophe back. They need...
Yeah, he's one of the anchor.
Mm-hmm. But so far, he's only been able to get 3 kills. And Ghost is the man who's got 8. But over here, from the side of Fired Up Gaming, they need that disconnected man back.
That's one way of looking things. But yes, I'm going to agree with you, but I really want to see both the 3Ks, man, because they have been absolutely phenomenal. I just want to have a look at them again. Look at this, Robin. Some crispy shots with the reposition and this blinded shot. It gets me every time.
Oh. First one right to the dome. And then Ghost was like, yeah, you pull that off? Even I'm the Superman for my team. Quick stuff. And then Benzene just with a skull cut. Once again, for Fired Up Gaming,
Always going
they're
to
missing out on one of the most consistent players that they have to offer inside of the game, and he needs to be back over here. And finally, he is Nikes back inside of the game. I guess some stuff, or I guess the problems that Nikes was having now finally have been resolved, and he's back inside of the game. Robin, once again with the op, is probably going to be a big pain in the foot, but I want to see how Enigma Gaming can deal with it.
So, by giving the op in the hands of Ghost XD. You know, the only reason why Benzene is not opping is to give a chance to FG. Otherwise, he'll be moving around the map, hitting those headshots, those skull cuts with the AWP. You don't want to always see that. That's not true, though. I'm just kidding. Ghost again, the man with the AWP. With look at that, $6,000 in his bank account. Catastrophe, my man out there with $0. That's something weird.
Indeed. And now finally, the match is unpaused. Oh,
Yeah, it's gonna be unpaused. Don't worry. Probably.
we back on the ground zero. And yeah, for Fired Up Gaming,
Fenris.
they've only got one round on the board. And now they're going to be desperate, considering it is their buy round. They've got decent amount of money as well, still left over in their hands, which they're of course buying through. There's also an op in the hands of Robin. Robin is going to be their main key win condition. And wherever Robin is, they just have to cross their fingers and hope that that's where Enigma Gaming will probably try to make it happen. But let's see.
True.
If that's not going to be the case, then finding a retake with the op is going to be even more tougher.
Because in 3 of those rounds, we have seen Robin the only man remaining. 1v2 in a round, and then in one it was a 1v3. So yes, 100% agreeing with you on the fact that retake with the op not good, but exploration in towards mid, FG just pushing up so upfront, directly trying to take control of the lane as well. And everyone on the side of Enigma Gaming have got to wait out for that molly to fade away. They could move in a pincer.
Oh, 2 players. And there's already 2 players from the side of Fired Up Gaming towards Dig. They're just waiting for someone to step in that crosshair. That's not the case. Hattie, down line, he can sense the presence of the opponents. He's just going for the random spam. Good Molotov. That entire push from mid is now nullified. Nikkei is taking down to 76 HP, and all the players from the side of Enigma Gaming now looking forward to just back away from that site. I'm not sure what the game plan, and I'm not sure what the re-strategy is going to be here, but probably just looking forward to back over towards A, and then maybe take mid control as well. It is possible.
Not a big fan of it, but wait, Lord Grim, his senses tingling, wants to try and find a timing. Oh, he missed fiction. Benzene is the one who finds an opener, and he doubles it up as well, finishing off Champ out there.
Oh, hold on.
Lynx
and Robin just going huge on the A site and stopping anyone that wants to march on towards it. Still one man in the back lines with the op is now starting to cause a lot of issues, but eventually Benzene makes his way onto the site and shuts him down. A big, bad move from the side of Lynx. He decides to drop down right in the crosshairs of the opponents, and now even Ghost, his crosses are trained. He knows exactly where the last man is.
The AWP duel that we all were waiting for. Ghost is winning it against Robin, 2-0. Ghost is the one who's found both of the times Robin's head. And that in a perfect manner. It's a 6-1 situation, and Enigma is the one who's actually going for a timeout. I'm pretty surprised though on the back of it. But seriously, seeing how FG were able to take the mid control in the previous round, if they would have just stayed put, they could have found so much value. But their senses just tingle. Lord Grim, he could not win out his duel. Had so many angles to check. Unfortunate timing for him.
I'm not sure why did Enigma Gaming even go for the timeout. They're looking pretty good when it comes to the economy and everything in general. While the opponents, Fired Up Gaming, they're the one who needs this timeout. So I guess Enigma Gaming just having a little bit of mercy on the opponents and be like, hey, here's a free timeout for you guys if you guys do want it.
Or maybe it was a tech issue coming in from their side. You may never know. One thing that we surely know is that this round is an eco and a very basic hit towards mid yet again.
Oh. MP9s and a couple of pistols on the board. Value is needed, especially with the Deagles as well. And these MP9s are going to be the win condition. Slowly and steadily, the players now starting to walk onto the site. A site control taken away. And there's a smoke towards Donut. This Molotov can definitely flush out a couple of players from their comfort zone. And now the only angles that are left unchecked are the close pockets and the close corners. And as soon as that happens, as soon as the players get spotted on the site, it's going to be a complete bloodbath. It's a graveyard. The Ghost with the op, he's got some quick flicks on the way. The nade's going to dish out a bit of more damage on the players. And now both the players are towards the Donut. The AK being pulled out, but nothing much can be done.
Good setup coming in from Enigma yet again. They realized where the last player would definitely go on, and But just so ready. He was able to find the timing and was able to dodge Ghost's crossfire. So he basically had an opportunity on him. But again, Ghost swiftly moving behind that box, saving himself, and then the peek coming in from the player who was playing at long, finishing him off. I love the way Enigma went in for that execute towards the end. Since previous one was the A, this time they're going towards the B. But a couple of players are already ready, but they are not. Wait a second. What a brilliant flash coming in from Hattie. That lineup landing perfectly and getting the opportunity. And now they've got the side.
Catastrophe for the 2K. Solid stuff on the board. With all the 5 players up and live, even fired up gaming now, looking forward to establish something. 2 players, Robin and Champ. Final 2 glimmers of hope in the pillars inside of this round. But at this point, even the players of fired up gaming, they know it's next to impossible to do anything. It's probably going to be 10-2 half in my opinion, because it's really difficult to pull off the side now. Even the time's ticking away. Yeah, it's a different fact that Enigma Gaming as well, they're just dropping down bodies left, right, and center. But to make a big comeback like this, the more the round you give away in the first half, the more difficult and trickier it gets. What? Ghost? This man is just an expert when it comes to close range hopping.
In the end, that was a no scope as well. How crazy do you need to be? Pull off plays like that. Just show me the replay, and that too in a slow motion. Catastrophe was able to hit some good shots out there. And on the back of the flash by Hattie, it just worked out wonders for them. But that shot from Ghost basically got me, man. Robin would have had the AWP in his hands for this one. But alas, that's not going to be the case. He was welcomed with a body shot. 3 famous. An AK
Once
saved
again.
up from the previous one.
Enigma Gaming just pulling out these timeouts even though they don't need it. But now it's going to be a bye round for the opponents. Maybe a chance for them to win this as well, considering there's 3 FAMAS. Yes, not as good as buys that you would expect, but still something you can make work. They will need to go for a little bit more proactive plays with those FAMAS. Try and push a little bit of close and personal. Because Enigma Gaming, the more space you give them, the more confidence they will gain. And that's what's been the gameplay so far. Just try and gain as much territory as possible. And off the bat, you're going to see the players of Fired Up Gaming just take a lot of that proactive control. But unfortunately for them, Enigma Gaming this time, they're not really going to fall for that trap. Instead, it's going to be an A execute quickly enough.
There's double molly on the back of Temple though, but we're going in for the next wave of utilities to stop any fast retake attempt. So very ready. Ghost as well with the AWP. And all of those utilities are just going to keep everyone from FG at bay. Flash comes in, dodge perfectly. Catastrophe and Spawn. One gets taken down. Lord Grim doubles it up as well. Wait a second, this is very much doable.
Oh, it is. Without a doubt, Double. The man's going for the defuse. And they win it. 8-2. As I mentioned, 10-2 is probably going to be the possibility here. And the only reason why they lost the round as well was because Ghost was all the way in the back lines and everyone on the side just collapsed. Good retake though, I'm not gonna lie. Fired Up Gaming almost, or they pretty much do make this entire impossible looking retake happen. Solid stuff, impressive.
You can always go in for a retake towards the A side. I've always mentioned that. The map of Ancient, retaking A is not that difficult if you've got the control of CT. And that's exactly what we witnessed. So, Enigma, this time, again slowing their pace, going towards the B. Little bit of an exploration out in mid. The only round that they did in was one of the previous ones, which was considering a not so brightest buy for FG, but this time around, still going in. The exploration works out perfectly. Benzine gets the opener, Champ gets taken down, and they want to go directly in the cave, and they double it up.
Oh, look at this mowdown towards the site. The sunroom gets cleared out, but still there's a couple of more players on this side itself. There's one man wrapping all the way back from the CT spawn itself, scared. And this is indeed going to make Link scared in general. He's now going to be looking forward to back away towards the spawn itself, but then he's going to get caught soon enough, and that's what happens. Ghost, he connects that crucial shot.
How does your offer lurk and also find a pick? Learn from Ghost, I guess. Again, a massacre on towards the site itself. We did not see an execute from Enigma Gaming. That was a beast split. But this time they made it work out perfectly. Sent in a couple of players directly from the ramp and then a couple of players from the cave. They were able to catch the people on site off guard, off position. The mowdown was perfect. Yes, there was a last stand coming in from Robin, but he was apparently taken down by Benzine and Lynx, the only man standing. As soon as he peeked, Ghost was just ready. Fired Up Gaming taking another pause. Want to end the half at a 9-3. That's the best possible situation that they could end up in from this point onwards.
9-2. And now Enigma Gaming just one round away from making it a 10-2 half. Or Fired Up Gaming just one round away from making it a 9-3 half. Let's see. Smoke's out. Once again, a proactive control towards mid is probably going to be the way to go. In any case as well, he makes it out. And he's being quite proactive himself. Good flash. Catches Nikase. A man is supposed to be consistent on the scoreboard. This time is not going to be able to do so anymore. But shotgun up close and personal towards say it's a death trap being set up. You better would not want to go towards that site. But towards B. That shotgun's definitely going to hurt quite a lot. And now Robin as well inside a donut, just playing as safe as possible. There's two players approaching him, and if Robin picks out in their crosshairs, it's going to be a big problem. But Spawn gets the trade, and that's really good news. Champ, if his shotgun gets nullified, the win condition will be gone. And that's what happens. Even Champ gets taken out of the game. Solid stuff from Hattie. And now Enigma Gaming, there's going to be nothing stopping them from making this a 10-2 half.
Throws out a smoke, probably giving her timing, but has gotten absolutely no flash, and Hattie was in the perfect position to take him down. He did not even have a lot of space to move out of that smoke from, so apparently was taken down. Wait a second, is that Nikase I see? He's got a 100% headshot ratio. But the only reason for that is because he has got only one kill in his name. He needs to step up. He is just not being able to feel the way he was feeling on the previous day.
That's what I said.
It seems he's not comfortable.
The man is supposed to be the consistent fragger this time. Nikase, he's just deactivated, and that's why Fired Up Gaming, they're just getting dismantled. They're getting demolished, call it whatever you want. But yeah, they're not having a good day inside of the game. Not a good day of CS at all. All the players of Fired Up Gaming, they're going to push up inside of Sunroom, and all the footsteps have been heard. There's a man just tucked in the corner itself, and even his position will get compromised soon enough, but the USPs, they're now starting to click and deal a lot of damage. Benzine from the back lines almost gets a 2K, but with the help of his teammate, he's able to reply back even stronger. Nikase single-handedly finds a 2K. Nikase finally, the man's woken up from his slumbers, but there's alert coming in through the Sunroom itself, and he will be caught.
Who other than the man Ghost himself? This was the pistol round that Fired Up Gaming needed to fire up their furnaces, but that's not going to happen. Every chunk of coal has been stolen by Enigma Gaming at this point, and they just seem to be feeling it. An M4 up on board, MP9, 3 MP9s, and a Famis. Solid buy whatsoever, and Spawn just pushing up so up front and mid. In the red room, he's just staying put. Champ on the other side though, taking control of ramp, a flash up in his face. Benzine, look at how far he has creeped up. If there's anyone on the moving cave, he is going to be met with resistance.
Oh, what? Enigma Gaming, oh no, it's disrespect at this point. The players are low, Enigma Gaming has infinite amount of confidence. And they're just pushing up close and personal and taking down the players without even any problems. They're just smurfing through the players of Fired Up Gaming at this point. Robin, one last man, and even he gets taken down. Match point for Enigma Gaming. One more round needed to seal the deal.
Classic Counter-Strike jump peek over the corner. That's what got Robin at the last. They should have enough crits to go in for the full buy, or will they? That is the question, because Robin, he had an eagle in the previous one. Yes, it's just sticking to that SMG. On the other side, Galil, couple of AKs. Not the perfect buy that we would hope for, but FG, this is their last stand. This is their last opportunity. Pushing up through that mall. Any case has found some opening, but a smoke in his face. He needs a flash, but on the backside, Catastrophe is demolishing the backup.
Indeed. A look at Spawn. A kill on the case is of course going to elevate that confidence even more. Yeah, just like that. Enigma Gaming with a quick map on the board. And smiles all across the faces as well. Even Benzine, you can see a little of that evil smirk on his face. Everyone's feeling quite great. Enigma Gaming, as I expected, they will have the heavier side inside of the game, and once again they do. They've got the experience, they've got the firepower. Sometimes communication can be a bit of an issue when they face against another experienced team. But so far, against Fired Up Gaming, they've done a phenomenal job. It's a complete one-sided game, but the upcoming one, we do not exactly know what can it hold.
It's going to be the map of Inferno again, and we have seen Fired Up perform brilliantly. The previous scoreline 13-2 against 2VZ. But at the same time, it's Enigma Gaming who have showcased their skills on the map of Ancient 13-2. I was not expecting the match to go in that situation. I was hoping that we might possibly see a little more close game, seeing how Fired Up Gaming were also pretty good on this map, but it just seemed very different.
I mean, look at the highlights itself. This is how the entire demolition started, I would say. I mean, off the bat, even inside of pistol round, Enigma Gaming, they're just looking really strong. Yeah, some are downline Fired Up Gaming. They were able to squeeze 1 or 2 rounds here and there, but then once again, that just really does not matter. And as I mentioned, team play is something that's important. It's supposed to be a team game. But Fired Up Gaming, it just feels like they're trying to take these individual peaks and they're trying to rely on their mechanics and firepower too much.
That's absolutely true. And Enigma as well, realizing that can't just go in for a dry peek against Robin. They did not even look towards that site a lot. Ended for a few fakes, but focused down their main attention towards B and also mid, where they were slowly lurking up from the lane. Worked out perfectly for them. Wondrous, if I may. At the same time, on the other side, yes, there were some fighting opportunities, but all the embers were just extinguished.
Without a doubt. I mean, just look at these moments that you're seeing some of them on your screens. It's really just how to understand how are the players of Enigma Gaming still able to come out on top even though they have the disadvantage at that moment. And the only reason why they do so is because, as I mentioned, the players of Fired Up Gaming, they're trying to take care of things in a solo manner, not as a team way. And that's why they're just lacking away. But as we have the scoreboard, Robin with 11 kills, Champ with 6, you've got Lord Grim with 10. In general, the player that was supposed to be the most consistent one that Fired Up Gaming has to offer, which was Nick's, he was just not able to perform. But then from the side of Enigma Gaming, everyone was on a good page.
Been seen with 18-5. That man was feeling himself, and you cannot forget those finishes coming in by Ghost. 15-2. That is crazy if you think about it. 13-2, that's total 15 rounds in total, and the man only fell down twice. 7.5 KD ratio. Are you kidding me?
Yeah, Ghost.
Nah.
That's what you call a monstrous play with the ADR of 995 and the average kills per map of 15. I mean, Ghost, that's what we like to see. In the previous game, Ghost was connecting some inhuman op shots. That was for sure, especially the 3K that we saw up close and personal. Then later on, we also saw that no scope against one of the players from Fired Up Gaming. In general, Ghost was popping off in a good way. Unfortunately, Spawn wasn't able to play that well, but once again, when your team's doing that great, you do not need to perform yourself. It's okay, you can just let the team do it for you.
Yes, that is indeed true. But again, I want to see what kind of comeback will Fired Up Gaming be cooking on the map of Inferno, but we will come back to that after this short break. Make sure to stay tuned.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, after that short break. Considering we saw a complete one-sided game of Ancient, now we're going to step inside of the lands of Inferno. It's going to be an interesting game considering Fired Up Gaming might just have a chance to fire back this time against Enigma Gaming, but still nothing can be said because Enigma Gaming as well, they're quite familiar with the map of Inferno. It's one of the OG maps that's out there.
One of the OGs indeed were the one that received few of the maximum changes when we went towards CS2. So I am expecting to see some new lineups coming into play from Enigma Gaming themselves and also from Fired Up, because they have shown some great potential on that map and they are the ones who might feel at home when they're playing. But of course, they've got to clear off from this mental barrier that was put up in front of them now. 13-2, not a very easy thing to come back from. And it is definitely going to shatter some of their confidence, which they've got to rebuild up. And this map is going to be the perfect one to do it.
Without a doubt, their nerves are definitely going to be rattling. It's understandable, especially when you get demolished in that way. Your confidence is also going to be low. But they've got no other option than to just move on inside of the game with a complete clean slate. If they're going to think about the previous game and how it exactly went, it's always going to affect their performance. The only thing they actually need to work on is the team play and just try to make a lot of double peaks happen, communicate the flashes with the teams. Some proper smoke executes can also help you out. Even the basic executes on the T side can mean so much for you, but we did not really see that much happen from the side of Fired Up Gaming. Instead, they were just completely trying to rely on the raw mechanics.
I'm gonna 100% agree with you on that point. Plus, again, when they were on the CT side, the score was a 10-2. Yes, it was the map of Ancient, and now we'll be moving on to Inferno, which is very CT centric. But if that's the kind of executes that we will be seeing from Enigma Gaming, I am pretty worried about Fired Up, because they've got to find a way to try and read where Enigma is going for the hits, because they are the masters of selling those fakes.
Understandable. I mean, especially Enigma Gaming, as you mentioned, they're the master of selling the fakes. In the initial phase when Enigma Gaming was starting things off on the T side, you saw them, they were variating between the sites. For the first two times, they went towards the A side. Then the third time, they went towards B. And then later on, once again, they went towards A side. They did not try to scatter around a lot. Instead, they were just going for a confirmed hit onto any of the sites. Yeah, once they got countered by, I think so, it was one of the Opera that they had. They got countered, which was quite an unfortunate stuff. But then once again, as long as you're still going to have the advantage, that's all that matters.
I mean, that's the point wherein Ghost stepped up. He was like, all right, you know what? You have got an offer. I can also opt for myself. And just was able to demolish that entire lines. And also we saw quite a few times wherein on the side of Fired Up Gaming, they were making those proactive pushes, but not having those utilities, those splashes specifically that we're talking about to try and clear those close angles. So the point that you mentioned previously, that they've got to work on their utilities, definitely going to be the key. And also at the same time, we also have to focus on their coordination, but knowing when to push and which part of the map to push is going to be the key. You need map information to realize where the hit is going.
And now, considering in the previous map of Ancient, we saw all 5-man hit from the side of Enigma Gaming, this time you cannot do the same thing with Inferno. You need to scatter up a little bit. You need to spread out a little bit. You at least need to go through mid towards the A side and also the apartments. Or if you want to go towards B, pushing up all the way towards Banana with all the 5 players, it's easily counterable. So they need to find some sort of a measure to that. They need to at least have a little bit more patience, I would say, before going for the executes on the site. At this time, they need to pull off some more mind games, that's for sure, because Fired Up Gaming, as I mentioned, for them, if they're going to start things off in CT, it shouldn't be that tough for them to hold off the players of Enigma Gaming.
That's also a big if. If in case they're on the T side, then I mean it's going to be already a very massive uphill battle. But at the same time, very well mentioned about the point having to go for the banana control too, because even yesterday we saw how many times team tried to establish that banana control, and then on the back of it we saw some rotations being pulled off, and we also saw some pincer movements. So that is one part of the map that you always have to focus on, plus also the mid, wherein for the CTs you need to have the information of mid, because yes, there would be all the T's rotating from the mid to the second mid and also going in towards the bridge, maybe apartments, which of course you need to always have the information of, because you do not want to give them real estate.
First round of the Inferno begins as Fired Up Gaming, they start things off on CT and Enigma Gaming on Terrorists. And off the pad, Enigma Gaming, once again, we see that scattered approach from their side, while we see a couple of more players towards the banana. In general, they're just trying to be a little bit more proactive, take that approach, And just trying to create presence all across the board, even towards second mid. Spawn's giving his position away, so somewhere down line, just fiddling around with the enemy mites. And now a big mess up from Champ. He didn't think that anyone's going to be holding still in the back lines. He went for that push. He gets caught instantly.
Now that's going to sow the seed of doubt for Fired Up Gaming. The first stack now comes down to 3, and the execute begins as they've got to go in directly, take those dry peaks, and Lynx finds one, quickly traded.
Oh, that was a quick one. The man was not able to fed away, but Robin, he replies back even stronger. Spawn shut down. It's a 3v2, and still the man advantage in the hands of Enigma Gaming, and even Robin's quite low. One single bullet with the Glock will seal the deal, and Robin's still going for quite a lot of risky peeks. But Robin, with the help of Lord Grim, is able to dish out quite a lot of damage against the opponents. Benzine still looking to find that pick. The bomb plants also denied. This is huge from Fired Up Gaming. And now both the players looking for to move together. They know the bomb's not planted just yet. It was a fake tap. A double peek from them will seal the deal.
Brilliant retake. I was about to mention how Lord Grim needs to be the one to make that play from 3, and he did that perfectly. And then on the back of it, Robin was also able to take down the bomb planter. That was the disaster for Enigma, and their 3v2 was turned out to a 1v2, and that in a very unfortunate manner, so could not go in for that plant. Had their plant been completed, they would have had enough time. But on the other side now, previously we saw a B stack coming in from FG. Now they're going in for the A stack. Banana not being explored, but finally they're looking towards that direction as well, taking a lot of space and a lot of control. Apartments is where Enigma are focusing.
Ghost. Considering Enigma Gaming, they lost out in first round, they still are going for a Galil hero strategy. Interesting. It's not something you see that often. Usually you see this happen with AKs, because it's, of course, a lawnmower. But now the same strategy being repeated with the Galil. I want to see how this one's going to pan out. 4 Tech 9s, 1 Galil. And the man with the Galil's, of course, going to be in between, but it's a complete stop towards the entire apartments. The man runs out of bullets as well, but unfortunately he's not able to push up because Grim is in the back lines and he's got his back. A lot of shots missed once again, but they still do a great job in holding the entire push off. This was supposed to be a force buy from the side of Enigma Gaming, but it just does not work out. Oh, Ghost, at least able to return with one, so that's something.
Was a killer there? He did not expect the fourth one out in the open, but now since Ghost picked one off, he's got the MP9 in hand, his position has been noted. Bomb is just so far out of his reach. He's got a lineup. Using that to sell a fake, but he needs to be aware. Because towards the shot, there's already a player watching that angle. Lynx, the man, the main problem. Yeah, he sees the weapon. He sees the weapon first, gets the headshot. Good start for Fired Up Gaming.
Enigma Gaming. This is also going to be a eco for them. So 3 rounds back-to-back for Fired Up Gaming to start things off. That's a good one. And even all the pressure is going to be subsided. And this stop over here towards the apartments, I'm not even exactly sure why Enigma Gaming was going for this push in the first place. They probably thought that no one's going to be able to anticipate this off push. But still somehow, there were 2 players towards apartments and one all the way back towards pit. And both of them, they held it nicely.
I'd be assuming that the reason why they went for the apartment push was to try and take some of that space, and also since there are quite a lot of close angles that you need to watch out, and considering that they were going in for their force buy and their weaponries were good in those close combats, they wanted to try and fight up close and personal. Because on any other part of the map, you've got to take those long range fights. You talk about banana, you talk about mid, second mid, everywhere it's a very long range fight. So apartments was the angle where they thought they'll have the minimum distance between them and their opponents. But at the end of the day, they did not anticipate the MP9, specifically on that angle. And also, Lynx did not anticipate 3 players up in front of him, let alone 4. That was actually a more down out there. Yes, it eventually ended up in favor of Lynx. Had a bullet been a little too stray,
Hmm.
things might have been different.
And as I mentioned, for Enigma Gaming, they just don't really have a lot of money. 2 deagles on the board, and they need to rely on these deagles completely. Catastrophe and Hattie. They need to go huge. Those deagles are the only something they've got. Well, this match paused. Unfortunately, I'm not really a big fan of this. 1 player being disconnected, but I see all the 5 players in the server. What exactly is going on here? Hopefully the last man's going to be back as well. And once again, it's him. It's the same guy disconnected.
And sometimes the disconnects. But it basically
Nikkei's.
will give Enigma Gaming some time to contemplate on the actions that they've been trying to do on their T side. It is difficult to pull off a few runs on T, yes, that is true, but you need to have at least 4 in your bank. Mine 3 is a difficult place to come back from. 10-2, oh my god. You need to grab that pistol. So an 8-4 is, let's just say, a situation where you can comfortably make a comeback on the map of Inferno, given how CT-centric it is. We've seen Enigma explore mid and also explore apartments. Could it be possible that they will go for a banana push this time, and that too with at least 3 or 4 men?
If they do try to do this, they will be stopped. At this point, considering how vulnerable the players of Enigma Gaming are, they need to play slow. They cannot just go for a complete push. They just cannot
True.
afford. 1 single spray and everyone will be taken down. And going towards banana, that means you guys will be lined up as well. You just cannot afford to do so. You will need to go for a bit more scattered approach. Especially try and get as much value as possible with that deagle. Just try and find the skulls. If you can't, well then once again you're going to lose this 3rd round as well. But if you do manage to win this one, this will be a big momentum breaker for Enigma Gaming. They will be able to break the momentum of Fired Up Gaming in a really big manner.
The ego round win is exactly what you need for your confidence boost. But on the same time, this is basically a dream start for Fired Up Gaming. Getting the CT side on Inferno, bring out your pistol, and then your anti-eco. That's the best thing that you could hope for. Given the circumstances of what happened in the previous game, this is a dream start. And they can definitely build upon this entire momentum. Look at all those happy faces out there right now, all smiling. Lord Grim, the only character that's logged.
Mm-hmm. Still waiting for that player to connect. And especially with how this entire series has been going off, it's been an interesting start for the game of Inferno. I mean, you can see this pistol round as well. It's something that I completely did not anticipate, especially these 2 players being able to contemplate, being able to shut down the opponents nicely. But then, once again, it was a complete mode down towards the apartments. In general, going towards this side of the game, going towards this side of the map was not a good strategy in itself. But still, Enigma Gaming, they thought that they're pulling off something out of the ordinary. And that's why
Agreed.
they got shut down.
And I love the double stack that was there. Lynx as well as Lord Grim. Lord Grim playing down from the pit. Knew that he's got a weaponry that's pretty decent for a long range. Along the other side, Lynx with the MP9 playing up on top, close in the balcony. Was able to do so much damage out there. And I love the fact how players, they know when to retreat. They know when to get back. Do not always force those fights, and they're trying to use their utilities as well. We saw that frag in the hand too. Push that one last player who was up in the apartments forward towards balcony because he had to dodge the damage, which basically got him into the crosshair of Lord Grim, and he was able to get the shutdown. And now their economy is also pretty solid if you look at that. $2,550 for Lord Grim, $5 grand for Lynx, 2 for Robin,
Nick
They're
Case
pretty
is
solid
having
in terms of that.
Nick Case is having a rough time, even inside of the game and outside of the game as well with the connectivity issues. And hopefully he's going to be back soon enough. It's been a while.
Let's hope.
Yeah, Fired Up Gaming, they've been getting dismantled single-handedly anyways. Enigma Gaming, with after such a big win on the first map of Ancient, their confidence, no matter, even if they did lose the first 2 rounds, it's really not going to be shaken that easily.
The tech time was over. They're taking their tactical timeout now. Burning it up
Oh, he's back.
in the nick of time.
Yeah. If he wouldn't have been back, well then, once again, a 4v5 already Fired Up Gaming, they're having a rough time. And hopefully enough, Nick Case is not going to be disconnecting anymore, because it's got the Galil in the hand. It's definitely going to be quite helpful for the players of Fired Up Gaming in the upcoming circumstances. And for the opposition, which is going to be Enigma Gaming, unfortunately, they don't have a lot to do here. With just 2 Deagles on the board and a couple of pistols, the round's going to be starting soon. As I mentioned, the win condition over here has to be the Deagles, and you cannot go for a complete stack push.
True. They can try and play for that range, but they've got to bring out their A aim at this point. Now we're finally going to go in. The stack from the side of FG. Couple of players towards B. 3 towards the A. Want to try and control the push that's going to come in from mid, possibly. Catastrophe tries to land in the shot. Unfortunate. Not connect on to anyone in any case. Wants to explode towards Banana. Look at the amount of space he's taken.
Indeed. Catastrophe once again moving in towards mid, but this smoke's now starting to cause some issues. Lynx hears the gunshot, instantly pulls out the molly and throws it. And that means, once again, a slow and steady approach from Enigma Gaming. But the slower you get, the more confidence the players of Fired Up Gaming gain over you, and the more area control they try to brute force, which is not good for Enigma Gaming at all. But the man's already squeezed up close and personal. In the first peek, he should have went for the shot itself, but unfortunately with that shoulder peek, he gave his position away. And then it was just easy pickings for that player Fired Up Gaming. A 4-on-5 scenario. The players of Enigma Gaming just completely low on eco. Almost could have been caught fading away. And now on towards the Poiler. We've also got Grim hankering it down. Next to impossible to win this one anymore.
Just a Glock in the hand. Ghost. The only man standing. No weaponry to be retrieved. And his head now being shown. Robin easily able to shut him down from Boiler. Now that's the thing. I like the bait play coming in from Fired Up Gaming this time around. Had a player up towards long, fired a few shots, moved backwards, only for the player standing at patio to get a couple of picks out there. A brilliant maneuver. Look at how Lord Grim was just able to shut everyone down, and Lynx up in the apartment, putting the final nail in the coffin. Fired Up Gaming, that's the exact start they wanted to have, and now they want to try and build more upon it.
Only one player towards Banana. Even the C4's dropped all the way towards the back. So the intentions are clear. At this point, Enigma Gaming just trying to fiddle up with the enemy mines. And now those nades are, of course, dealing a lot of damage as well. Unfortunately for Hattie, he's taken down way too low. The same thing can be said for Catastrophe. One single shot onto Hattie will seal the deal. Enigma Gaming, with this approach, they need to be extra cautious. And now Champ is also going to get that boost. So that's a good news. What? He's not able to jump up. Oh no.
It's quite an angle to hold on to. But look at the amount of chip damage that Enigma has already endured. Hattie, 1 bullet. Catastrophe, a couple of bullets. Even Spawn has been dinged a little bit. On the other side, it's only Nikes out of 59. A good default setup again coming in from Fired Up Gaming. Banana control now established. Enigma slowly moving forward. The rotation can come in very fast from the speedway. And the B can be stacked, but they've got to go in for the execute with those flashes. They've inserted Catastrophe on that angle now.
In the case, he's low. This is not good. The players of Enigma Gaming, they're wasting too much time, but finally the initial peek comes through. No smokes to block off the CT as well, but eventually they do manage to squeeze themselves inside of the site. This op needs to shut down the man towards CT, but even Benzine's position gets compromised. And that's not a good news at all. Robin's going to be the one to come out on top. Benzine completely caught off guard. A 2v3 scenario in the favor of Enigma Gaming, but two of the players are quite softened up. From which even Robin is quite low from fired up. You never know who's going to be able to convert this one. And yeah, especially Robin with no utilities in his hands. You've got Lynx with a nade and a flash. Now the players of Fired Up Gaming looking to just back away. They're completely okay if Enigma Gaming has this one single round in their hands. But this is where it all starts. This is going to be the momentum breaker for Fired Up Gaming.
If I'm not wrong, it was Nikes who was playing in sight, and he wanted to play in with that flash, but the flash was half a century late. The player playing up on top on boost was taken down, and everyone was just taking control of the site, and that's when he decided to flash. And he himself was playing the anti-flash, therefore had no idea that there were already two players behind him. He could not even see the enemy and was shot down. Did mess up on that timing a little bit, but Enigma Gaming playing in so very slow, and now dropping a ton of utilities, grabbing that banana control. Ghost with the AWP holding mid. Left the bomb at the default place and are slowly creeping ahead, working their way around the map. They've set up a few players in the apartment, have the mid control. Towards the second mid as well. They realize there's no one pushing up. They've got the banana. The reclaim coming in from FG. What a shot.
Yeah, champ put to sleep. Even Spawn able to find the second. And now slowly and steadily a man trying to squeeze himself towards Arch, but it's being watched by an op and he's not going to be able to slip away. And considering the players of Enigma Gaming, they know now there's an op available towards the A site. Unfortunately, Ghost gets caught in the middle of that rotate. And that's a big pick too. Now it's a 2v3. The only reason why I didn't say 3v3 is Catastrophe's only got 3 HP. Unless if he's able to pop off, then it can be a whole nother story. But at least so far, with only 3 HP, and that too if he's going for the entry, all by himself towards the B site, I'm not exactly sure how much he can make happen.
Smoke up in front of him.
Good.
That's gonna buy some crucial time, but Benzine found a timing on towards the side, and they can go in for a plant that too very quickly. And now it's a 2v3. I'm gonna call it a 2v3. Catastrophe with the utility was just so on point.
Indeed.
And Robin has got the AWP in hand. Nikes, the only guy with the rifle who can try and make a play, but they've just decided to go in for a save. I don't like it.
Yeah, they shouldn't have done so. They should have went for the retake here. Fired Up Gaming. Lack of confidence clearly visible. Not even trying to go for a 3v2 where Catastrophe is quite low. It's definitely possible considering they also had the op. And even if the op is able to find the first one, it's all down to the assaulter to get the second one as well. But unfortunately, Fired Up Gaming, the confidence lacking. And that's why they just do not really want to go for that extra bit of risk.
This is one of the reasons why Enigma was able to get 10-2 in the previous game. Yes, things were a little different, but at the same time, it was these decisions of just saving those main weaponries that resulted them in a situation where in the next round, yes, they've got a couple of hero rifles, but not a full house in terms of those utils. And again, the enemy had better weaponry. So it ended up in a situation either ways that you gave up on that one round as well, also on the second. And then they had to go for the third round as their save round. And that is where the entire lead started to build up. Those nades up, close push.
Oh, nice shot!
My goodness!
Crazy shot from Ghost. He finds a pick onto his own teammate. And now he's also got the momentum for the upcoming kills. pushes up close and personal once again with the op. How does he even make this happen? Okay, that was actually a crazy shot.
These are two crazy shots from the man himself, but Cham going in for that ball, bang! And was able to take Spawn down. Good crosshair placement, good recoil control. But it's down to a 2v4 now. I still can't get over that shot.
Classic CS2 moment. It was a classic CSGO moment too. And now it's a classic CS2 moment. Oh, hold on.
Benzene.
Trigger discipline from Benzene. Just waiting for someone to walk in. Benzene, not for too long. If you do this a little bit for too much, then the problems will start to occur. And yes, almost that could have happened as well. There was a man wrapping up all the way from the CT. 1v3. The op in the hands. Switches up at the wrong time. And Hattie finds the right time itself. Towards Banana is another man. A lot of shots whiffed. Hattie can actually pull this off. But from the CT, Grim saves the day.
That was almost a very close one, but indeed, Lord Grim, the man who was able to take down Benzene right from his own CT, saving up the round for his team. And man, oh man, Ghost is going to be hearing from his teammate. Catastrophe.
You know what the funny part is? We actually... We're evil, bro. We're evil.
I'm not denying that.
Oh,
All CS2
man.
casters are.
We are sarcastic. That hype casting, especially towards when he got that TK. Oh man, I low-key enjoyed that.
Oh my god, I know viewers are gonna enjoy that too. And on the back of
I
it,
hope.
Enigma now takes a timeout.
Oh no. Well, at least the timeout's gonna end. Enigma Gaming, they lost out in the upcoming round as well. This is not a good news. 42 is the scoreline. Fired Up Gaming, they've got something cooking here in the pot.
We can try and change the pace on this round, but honestly, the default setups have been working out. 2-1-2, and that's what they're gonna go with yet again. Not having any kind of major problems, any major issues. Enigma, oh my goodness, Robin! I said a change of pace, but that's a crazy way, and the guy who fell again is Catastrophe. 2 rounds and 2 op shots.
Sad life. Sometimes the luck just doesn't favor you, but Robin's position's compromised. And this time he backs away instantly. Catastrophe caught. At least that's the man advantage that you really needed. Molotov up close. Ghost making sure that if anyone has pushed up close, he will just instantly fall back. But then, considering it's a 4v5, FG, they've still got the man advantage.
Slowly creeping up and scaling up now. They have got some space to work around, but do they have an idea where Nikes is posted up? If they don't check that corner, it's going to be difficult, but they're all deciding to again regroup towards Banana because of the amount of space Ghost has been able to take away. AWP in the hand, he wants support of his teammates, he wants those utilities to try and go in for those peaks. And the rotation from FG have also been called in. They're restacking the B side. It's going to be a bloodbath, Necro.
Oh, the smoke dissipates, and so does Spawn's life. And now once again, this op is really starting to be a big pain in the foot for them. Robin catches another player. How can they get rid of this player? The only way they can is use a couple of smokes, deny the vision, and then move in. And now, considering it's all on to Ghost, he's also starting to get wrapped up from the back lines. There's a man looking to flank around, and he will find that flank. But he gets taken down. That's another story.
Some eco damage, that is all. But Enigma on the back of it taking another timeout. Most of the team will be brought down to an eco. It's just Ghost having the AWP in his hands. Fired Up Gaming finally firing things up. And what a way to change the pace. Now, this is something that we did not see in the previous map, where Robin, if he was playing on towards one side, even though he got the pick, or if he did not go for those rotates. So, Enigma always knew where the AWP is going to be. This time, as soon as he got a pick towards the A, he quickly changed things up and went directly towards the B. And I love that switch up, because that way they were able to quickly have some extra pairs of eyes on that side, and also were able to surprise Enigma by showing the rotation of that op and getting a free pick for themselves. Worked out wonders.
Oh, quick banana rush this time. The player's looking forward to catch at least someone off guard. But then, even the utilities to stop them in the tracks was quite nice. Nades as well pulled out towards the clotheslines. Champ just burns down Catastrophe. Catastrophe is being the man who's falling down over and over again for the first. And he needs to find a cure to that. Even though he's not the one to enter the first, he still gets taken down the first. I don't exactly know what the problem is here. But Ghost moving in with the op through apartments. If he does actually fall down, he's got a death wish.
He's got to re-clear the space behind him. From the boilers, he's slowly moving down. Robin, there's op. Oh my god, he saw the gun barrel. He saw the gun barrel, but the discipline coming in from Ghost. He's going to repeat. That is the question. Oh my god! Wait!
Solid stuff. And then Benzine 2 from the apps. He just collapses onto the site. Nick and Champ, the last two players alive! And the op once again finds a good connection. Ghost, this man with the op is just inhuman. He's connecting some of the shots that you just cannot even wrap your head around.
How? How did he get the pick on Robin? The realization that he might be holding the angle. And the quick peek with the counter strafe. Everything worked out so very perfectly for that guy. And Robin, even though he saw the gun barrel first, he had the idea that there is already a player. And it's just something inhuman. And look at the boost, trying to go over the barrels. Moving away on the back of the utilities, another hand just being shown.
Good shot.
Oh my god, he gets another one. Harry with the molly himself gets Nick Ace out. That's a confidence breaker for FG out
Solid
there.
stuff. Another one to follow up, probably with the op, but then Hattie's going to be the one to put a full stop to that story. And now once again, Enigma Gaming, they've just found that momentum breaker, as you mentioned. And they've also found that mental breaker. Probably 7-5 is going to be the half from Enigma Gaming. I don't think so. There's going to be any full stop from now on. 3 FAMASs on the board. Once again, the economy from the side of FG is not looking that great. While Enigma Gaming, they're looking quite good.
Previous round was just a confidence breaker for FG. Just telling that. On the back of it now. Even though the previous one was a save, 3 FAMAS, couple of M4s, that's all they have. And Ghost is feeling himself on the AWP. You don't want to peek in mid. And oh my goodness, I guess this frag should be enough to get them even lower in the HP. Okay, Hattie had to use that smoke to save himself, otherwise he was a crispy burnt man.
Almost. 5 players still alive, while Champ is softened up. Catastrophe and Hattie a little bit bruised up, but it's okay. Enigma Gaming can still pull off a comeback. Oh, this boost. It seems evil. Almost could have found the connection as well, but unfortunately, tosses in that nade. And now still looking forward to explore Banana. Do they expect Nikase around the corner? The answer is probably going to be yes, but they still haven't cleared sandbags. And with this flash, he goes for the peek, but no one's blinded, and that's the issue. All the players, they try to peek out at the same time, and now the B side's going to fall in the hands of the terrorists, and they already get the site control, and they're going to go for the plant.
How did that flash not catch anyone? Or even if it did, maybe it was them just super ready for that peak play. But how? I did not see even a single hand on their face. That clearly shows no one was actually caught in that flash. Did he mess it up or something? That play could have worked out so very well. And it seemed like a set play. And now it's going to be a three-man save wherein Enigma would just try to go in for a hunt. A player coming in from CT, another one coming from short. It's going to be expensive.
Indeed, it's going
We
to
have
be
another
expensive.
disconnect.
Oh no, don't say that. Come on, you know I don't like the sound of that. And it's the same man once
Sorry.
again. Oh, he's definitely having a lot of issues, that's for sure. Considering how many rounds we've seen so far, Ghost, he's just popping off left, right, and center. And Nick is disconnecting once again. It's really affecting the mental of FG as well. Some are down line if you think about it. These type of issue as a whole team, it do affect you. Enigma Gaming on the opposite side, for them, they're chilling. They're looking good inside of the game. Even in the first series, they completely one-sided the game. And now in the map of Inferno, they've also managed to settle a big comeback. So yeah, for FG, they're the one who are on the losing hand over here. And the game gets resumed. It is going to be a 4v5, ladies and gentlemen. They've already used their tech pause. They've used their tactical timeouts as well. Now they've got no other option than to keep on playing this game. And Enigma Gaming, for them, it's all good in the hood. A 4v5, it's a free win. But Fired Up Gaming, they take a timeout at the last second.
They've had a couple of more to burn up. But if I'm not wrong, it was round number 8 that broke the mental of Fired Up Gaming, where they had the advantage and Ghost won that crazy off battle. And then also ended up doubling it. So that was the round where I think they lost all the confidence, all the momentum that they had built up in the first 5 rounds. And Enigma, now just applying salt over to those wounds, were also able to get a good hit towards the B. The pop flash plays not working out. All the wave of utilities were being burnt up, and only after that we saw Enigma going in for some quick executes, or you cannot just say a quick execute, maybe an execute after a small pause. So yes, Fired Up Gaming having a lot of trouble, but they burnt up the timeouts only for their man to be back in action. Nikes joined again, so gonna be happy about that. But I do not know if they'll be able to take any more if Enigma builds up the momentum that they have already built.
Yeah. I mean, so far it's been some heavy beating. And Nikes, once again, inside this game too, he's not able to play that well, including Champ. But once again, a great team is someone that usually steps up to the occasion. For example, if one of your star players is not able to perform, the second player should be able to step up to the occasion and instantly get matters in his own hands. But now that the scoreline's 5-5 once again, we know for the players of Enigma Gaming, without a doubt, they've still got the advantage. While you look at the opposite side, Economy and Shambles. Nikes, he's got no money. Champ, he's got no money as well.
It's one thing that is true. Even in the previous one, we did see them not having the perfect buy. Few FAMAS were brought into the mix along with a couple of M4s. They went in for those plays which did not work out. Now, again, we'll be moving back. Round number 11 on the board. Just fumbled my tongue a little bit. But I love the fact how none of these players are fumbling with any of the utilities that they're using. So again, Catastrophe trying to explore mid. Crossfire already set up to welcome him. Oh my god, a dry peek coming in!
This is not how
Did
you
put up a
would
smoke
want.
into the boiler.
This is not how you would want things to start off, right? Especially Ghost, once again, his operator just tasting that blood. And now as the situation's taken down with 3v4. Once again, utilities, flashes, everything's just being poured out on the map. Even Molotov tossed out just to make sure that the extra bit of suppress is going to be there. But I think so he forgot that there's already smoke there, so the Molotov's going to be completely useless. And yeah, Ghost, who's already managed to squeeze in. How is this man going for the entry with an op? It's just pissing me off.
Oh my god, thank god he was not able to hit that quick scope. Otherwise, you would have been even more pissed off. But at the end of the day, now we're going to see Spawn picking up that AWP. Let's see. Nikes can slowly move around, but his way has been stopped in by the fire. Molly in the face. Towards the tree, being watched out by Spawn. Hattie will be taking care of anyone who's coming in from that backside. They clear the church. A peek. Oh my god!
Oh!
The fights being won. It's definitely doable. Hattie, can you find the third?
Oh my
No, is
God.
the answer.
Lord Grim, proven vice, called the Lord Grim in the first place. 6-6 is probably going to be the half. And also an op recovered. Robin with the op has been a menace in the map of Inferno so far. And once again, the op in the hands of Robin. This man's probably going to find some inhuman connections once again. Both the oppers from both the sides, they've been the key playmakers for each other. But Ghost, he should not be the one to enter inside of the site at all. Instead, he should be the one to wait in the back lines and wait for his right moment to strike.
Perfect display of patience indeed. And that's what they need at this point. Robin again creeping up towards mid, but on the other side, Ghost taking control of Banana. Util's going to be dumped up. Oh, if you go for this peak. Oh my god! Ghost had no idea he was being burnt alive by the case Molly. That is a dream start for FG.
Oh. 4v5. And considering even the players of Enigma Gaming now, they can definitely feel that pressure. And off the bat, their star players out of the way as well. Now Spawn needs to step things up, including Catastrophe. Catastrophe has been having a tough game of Inferno so far, but this FAMAS is able to find some inhuman connections. Two more players to go on the front, but this time Benzene's going to be the man to come out on top. One single haircut should be good enough to seal the deal, but Benzene, from the apartments itself, he's getting suppressed. And now looking forward to back away towards the CT spawn. A 1v3 in the makings. Can it be possible? 61 HP in the hands. Closing in towards library. Even the man towards B, he hasn't moved up just yet. And look at this, Benzene. This wraparound can be interesting. Maybe he can catch the players off guard. He doesn't exactly know what to do, what not to do at this point. Molotov towards the site. Even the nade to back it up. Smokes out as well, blocking majority of the pit. And beautiful stuff. Isolates that duel against Lord Grim. And now we'll probably try to go for the safe plan as well inside of the pocket. He finds it. He's getting pushed up by the players from both the sides. Some quick reflexes are needed. And he's also running out of bullets.
Good shot coming in from the case with the AWP as well. Crouching down and getting that important pick. And the man who reconnected people who are not on top in that finishes leaderboard. Finally, Champ and Nikes, both of them stepping up for their team, getting those important kills and finishing everyone off. It was a slow round coming in, but that first fight wherein they got the pick on Ghost, that too without even seeing him, just with the Molotov. That was the round opener and it worked brilliantly. Plus Champ as well, conceding the entire space towards long, playing so far back, was able to get a double at his own life scores. That was also a very solid pick, but now we're going to see a push up mid. Lord Grim, my goodness, playing so very far aggressive.
Oh, look at this. Confidence speaking for itself, and Lord Grim has been able to connect some inhuman shots, or some good shots towards the skull. That's why now you see them just straight up W King towards the site. A 3v2, considering they've got the Glocks, I still think that the run and gun advantage counts a lot. But you never know. One single shot is all it takes with the USP. And as soon as they're able to find that connection, the deal will be sealed. In the case, oh, spots that glimmer. Is not going to go for the peak anymore. He's just waiting for the players to close up because he knows Glock is the most effective in close ranges. Oh. And Nikes instantly finds that. A lot of shots missed initially, and Ghost eventually finds the kill as well.
That was pretty close, I would be very honest. And there was a very good awareness coming in from Nikes that there might be someone dropping in from the apartments, or he was just trying to play anti-flash. It could be either of those things. But I don't think so. It was an anti-flash situation because in pistol round we seldom see any team going in for that. I was expecting Ghost to find some extra value from that position, given that no one was watching him. But even after that, he went in 1-for-1. I guess it's kind of fine, but it was a straight up W key gaming, just as you mentioned. And FG, they did get the bomb planted, so have got enough creds to squeeze out a buy. All 5 Galils on the board. On the other side, you've got MP9, Famous, M4 into the mix, and banana control has already been established by Enigma Gaming.
And so far, with MP9s in the hands and an M1, Enigma Gaming with this force buy, definitely just looking forward to astonish the players to the front. While FG, with all the Galils, still looking forward to sort of slowly and steadily creep and crawl their way in. In general, we did see this entire force buy from the side of FG, but I'm not exactly sure how much they're booking it on this one. If they do lose out in this run, that means the economy is going to be in complete shambles, and it'll at least take 2 rounds to recover from it.
That is true, but they're going to go in for the execute as the util dump is there. Hattie goes backwards, conceding the space. Smoke up in his space. He tries to go in for the spam, but Ghost as well doing the exact same thing. Back. Oh my goodness, the return spam is absolutely brilliant as Robin is now planting the bomb.
Oh, the M1 recovered though. This can be huge. And that too in the hands of Catastrophe. So far, this man's not able to feel himself, but we know what he's capable of too. Catastrophe just looking to find that first initial skull pickup. He does. Lynx as well returns back with 1, but Champ all the way from Banana, he shuts him down. That M4 is just being passed on hand from hand. And FG, once again, they keep moving up the board as well. 8th round on the board for them. Beautifully done. This force buy works out perfectly.
And Enigma also going in for a save, waiting out for everyone to cross. Was Banana. I like the discipline coming in from Fired Up Gaming. They did not run towards the members of Enigma Gaming to try and take away those rifles as well. That could have been one way, but again, it was a very claustrophobic cubby, and they might not have been able to survive through that spam of both the players in a crossfire. But at the end of the day, it's an 8 and 6. It's a way more competitive map than the previous one, and I'm really liking it. I love the way how FG are just going in with their adjustments. Went in for an A hit, then towards the B. Now also going to slow things down.
In the case, even he's quite close. Considering broken buys on the side of Enigma Gaming, not even exactly buys, you would say. But that one single M1 that they've got in their hands can prove out quite quintessential. MP9 still able to find the connection. How does this even happen? He was so low, but he still gets that kill. And now Benzine, considering is quite low, it's better to pass on over that MP9 to someone else, maybe Spawn. Because he's also got that armor. Or Ghost can be the better one. He's also got the Kevlar to back it up. And look at Ghost. In an off angle, just waiting for the right moment to strike. Just waiting for someone to jump inside of the window. But he can be caught soon enough. No, not yet. Left unchecked. Ghost can have a big advantage. He's still unchecked. And if he finds the timing that he wants, it can be insane as well. Peeks out, gets the first tap. Unfortunately, does not expect the second player to be there around the corner. But he still gets away with 1. It's a 3v3. Benzine with the MP9. He needs to make something happen towards A. He's making his way from the arches.
Slowly and steadily. Side control has been gained though, so the bomb plant will go down without any difficulties. Rotation is also being called in from Enigma Gaming. 1 person from the library. And then there's Benzine slowly creeping up. Oh my goodness, Hattie. What a molly, gets Champ out. Robin playing directly towards the pit. In perfect angle to try and watch out for, but he loses the fight to Spawn. And now it's a 2v1 situation. Lord Grim has got to watch 2 different angles. Flash out. Oh my goodness, the nasty shot is perfect. Last fight, 1v1. It's the jiggle coming in, and Lord Grim wins it out.
Lord Grim is feeling himself at this point. Where was this same fired up in the previous game? Fired up gaming, a complete new era that we're seeing from this team, a complete new play that we're seeing from this team, especially Lord Grim. In the previous game, it was completely deactivated in Ancient, and now on the map of Inferno, these guys are making it super competitive. Enigma Gaming, they're having a tough competition in the front. I thought this probably is going to be a one-sided game, considering the map of Inferno is one of the OG maps that's out there. But Enigma Gaming, the struggles are clearly visible. He had the advantage, but he still got turned on.
That's the power of the AK in the long range. One headshot and you're done. Boom. On towards the other side as well. You've got to play it slow now. It's a 2-and-2 setup for Enigma Gaming. A couple of players towards the B side and a crossfire. A couple towards A. Wherein one is watching the mid through arches. Oh! What a flick from Nuke. Gets Catastrophe right in the head and now follows it up. Hattie got taken down. These teams are just making Inferno feel like it's so much attack-centric.
Indeed. 9-6 is the scoreline, and with this round, they're also going to have the double digits on the board, and that can be the mental breaker for Enigma Gaming. With only 2 players up and alive, Enigma Gaming, I'm not exactly sure what they can do. They're going for the save. But how effective it's going to be? Probably not enough.
I don't think so. It's a good idea to save just pistols. What a nasty shot, Benzene. Does he expect the second one? Nuke right in the corner, and so is Lynx. Try and make a crossfire. Bait shot, Lynx. Oh my goodness, Benzene. They're blocking the exit.
I mean, what?
Wow.
He still gets away alive though.
Wow.
Benzene. That's what you call touching your death and then returning back once again to life.
I get the reference. But since he was not taken down, he can barely just afford an M4 and a Kevlar. No helmet out there. No helmet for Ghost either. The only one who's got a full Kevlar helmet is Hattie.
I'm actually happy for Fired Up that they're winning this entire map.
True.
We're seeing some signs of improvement, and I'm loving this. No one likes a complete one-sided affair. To see it go a little bit more competitive is definitely quite fun, especially for some of the top teams, some of the invited teams. Getting a competition, it's quite important. And Enigma Gaming, they're definitely having a rough time inside of the map of Inferno so far. A 10-6 being the scoreline. A team that has came in all the way from the open qualifiers, Fired Up Gaming. They're definitely making a statement.
Enigma wanted a 2-0 win in this one in order to reach top 3. And so was the case with FG. But since FG already lost the first one, it's best to try and get the second one. Maybe play as a spoiler for Enigma out there. But yes, on the map of Inferno, they have been looking way too well oriented. It seems that they've got the idea, they know what they're doing. And the way they're playing with the minds of Enigma out there. A couple of times they've already shown banana aggression. Now they're going to push directly towards the B, and they've got the entire control of the mid. Can slowly creep in, go for a split hit from short, long, as well as the apartments.
Oh. MP9 in the hands of Hattie. Another nade tossed in towards the backlines. And now Nuke is probably going to be the one to fall out, but goes towards the pit.
What?
He's now just getting a lot of kills stacked up, one after the other. And the players of Fired Up Gaming are now starting to lose out on the man number, but out of nowhere, they still somehow manage to equalize the scoreline. A 2v2 scenario, and one in the hand of Catastrophe, and an MP9 in the hands of Hattie. While Champ is looking quite good with the M12, but Lynx, he's got his hands on the AK. All he takes is one single shot to the dome, and the deal will be instantly sealed. They now know there's one man on the site, and he catches Hattie jumping around, and that's it. Fired Up Gaming, they're winning these back-to-back rounds, and they're just breaking the momentum of Enigma Gaming, and also breaking the confidence.
Not even sure what Hattie was trying to achieve at that point. Maybe he was just trying to bait for his teammates that he could have found out to pick on the back of it. But it's just the positioning coming in from Fired Up Gaming. It was not very good if you're looking from Enigma Gaming's perspective. They could not go in for those trades. But yes, I'm loving how Fired Up Gaming are playing this attack. The way that every single time you just cannot guess where they are going. It could be a pacey hit, it could also be a slow hit. Now throws out a molly to make sure no one from Enigma push up forward in banana. Presence has been shown, but I'm still not seeing any player from Enigma trying to take the space towards A. No apartment control, no control towards the mid. They're just playing on side for a crossfire. And just because of that, now they've got to get an extra pair of eyes towards that area to watch out the long, or at least the short. They've got no information. This has made B side a weaker side, and that is where the hit seems to be going. Everyone just reuniting. They picked up the C4 and they've got a full control of banana, and both the players are just playing towards the boost. No one is even on side. They cannot defend it.
They indeed can't. Oh, the smoke's being pushed out as well. Every single player from the side are fired up, just looking for to burst on the B site. Utilities out, but even the counter strats are out from the side of the opponents. Enigma Gaming trying their best to hold it off against the entirety of Theb, but still they flood inside of the site. Enigma Gaming, they just completely fizzle out of the B site. There's one player available towards Coffin, but he cannot go for the solo challenge. He needs to back away. And once again, I guess it's going to be a complete save from them. They're going to save an MP9 and a FAMAS for the upcoming round, but it's going to be a map point or the match point for Fired Up.
Both got Kevlars up, so maybe would get enough creds to buy helmets onto the next one, or at least maybe would be able to drop. We'll just have to wait and see how that eventually pans out. But we're already seeing a couple of players on hunt out there, Robin being one of them. Try and find an opening. Clearing the second mid, moving towards the apartments. He's not going to find anything. But yes, at the end of the day, a couple of weaponry is being saved up, but it's a map point for FG. And Enigma, they need 6 rounds in a row.
And now with only these 2 saved weapons, they need to try and save their life inside of the game. Yeah, they will have money for the broken buys, of course. But once again, if you look at the way they're also buying inside of the game, they're not going to have enough money to buy the full armor or the Kevlar and the helmet. So it's going to be a tough one. Head's going to be exposed for Benzine. One single headshot will seal the deal anyways, considering AK is going to be on the way. The same thing can be said for Catastrophe. Rough luck. Enigma Gaming, they need to make anything happen at this point. You know, when someone's desperate to find anything, even a small tidbit can be a big support from them. And that's what Enigma Gaming is looking for. That little bit of that support. The players have already taken a lot of damage from that Molotov. A good full stop on that push. The momentum's broken.
That was indeed a massive molly, and it's again a 2 people stacked towards B, 3 towards the A, where they're kind of spread out. Got the mid control this time, so I like this setup. Yes, there's a smoke on the way, but at least they're not giving up on a lot of space. I might have said that way too early. Ghost moving back towards Archers on the back of the information that the hit towards Banana has been stopped, or at least postponed. Looking at the position coming in from FG, they seem to be going in for a re-hit. But when? That is the question. Rotation is being called as well directly towards B, and that early Molotov was absolutely phenomenal. Lord Grim, Robin, both of them chunked down to just 34 HP in total combined. And they're going in for the hit. We see the lineup of smokes coming in. We're going to see some flashes as well. Ghost, he can try and play proactive. He's got a frag in his hand. Can definitely stop this entire push.
The amount of patience they've showcased. That's a lot. 3 players towards B. 1 man playing towards tree as well. been quite a slow and steady approach towards the B side, and soon enough, even the rotations are going to be called out. One man's looking for to flank away. Lynx walks in through the Molotov because Nikkei finds a kill with the burn. Champion Lord Grim, they return back in a great play, but unfortunately, they still managed to shut down the opponents in a really good manner.
Stab. Benzine, the last man. The man who can be the slightest glimmer of hope for Enigma. He knows the position of one. Quickly throws away the frag. Does not get the pick. He can try and find the second one, but no, Lord Grim's crosshair is just that better. And map of Inferno has been taken up by Fired Up Gaming. Took them a while to fire their engines up, but when they did, they seemed unstoppable, only dropping one map on their attack on Inferno. That's a feat to achieve.
One round, yeah, as you mentioned, that's a crucial point. Only dropping one round on the attack. Definitely quite impressive from the side of Fired Up Gaming. And this is something we did not expect. Another astonishing affair. And considering tomorrow we're going to move back inside of the Pakistan division, once again, we're probably going to be seeing a lot of surprises over there. But speaking of today itself, man, this was quite an interesting journey that we witnessed throughout the entire day. Off the bat, we saw some quick matches of True Rippers. Then later on, once again, God's Reen as well. Tried their best to give a tough fight to them, but still, True Rippers are someone there that have been ripping apart the competition. Then we also saw Too Easy just get completely mowed down in the same way. And now over here, Fired Up Gaming, they make a big comeback inside of the series and make it a 1-1.
That was a very fun match to watch, and again, we needed at least one of them to try and win both of the maps in order for them to move up in the leaderboard and reach at the third place at least, but that's not going to happen. So we still have a lot of opportunity for quite a lot of teams to enter in the top 3. Apart from True Rippers, yes, they are basically on the first place. It's very difficult to remove them. They are the Goliaths of this one. But at the same time, the way God's Reign were able to take a map away, that clearly paves a way. But even in this one, no one was expecting Enigma Gaming to drop a map, and that too the Inferno, which is, yes, just as you mentioned, an OG map, but the way Fired Up Gaming played, that's the main thing. All of the teams who are qualified, Too Easy, Fired Up, they have got a lot of skills. That is the reason why they're here. But it just feels that they kind of crumble down in terms of that confidence and in that pressure. Fired Up were able to overcome that.
Without a doubt, Fired Up, and I mentioned this as well, before moving in to the map of Inferno, you need to make sure that your mind's going to be a clean slate. If you're going to think about how you got decimated in the map of Ancient, that's just going to affect your mental quite a lot in the longer run. But luckily enough, they were able to do so. Yeah, in the first half, you saw a little bit of struggles, of course, but then in the second half, it was a complete one-sided affair. On the T side, even though Inferno is supposed to be a CT-sided map, they still did a phenomenal job. I still cannot forget that mow down towards the apartment side, where, of course, I think Fired Up was on the CT side, and the players of Enigma Gaming, they try to make a push from the apartments. And as I mentioned, it was not a good strategy at all from the side of Enigma, because once you try to make that push happen through apartments itself, you got to have a death wish.
I mean, you already know that it's a map that your opponents love to play on. So yes, I still feel Enigma might have underestimated them a little bit, but again, a great game coming in from Fired Up Gaming, and that shows clearly in the replay. But I'll be brutally honest, Necro. We had some good plays, some amazing flicks from all the players, but one of the funniest moments is again going to remain the same, where Ghost was able to get the headshot on Catastrophe, and then he basically fell down 3 consecutive times in 3 rounds as the first pick.
And not just that, after he gets the TK on the Catastrophe, he instantly just turns around right here. He instantly just turns around, pushes up, and he gets that no-scope onto the player who was up close. So a lot of the funny moments also happen, but in general, these astonishing moments and these funny moments is what really keeps the game entertaining. And generally speaking, Ghost, today he was popping off. With the up, he was looking like an unstoppable freak of nature, and I want to see the same Ghost even in the future matches as well. Unfortunately for Enigma Gaming, they still have a lot to work on, which I'm pretty sure in the future they probably will.
To be honest, we've seen almost all the players out there. We've seen Pakistani teams, we've all seen Indian teams, and we have seen some amazing off plays. But the way Ghost has been able to impress me with the pre-aims that you do. I mean, with rifles, I understand that happens, but he's doing with an op, the AWP in his hands, and that is the reason why we see him on top in that leaderboard, at least in terms of the kills on his team.
I mean, Lord Grim with 22 kills and 7 deaths and 100 ADR. And then you've got Ghost on the opposite side, of course, leading the pack with 14 kills, 12 deaths, and 87 One thing is for sure, over here, when it comes to the consistency, Ghost has delivered. And he's probably going to be the MVP of the series as well, without a doubt, because his op was something that we all need to watch out from. Definitely some insane shots, especially on the map of Ancient. We saw that incredible 3K up close and personal. And we also saw a couple of no-scope from the side of Ghost. One funny moment too, but it's completely okay. Unfortunate stuff. TKs do happen. It's like one of the classic moments inside of CS2. And as I mentioned, MVP is going to be Ghost with 2.07 KD and the ADR of 182. And the average kills per map is going to be 14.5.
Definitely MVP worth performance coming in from his side, but yes, on the other side as well, Lord Grim this time stepped up big time. We saw Robin going haywire with the AWP in the previous map. This time, I would still say he was fairly kept quiet. He got a couple of picks out there, but even after that, with the rifle, he was doing a phenomenal job. And here's the leaderboard after the games that happened today. And Fired Up Gaming, they have not made in the top 3, but at least they are above Enigma, and all they need is one win to dethrone God's Reign. But they've also got to hope that God's Reign are not the ones winning their own games.
Exactly. They basically just need to cross their fingers and hope that God's Reign, they're going to lose their upcoming matchup. The same thing can be said for Enigma Gaming, because both these teams are at this point quite desperate for that win. And Enigma Gaming in the upcoming series, they need to make it a 2-0. The same thing can be said for Fired Up. They need to make sure that God's Reign is not going to win anything, but they also need to win the upcoming series with a 2-0. If that's not going to be the case, well, then a tied score is really not going to matter, because God's Reign will anyways have a better chance and a better shot inside of the top 3. And so far, I think so what the top 3 is looking like on the scoreboard, it is probably going to be the one to move on forward towards the Super 6. CS2, considering all the games for today have already been concluded, have you got some final words?
I had a lot of fun watching all those matches. Yes, there were a few tech issues out there, but the way AWP were played out today, I always love to see those sniper plays and those one taps coming in. And today we even saw no scope. So I am super hyped for what's going to happen on tomorrow, because even in the Pakistani division, I know they've got this potential. So I'll be looking forward to it.
Without a doubt, today was quite a fun day, and it was, of course, a pleasure to be over here alongside CS2 to cast for you guys. And if you guys enjoyed the cast, make sure to follow us on our socials and also follow on the Blast Premier social and Nodvin Gaming. With that being said, now it's time for us to take a leave. You guys have a good night. Goodbye.